How is everyone today? Are you having a good morning? Yeah? Okay. As you know, Open Source Day is a conference in Italy, in Florence, but we will be having it in English for the first time in a row. We had the 2020 edition, then we had the 2023, 2024, and now finally we are on the 2025. Apparently on LinkedIn, they are so happy about Open Source Day that we are also already having an Open Source 2026 edition. Someone else invented it, we didn't, but now we know the exact date when that is happening. But thank you for coming to the 2025 one. Now, we still have a few people that need to come in, but what's the big idea? Well, as you know, Open Source Day, guess what? It's about open source. And what is open source if not a philosophy? Something that brings us together, something that allows us to share, to make community, to enjoy our time doing something that matters for us. In some cases, it might be coding, programming. In some cases, it might be architecting. Whatever that is, it is something that we care about deeply and that we use as a way of getting into the profession, yes, but also to kind of actually enjoy what we do, to have a mission, to work towards a mission. And we do that together, and that is the entire spirit of open source. Now, of course, conferences like this, free for everyone, are, golden in a way. Of course, I'm saying it as an organizer, but, as a participant, I would say the same. But they would not be possible without our wonderful sponsors helping us. So I would like to thank, as you see here, Lastic, Hero Devs, Aruba Cloud, Wellic, Rios, PagoPA, Diamond sponsors helping us, and you can check their stands in the sponsor area right there. Then we've got Sentry, Godfly AI, Nethesys, Nephila, Spark Fabric, Wordline as gold sponsors, and of course, our wonderful main supporter, Nana Bianca, who's helped us for the 3rd edition by giving us this wonderful space. And we couldn't do it without all the sponsors and without you guys helping us out. So thank you for that. So can I ask you for a round of applause for our sponsors, please? Thank you. Now, this year is a one-day edition. There's been a few changes. Most importantly, we have a gamification process, which means that you will be able to get the t-shirt if you are good enough and fast enough to get one, which means that you have to play a lot. And to explain gamification, I'm going to call my friend Michelino on the stage. So welcome, Michelino. Thank you.
Hi, thank you.
Thank you, Michelino. How are you?
Thank you. I'm fine, actually.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you introduced the Open Source Day 2025. A lot of opportunities, a lot of news as well. Gamification is one of them. And I see that there are not too many people in the first row.
Yeah.
They don't know.
Get a few on the first row. Yeah.
They don't know that you are a champion in javelin. So for those, I'd like to play just a little game. Raise a hand if you are just first-time attendees at Open Source Day.
First time.
First time. So a lot of new faces. But the other one should know that Lorenzo is throwing to the first rank T-shirts.
Yes.
So that's being said.
Yeah, I do that. Usually I take T-shirts and I just throw them at people in a very violent way. But I don't have the strength to go all the way down there. So if you want a T-shirt for free without doing the gamification thing, you should be in the front rows. That's the most probable way to get a free T-shirt of the event, this year or last year's one. They're really good T-shirts. So get in the front row, please, right?
Exactly. So otherwise, you have the opportunity to play all the different challenges on the gamification.osday.dev. You can follow GitHub organization repository to support open source, or even LinkedIn pages to stay up to date. And there are also other challenges to create.
My weapon has arrived.
To create a meme, to create anything. Special prize are in as well. So feel free to join and play it.
Yeah, and as a reminder, we have an Instagram page, a LinkedIn page. We're doing lots of stories. We care a lot about our content, so please follow us there. And there's lots of people working on it, and their effort must be paid off. So please go join us. If you're not already following us, do so that we can also give you points in the gamification process. And so who's going to be the first that's going to sit there in the first two? There's a T-shirt for it. Come on.
They are shy.
Come on, don't be shy.
They don't want it.
Don't be shy. That would be a good move.
Or maybe
that would be a really good move.
You could just throw on the right.
We've got a first one. Okay, there you have it. Nice. Let's give an applause for this wonderful individual who's got the courage to do it. And without further ado, as I was telling you, this would not be possible with our main supporter. So let me welcome on stage for a salute our friend Alessandro from Nana Bianca. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Welcome in Open Source Day at Nana Bianca. It's a very pleasure for me to be here today. And I think open source is not just about code. It's a culture, okay? It's a culture, it's a collaboration concept because the great ideas don't come from closed system, but they come from open collaboration. And this concept in Nana Bianca, it's very clear. Upstairs, we have more than 400 guys that work in 100 more or less startups, okay? And everybody work on execution of ideas, not about just the concept. So I think that if you are here today, you care about that. And if you are here today, you have the opportunity to meet people today and work together and have a great collaboration together. So have a great Open Source Day, and thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Alessandro. Thank you very much. So with that said, why don't we get Open Source Day 2025 started? And let me welcome the first speaker here. Sal, are you ready to join us on stage? Yes, nice. Okay, so let us welcome Sal Kimmich, everyone. We've got a jingle. It's made by AI. How are you, Sal?
I'm doing good.
Yeah? Having a good day?
So far, we just started.
Good travel?
Yeah,
Yeah?
easy enough.
Sal, with Godfly AI, is actually one of the sponsors. Now, you might think, sponsor, got the talk, that's why. Nope. Sponsors are sponsors, speakers are speakers, right? That's kind of the main selling point of the conference. Now, all talks that you see here today were voted by the community, by you guys. So you are the first one, actually, this year to believe in our project. And like, we sent an email, hey, do you want to? Yes, take the money. That's how it worked. So if you want to do it again, please, give me the no. But yes, please, without further ado, what are you talking about today?
So today I claimed that I was going to talk about law and technology and bringing those together, and I am somewhat. But just a quick reference about Gadfly AI. I have nothing to sell you. We have no products. We are just a genuine community of open source developers. I bring in people who are building things that I think are interesting, only and specifically if they're not trying to make money. I have to work with production engineers all the time, and I prefer to spend my free time working with people that are doing things they're really passionate about. So I did want to come and sponsor this room because this is one of the best conferences that I've found in Europe that actually has an open source spirit. That's why I'm here. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Sal. Well, I'll leave you to it. You've got everything set up, and if you need anything, well, we'll be there. So thank you again,
good.
Sal Kimmich.
Cool.
Thank you.
And I was told to, part of the gamification, these things, I guess, are hiding around everywhere, and there's 15 of them, and you win something if you find them. So take a look around for these, but they handed me this to show all of you, so I assume that I also just won. So sorry. That's my alarm to tell me that I should be here, and I am. Okay, so bridging law and technology, foundations and future of computational justice. Let's jump through a couple of things that I think are important. Why am I here? As I said, I really believe in open source very deeply. I think that when I see people who understand that you can engage with the digital world as a practice and a philosophy and a verb, it makes a very, very different type of individual, someone that goes out and sees and understands their ability to change the world around them. I've been thinking a lot recently about my background in building out computational systems, particularly for medical systems. I started my career in academia building out ways to build brain-computer interfaces that could alter brain networks below the level of human attention. And I had to get that passed through an ethical review board. And I see so much technology being produced right now by corporations that do not have ethical review boards. And I think it's something that I'm considering right now, and we'll go into some use cases for that. And right now, I'm writing a book on geopolitical code, and that's really the intersection of traditional and digital sovereignty. I'm doing a bunch of interviews with anyone that I think is an expert in this field, and I'm having some of the most interesting conversations of my life. When I talk to those that are on the political side, it's always very interesting, but I'm talking about 25% to my cybersecurity network, and a lot of them are at very, very, very high risk of breaking their NDAs with the stories that they're telling me. So look out for that book, because it's going to be fascinating. Here's where I think you're here. You discovered a love of open source, and you live with the experiential knowledge of the digital commons. And I think very specifically, this is a slide that I will get into trouble with if I'm talking to lawyers, but today I think all of you would agree that open source is a verb. That is what I believe open source is. I think that you can come and you can hang out at things like this, but unless you are actively touching code and getting the experience of engaging with that world, you're not doing open source. Open source is a verb. It's a thing that you do. The thing that I think I need to convince you about is that you need to develop an individual awareness of your rights, autonomy, and data exposure. And I do think this might lead to a small existential crisis, but it's a journey that we have to take. Last year, I gave a talk here on hardware in space. And Sen Hastings, who is a prominent member of Gadfly, said, I think I could give a better talk on that subject. And they did. I would really encourage you to go, if you liked that talk last year, there's a much better version of it that goes way more into detail and is about twice as long. And I just got up on the stage, I gave my 5 or 6 slides, I sat down, and Sen gave us one of the most articulate history lessons that you can have on the subject. So dive into that, because that's explaining the kernel in space, or a lot around why it's not there. Computational justice is about ensuring fairness, accountability, and transparency in digital spaces. I think that transparency is something that we are at risk of losing unless the general society around digital sovereignty understands it. Open source, cryptography, and verifiable compute offer us the tools to make that a reality. And we need to recognize that it takes work to keep things open and secure. And if we are not aware of these things, we will lose them. Some of the core concepts that you have to understand. Sovereignty is not just about state control. It can be groups, tribes, individuals. Zero knowledge proofs, you're going to go a little bit into detail here, but you have to be able to prove something is true without revealing the data. Verifiable trust. Trust has to be replaced with cryptographic mathematical proofs in many of the contexts and architectures that citizens' data is sitting on right now. That includes you. If you're in Italy, I'll have a good example of what that means. Open source recursion, or recursive republics. This is a concept that comes from Christopher Kelty. is the idea that we build republics out of the way that we build and communicate open source code. And I think there's a very specific argument for that being discrete and observable over the secure kernel, which I'll go into a little bit more detail on. Computational justice, as you might know it, it's the application of computational methods, including AI, cryptographic systems, and algorithmic decision-making. It tends to be people speaking a lot about fairness and algorithms, and as a cybersecurity engineer, I think all of that is null and mute if you do not have transparency. You cannot make any guarantees that there is justice if you cannot guarantee the system underneath it. It's often extremely limited to the definitions and designs of digital frameworks, but that's very much just an operational layer of trust. That is absolutely insufficient for the world that we're in right now. Sovereignty without borders. Sovereignty used to be a territorial concept. It very much extends and is impacted by the digital space now. Governments, corporations, and individuals compete over control of data, platforms, and infrastructure. The battleground is no longer land. It is considered a fourth wall of war over algorithmic influence, platform governments, and particularly cryptographic control. So when I say organizational trust, I tend to mean institutional trust. If you trust the people around you, your friends, your family, your doctors, your government officials, that tends to be institutional trust, which is just absolutely fragile and can be abused. And there is an alternative that we have developed in which you can very much verify everything if you've got enough money to guarantee that. This talk is really going to dive into that core concept, how sovereignty, cryptography, and open source governance enable that shift. Trust is absolutely necessary. I'm not saying don't trust your friends, families, doctors. I am saying when it is a large system, particularly those that require large citizenship records, these are financial institutions, healthcare records, et cetera, then we do have to move to a non-organizational trust. And this really comes into focus when we're dealing with large computational systems, particularly anything that runs on AI. That's a computational architecture. It has a unique threat vector, and the particular vector that we have to protect against now is something that I call the Jekyll and Hyde problem. How do I design a system such that the most trusted user cannot sabotage the system? Can we do that? We can. Sovereignty. Very basically, the ability to self-govern without external influence. Historically, this is territorial control. Now, right, we really have to think about identity data or personally identifiable information and the compute surfaces over which they exist. One of the examples that you're all very familiar here, which does not get enforced at all in the US, is GDPR. And digital sovereignty is that particular thing. It's the looking at how we are acknowledging, viewing, and protecting autonomy of individuals or systems. And this varies depending on what country you're in. Italy takes a very sort of common core approach to the European Union's perspective on digital sovereignty. I will say that one country that's really interesting to look at is Germany. They are much more likely to provide individual education to their citizens, and they have a dual responsibility model of taking responsibility for citizens' data and also educating their individual citizens to protect themselves. That's extremely unique. So what do I mean when I talk about verifiable trust? It means that we are explicitly replacing institutional trust in banks, governments, and corporations with mathematically proven systems. Instead of trusting a bank to approve a transaction, we will use cryptographic proofs to verify that mathematically. And that brings us into the idea of verifiable compute. We must provide mathematically guaranteed integrity by ensuring that the end state is known and attested. One note on verifiable trust. I was just talking to someone from Switzerland earlier this week, and when we talked about the trust of financial institutions, you would think that they're highly digitally advanced in that space, but many Swiss citizens still use a thing called a yellow book, which is a physical manifestation of their financial records, and they will use that for major transactions. Which just comes back to the best way to do cybersecurity is to not be connected to the internet. Always true. So verifiability is not trust. Trust to me is one of my least favorite words. If it's a word that you do like, there's a pretty good book on this concept that's called Trust in Computing by Mike Bursell. And it takes basically an epistemological approach to understanding how computer systems are built. And zero knowledge proofs are the very, very key thing that you have to understand in this. So they allow one party to prove something is true without revealing the actual data. A really good example of this is a lot of systems that require you to verify your age online without actually having a core verification that they disclose. Secure isolation. Secure isolation is the ability to keep data and workloads separate from untrusted entities during computation. It ensures the three aspects of the security triad: CIA, confidentiality, integrity, and availability. This is something that if you are really interested in cybersecurity for computation, you've got to dive into. We're building these systems that are called confidential compute, where we are taking that guarantee and instead of operational trust, instead of even software level trust, we are putting the trust all the way to the hardware. So for a long time, I was working on ways to protect systems against like inside actors and critical threats. This is often building out honeypots, right? Building a like smaller scale fake system that a threat actor will go after instead of your real system with the real threats. This has become more difficult with GDPR because IP addresses are protected. And for some reason, even if I have a threat actor, I'm not allowed to record the IP address that it came from, which is something I would like us to fix. A trust boundary is really important here. So when you're looking at secure isolation, you must define explicitly what the trust boundary is. And this is the line where the level of trust changes between components, users, or systems. It defines which entities can be trusted to handle sensitive data and execute privileged operations. These boundaries can exist between a user and a system, a client and a server, microservices in a distributed system, and between cloud providers and its consumers. This is an idea that has been around longer than we called the kernel, and much longer than we've ever had a shell. A shell was one of the first times that we architected a trust boundary. That's why it was built. So you can look at the early history of security in the kernel, and most of the kernel's early history is really security focused. The first secure kernel was released, I think, in like 1962, if I'm correct. And the term itself really gained prominence in security in the 1990s with the rise of networked systems, naturally. And if you really want to dive into the full history of trust boundaries and secure isolation, I gave a whole talk on that about a month ago, and I'll link to that. It's definitely worth diving into, but I really want you just to understand the concepts here. And if you think that this is not relevant to you, it is. Using a VPN is you exerting a trust boundary between private and public networks every day. And if you still think everything that I'm talking about is too high level and isn't impacting you as someone who just likes to play with code on the internet, you are wrong. If you exist as a noted citizen in a country, then you are actively being impacted by these. One of the really, really interesting examples of confidential federated compute right now sits between Italy, Switzerland, and France. There was a great talk on this at the Confidential Computing Summit. And between these three countries, which is very interesting because Switzerland is not of the European Union, so they have different standards. They must ensure these 5 aspects. Can they make a complete guarantee without operational trust that there is data sovereignty, operational sovereignty, attestation, meaning that I have a full guarantee and I note that at moment of time I am looking at the thing that I want. When you have VM launches, continuous auditing of those VM instances, and extended supervision, which is very interesting, into some operations of host that are agreed on between 2 parties, such that if you have different levels of privacy expectations or data privacy expectations, that those are completely respected and that those are never violated. Great. So let's take a step back. This is something, everything that I was just speaking to you about are things that I just think that everyone really needs to be much more aware of, period. That's why I came here and gave this talk. It's something I'm deeply passionate about. Naturally, I'm also extremely passionate about open source. So what is open source? Yes, it is a verb to me. If you ask a lawyer, they'll have a different opinion. If you ask almost every single person in this room, it's going to be relative to their own experience. As long as it's a verb, I'm happy with it. But generally, when you're building code or building intellectual property, there are a couple of things that you will acknowledge, right? So copyright applies to all creative work generally. Trademark identifies a brand. Patents are protecting inventions, and open source license enable sharing. To be very clear, we do not have open source licenses for a fundamentally philosophical reason. We have them because originally code, which is a binary, could not be patented because it was considered a number. Fair use and open source. These are things that I often have to consider. Fair use generally is the protection of copyright. It's just the affirmative defense of those with lawyers. Lawyers love fair use in the US. But open source really attributes the rights of a developer and the obligations of the consumer. Most importantly, often saying, you can use my code, but I am not liable for what you do with it. The most common licenses you're probably all familiar with in this room. You've got Apache 2, BSD, GNU, MIT. I'm just labeling these out because right now there's some really interesting kind of politics that are going on with open source licensing above and beyond the open source AI license. There's a lot of relicensing and forks going on where major projects are bifurcating at this time because of license issues, because a corporation may want to take and maintain a specific aspect of the code, but the community is looking for something different. And this is going to continue to be important to citizens as many of the stewards of open source, we're talking Linux Foundation, Apache Software Foundation, and the Eclipse Foundation, for their critical projects, they are now and will be requesting that you have government ID verification to contribute to them. That is one of the major reasons why you're going to see forks and relicensing. Open source governance, it comes in 6 flavors. There's the idea of a do-ocracy, where decisions are made by the people that do the work. These are the kinds of systems that I enjoy working with. There's the benevolent dictators for life, and there's a couple of really good examples of this. So Python was, and still to some degree is, a benevolent dictator. If you've ever worked with the closure language, that's a core maintainer, and they're doing that by choice. Self-appointing councils or boards, this is adding a little bit of bureaucracy to the systems. Django works in this way, and formal electoral governance is also a very key version of this. This is how Debian works. NeuroDebian is the first open source community that I ever got involved in, and I think it's why I am so like pure open source, because I didn't realize until I got to Kubernetes that for some people open source is just a job. But it is to Kubernetes, not to Debian. Corporate backed. A single company maintains control over the direction of a project and its resources, particularly the financial resources of the maintainers. Google often is a core maintainer for things like this, including Kubernetes. And foundation backed, which typically is going to be it can be one of the previous governance models, but it's more likely to be a corporate-backed project that is going to be shifted to a steward. If you're really interested in what this looks like, within the Linux Foundation, there is a group called Chaos where we do data science over these kinds of problems. Right now, we're doing a really interesting study looking at how contributions and communities change pre and post being intaken into a formal stewarded group. So we're looking at, and I have to finish the scripts for this, but we are looking at Apache, Linux Foundation, specifically CNCF, OpenSSF, and Eclipse. And I think that's going to be fascinating. We know anecdotally that when projects get intaken to foundations, they tend to have more variety and more variety in type of person that contributes and a stronger, larger contributing base. And this is really what I want to dive into right now. How do I only have 3 minutes? I'm going to go super fast. You need to understand that open source is political, the kernel is political, and it always has been, and you can only have an apolitical view of open source if you don't understand the history of it. So understanding the secure kernel, know that it's been around for 60 years, and if you want to look at that, I have a whole talk on that you can go find. But I want to jump into cryptography because it's incredibly germane to this moment in time. So in 1970s, there was the development of the first data encryption standard, 1980s, public key and pretty good privacy, which we still use. 1991, Linux kernel was released. 1994, introduction of DES into Unix. 1997, we said, whoops, that was not secure. 2001, Linux kernel 2.4 introduces devrandom and urandom. This was really good to help us with cryptographic functions. 2003, CryptoLuke was introduced. 2004, Linux Unified Key Setup was introduced, which really allowed end users to be able to utilize these. 2005, dmcrypt comes into place. 2006, eCryptFS comes into place. And 2008, full disk encryption becomes default in Ubuntu. This is the first time where you as an end user had easy access to being able to control and encrypt on your own. But it's been changing. So in 2014, there was the introduction of kernel lockdown and secure boot enhancement. Secure boot is absolutely essential when we're talking about sovereignty. 2017, inclusion of the Adiantum algorithm for lightweight encryption. This is useful. And in 2018, the NSA introduced the spec cipher, which was extremely controversial and led to its removal. 2021, Linux kernel 5.1 enhances secure computation. This is where we're getting into the underpinnings of things like SEV or anything in which you have hardware level guarantees about your attested state. It really unlocked the ability to do federated or confidential federated compute. 2022, remote attestation is formally integrated into the Linux system. And 2023, we have a Rust implementation for these cryptographic methods. And I always have to remind people that yes, Rust is memory safe, and it removes an entire vector of concerns, but it does not mean you're developing securely. It just removes a specific type of secure threat. So if you want to dive into this, there's a really, really good blog on this, I think, for like beginners into this concept. But the modern Linux encryption is allowing us to really focus on compute platforms, which offer really unique security vectors. So you want to pay attention to Intel SGX, AMD SEV, and ARM CCA. All of the talks that I've given in the past year really focus on that, and we rely on zero-knowledge proofs for multi-party computation. Basically, the thing that you need to understand here is everybody's super worried about using the cloud for multi-tenant if you can be concerned that a workload identity can be an issue. And some key points of this are like this is really what that form of computing is doing. I stole these slides from Axel Saab. He is a field CTO for Red Hat, and I emailed him just yesterday. I was like, can I steal these slides again? Because they're so good. So these are some key examples if you want to look into really what the cutting edge of this type of security is. And the digital sovereignty is the part that I find really compelling. And here's another side from Axel that is equally interesting and important, and it comes from their use cases for CC. Really understanding that this is a combination of hardware and software. So when I was working over the portfolio of projects for confidential computing, I was working with chip providers, software providers, and platform providers. It is the only foundation within Linux Foundation where you have all three of those. So I hope that in a whirlwind argument, I brought you to a slightly better understanding about how we must ensure fairness, accountability, and transparency in digital spaces, understanding open source cryptography and verifiable compute. And just as it has always been with cryptography, if you do not argue for transparency, you will not get it. Now, Gadfly AI, we're a collective. We're just a bunch of developers that do things because we care. We also make open source zines. And this year, so each year, every Gadfly gets to choose something that they think is important. To me, I had a fun one, and I said I want to run a bunch of awards. So I'm going to run through these super fast because we're out of time. I'll skip these, but this is good. Look into Shiv Integer if you want to look into licenses being used for absolute chaos. It's a lot of fun. It's an art project. And I'm going to skip over all of these. I'm going to talk about the 9 awards that we're going to offer this year, and I want you to keep yourself in mind or someone you know. So in open source, as long as you have a project or a person who works with projects with open source licenses, I want to award projects that play with things like playfulness, science, accessibility, ethics, art, safety, togetherness, knowledge, and leadership, which I just got the video done for this morning, so it's not up yet. If you are interested in learning more or joining us, if you've got a project that you're working on and are looking for a community, that's what we do. As long as you're not trying to sell me a product, you can join. And lastly, if you are interested in learning more about this as I write up this book, or you have someone that you think I should interview, particularly more Italian contacts, because I have interviewed so many French people, which is kind of natural, but I would love to interview more people in Italy, which is part of the reason why I'm here. Do get in touch with me, but mostly join Gadfly if that sounds like something that's cool to you. I'm in your time zone, easy to do.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. No, please stay. So we know a few people, so there's going to be presentations, of course. We've got 1 minute for a question. So would anyone like to ask a question? Also be reminded that it is part of the gamification process, which means you win points, which you can turn into other things. Any questions? Yes, we do.
Where?
We got one there.
Thank you. Thank you for this very great talk that is a nice break taking us at the summit without oxygen in the morning, so cool. This is the kind of question that probably a prompt or a Google can resolve, but I prefer the human-to-human factor. So do you have touched also the trust, the execution environments thing in the last few slides? Do you know if there is any open source hardware project for the trusted execution environment right now in the space?
Yeah, so trusted execution environments, TEEs. Really, that's what I'm speaking to. So you've got three core options. So you've got TDX, which has converted to SGX now. That's like Google's hardware base. You've got ARM CCA. That's mostly around embedded architectures. Particularly, that is going into your self-driving cars and all of those systems. So it's impacting you right now. So we've got, and NVIDIA also has, I'm missing one of these chips right now, but I don't work for the Linux Foundation, so it's not a problem. But NVIDIA has done this with their H100s, so you can get confidential GPUs, which has unlocked our ability to do this with AI. Which is very cool. But go and look at the Confidential Computing Consortium. It's where all of them live. And just to note, the Linux Foundation, yes, it's a foundation, but it also has a completely open office hours, as far as I'm concerned. That's how I use it. So if you're really interested in this, go and check out the sub-foundations that matter to you. Go and look at their recordings. And if you have a question, jump on a live call. Ask them about it. They will answer.
Thank you very much. We've got a very squeezed time for another question, quick one. Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the talk. So I was thinking, there are many companies, huge companies, that should be trustable or verifiable, but then get huge leaks, get a hole in their privacy or security with sensible data lost. And so what do you think, if there should be a way to have some way to verify this company from some external sources? Or what do you think about that?
Yeah, so right now, I mean, the proliferation and usage of cloud has been a major issue because what most people do not acknowledge is that even if you've got every security lockdown that you can possibly have at the software level, if you are using one of these major cloud provider platforms, there are security vectors that come from the operating system up that you would not even have observability of unless you are doing hardware attestation. So that is why there has been this massive convergence around compute and privacy for every major chip provider, and that is not going away. Right now, it's only sitting largely in regulated environments because it costs more money and it has some latency issues. I will say one of the things that's both leading this and being a pain in this area is regulation. So a great example of this is Chase Bank has been running simulated transactions for over 2 years, billions of transactions over a completely attested confidential system. They cannot put that into production because in the US, there is a regulation called break institutions. We have created a system which has security that cannot be broken. We can provide you a guarantee, inspect it.
Much. Thank you, everyone. Sal, please remain on stage with me because well, essentially, our friends just start the speech. We'll have offline recordings. We're very sorry for viewers online, but this is a live event, and so, you know, you get what you get, right? So how many of you are in the fields for more than 5 years, for example? Can you raise your hands?
For more than 5?
More than 5. Yeah, you're youngsters. We know that, right?
Yeah.
More than, okay, that's quite a few of you. What about 2 years? 2 years. 2. Young people, young engineers. Not a lot. 2 years. Okay, that's a lie. Okay, we've got internet, everyone.
Liar.
Let's applaud the internet. Thank you, internet. Thank you, demo gods. Emiliano is back. It's all yours. Thank you for playing with us.
Yeah, thank you. So let me present this project, which is started when, let's say, I started being thinking to accessibility as something which is important to include every person, and it's not about disability. It's about making interfaces usable for anyone in any condition. So starting from the first time I followed the Accessibility Days conference, I started worrying about this topic, and I started studying this topic and the laws which are involved. So it happened at some point that I decided to make the accessibility accessible for developers. That's why WCAG UI started. So let me present. I'm a mentor, but considering that our group is called Dev Dojo, so we call mentors as senseis, you know, even if I don't get the shape of a sensei. And I'm a co-host of in our YouTube channel. So what is WCAG UI? It's something which is born about making to the developers easy to craft UIs without worrying too much about accessibility, because the UI kit takes care of it for you. So what is WCAG UI? It's a design system, thanks to the Exin team, which designed of course, the design system about this project. It's a UI kit based on the authority practice guidelines patterns, and it's made with developers in mind. It's with the purpose of make easy the implementation of UIs without taking care about all these, you know, WAI area attributes and all this stuff that the people doesn't want to get documented about. So the accessibility, it's a declaration of intents. When a company or an individual contributor starts worrying about this topic, it's something which makes that person different, let's say, in some way than the others, because it's sensitive to the other people's needs. And it's an important thing, even considering the laws which are coming in June here in Europe. But let's talk about what is the topic. We are talking about 1.3 billion people in the planet which has some sort of disability or which are facing digital barriers every day. It's 20% of people, which means it's 1 person on 5. It's something which should start take care of. Too many companies consider accessibility as an additional service, as something which can be fixed with an overlay. But the best practice is to start from the design, taking care about contrast, color, and typography and all the other components and foundations which are part of a design system. The European Accessibility Act is outside of the gate, it's there. And so we as individual contributors and as companies should start thinking about this stuff really, really carefully. Sorry for my bad English again. So what are the key features of this project? We implemented it with a zero dependencies approach. So it's entirely crafted in HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript. And it's entirely self-contained, so you don't need to install any other external libraries to make it work. It's semantic at its core, and basically the concept was to extend native elements. So if you have a button, you will have to extend it from HTML button element and all the other semantic elements as well. And inside the component, you will get some code which will handle the WAI area attributes as needed in the specific use case. So it's based about where the component is running in that specific moment. And And this, of course, helps even accessibility, but also even search engine optimization. It's accessible by design. Thanks, Salvo. Thanks, Georgia, for the design system. And it's based on the WCAG patterns. So its purpose is to make effortless taking care about these topics just by using normal HTML elements. And it's built on the latest APIs available in the core web technologies. So we just started and we just decided to implement it, just supporting the last two measures of any browser and any viewport engine. How does it work? It's based on custom elements spec v1, so we needed a polyfill for this, and we're taking the polyfill from the Andrea Giamarchi's one, and we rewrote it as for what we needed. And it's not using the shadow DOM at all, because we decided to not encapsulate the components specifically to make them customizable from outside with no effort, just by using CSS. The other thing is that it's modular, because it's the entire CSS code base is independent than the JS code base. So you have separated libraries for this, for the typography, for the grid system, and for the other, and you can import them singularly. And the whole thing is made upon CSS layers and combined with CSS custom properties. It's a monorepo, so it's modular. You can just import the button or the date picker or whatever you need, and it's of course compatible with all the tree shaking systems and the duplication systems, which allow you to import, the component more than once and just load it once in the final build. So let's do a recap about what we did in the components. We extended semantic elements. We used metaprogramming. We used the static initialization blocks of JavaScript. We will see it after. We used mixins, decorators, lifecycle methods, CSS layers, custom properties, and exposing CSS APIs. Sounds like a huge vanilla ice cream, right? But talk is not enough, so show me the code. This will be my next tattoo on my left arm. Yeah. So extending semantic elements. We started extending buttons from the HTML button element and inputs from the input one, dialogues, details, and so on. This means no base classes. We can't centralize things, it looks like, right? But with metaprogramming, we documented every component with JSDoc in order to make it, to use it for building the type definitions for TypeScript. Extending the element, we added some static code that we use for to do the metaprogramming, and specifying a map of attributes and a map of events that we want to handle inside the specific component. Those are just examples. Yeah, metaprogramming, yeah. So what are static initialization blocks? Following the code of the button component, you can see that there is an incomprehensible static something anonymous method. How it works. This is native vanilla JavaScript, and it's something which allows us to initialize a class, an identifier of a class, just by importing the library. That's it. So what happens? No code is required to make it run. And what happens is that when we import the library, we will get this line executed automatically. So, yeah, static initialization blocks. Decorators in native JavaScript. So what happened is that this component decorator, it's something which is just make some assertions, and defines the custom element and apply mixins. So some central methods and shared methods between all the components are inside the mixins and are centralized in one point only. So this is just a safe define of custom elements. It's all native vanilla JavaScript, as you can see. When we build these extend options, it's just for make it work without having a custom component name. So we send the extends, and this allows us to use the button, as you can see here, instead of this. What this means is that when you go to the website where you have the documentation, you can copy the snippet of components and just import the CSS part of the library, and you will get semantic elements even with JavaScript disabled. That's why we decided to implement it like this. Then we can apply to the prototype of the component some mixins and remap the attributes and events and build these lifecycle methods. This is one native lifecycle method, which is static. It's just the getter for the observed attributes, which is taking the list from the map we specified in the metaprogramming. Yeah, mixins. Yeah, decorators. So what about lifecycle methods? Everything you can see here is vanilla JavaScript. So we have this attribute changed callback, which is remapped with these methods like handle, attribute name, Pascalized, and change. And there's also an API that you can implement from outside to get some callbacks automatically. And the same goes for the connected callback, which is just attaching listeners from the events map. And the same goes for the disconnected. As you can see, when we add or remove listeners, we just specify this. Why? We are using the handle event method, which is just calling the handle event name capitalized handler with optional chaining. So this allows us to avoid a lot of switches or ifs to identify the different events and just call the event handler, the user, and the developer specified in the event map. Yeah, lifecycle in vanilla JavaScript. So exposing CSS APIs. We combined layers and CSS custom properties. So as you can see, we have a layer for the foundations, we have a layer for the typography, specifying variables in the root element inside the layer. And after, you got a layer for the components and for the button, for instance. And we can specify variables even here and use them inside the component. So considering that the variables, most of them, not all of them, but most of them, are designed to be faster in parsing than rewriting a specific property. Just by changing the variable, we will get the UI updated, so the rules and the properties are just in the selector, and everything else is just changing variables for the hovers, for the primary, secondary buttons, and everything else. And the good thing about layers is just that the unlayered styles will always override what's written in the layers. So just by changing the variables, we can customize every aspect of the component which is exposed with this CSS API. It looks like an API, right? Yeah, CSS APIs. So what are the foundations? The colors are full LI compliant. This is just an old image of the experiments the guys did while testing the colors and finding the proper contrasts between them in order to use them in all the rest of the design system, right? And of course, the same work was did for elevations, so establishing how is the depth of the different components, and I don't know, the popover will behave with a different shadow than the dialogue, just to give the proper depth on every aspect of the user interface. The spacing is just spacing scale based on 4 pixels, right? And yeah. And this is the topography. So every different aspect of headings, body, content, labels, and everything else was designed to adapt easily in automatic way to all the different viewports. Components. So for instance, the button, and sorry for this unuseful thing, which is made by Highlight.js, but for the button you will have just this selector and a lot of attributes to make it behave with the different variants or the different sizes or the different states which are in the design, and everything is fully customizable in CSS. This is an example for the input. When we create an input field, we will need for sure an area label to describe it for the assistive technologies. So considering this, we just used this area label value to make it work and change it into this at runtime. So what happens is that if you can use JavaScript, and JavaScript is enabled in the viewport, you will just have to write this, and at runtime the component will auto-wrap itself in the label, taking the value from the area label item, and this also avoids to use the for and the ID with the label, because it's implicit, and the label just is wrapping an input, so it already knows that it's related to that input. So this is why we decided to use this structure. And the same goes for selects and checkboxes and everything else. I have 7 minutes. All this stuff is what we already implemented in the UI kit. And this is the roadmap we're working on for the future. So our idea is to provide to every developer a semantic UI kit which can be easily integrated in every front-end framework like Angular or React or Vue, because they are just custom elements. They just work, even with React since the 19th version, but even since the 16th with some quirks, let's say. So what we are planning is to provide an entire UI kit and a design system for the community to, let's say, ease their developer experience in terms of accessibility implementations. Yeah, so that's the basic idea around this. And that's why we decided to use vanilla technologies to make it easily integrable in all the platforms and frameworks we are used to use. So save the date. The release candidate 1 will be released in 15 April of this year. I do have 5 minutes. So those are the links of the website. You can grab it with your camera if you want. And here you got the websites of DevDojo and Exene, which are the two, let's say, realities and companies that it's working on this thing. And that's all, folks.
Round of applause.
Thank you. I made it, man.
Yeah, you made it. Totally made it.
I didn't mess it up.
No, absolutely not. And by the way, as a colorblind, I would like to thank you for the work you are doing as an accessibility bard.
Thank you, man.
So another round of applause for Emiliano.
Thanks.
Okay. I think we have some time for questions now. Thank you also for being such a good sport earlier with the internet issues. Do we have any questions for Emiliano? Yeah, over here. You want to do?
Hi, thank you. What would be the use for, so what would be the process of using those components when you want to develop something? So you would download the package and what would be the process? So you want to build your own
For
website?
the integration, you
Yes.
mean?
Let's say you want to build your website, no frameworks, or something like HTMX or even React, let's say. What would be the process?
Yeah, you can just import the libraries from using them as dependencies, or you can even integrate them by using the, I don't know, some CDNs like Unpackage or stuff like this. So once you imported the library and the custom element registry is updated with the component you imported, they will be ready for the integration because it's just HTML. And I mean, Astro and Svelte and Vue just integrates them natively. In Angular, you just have to use the custom elements schema. And in React, you just have to import them if you use the 19th version. But if you don't, and you're using, I don't know, versions from the 16th and above, there are some guides on Google, on the internet, but even in our website to easily integrate the component even there. I hope I answered.
Yeah, so the result would be that you have your component with CSS, everything embedded, or
Yeah. Once
okay.
once you import the JavaScript part, you will get the CSS too. But if you are implementing interfaces in a no JavaScript environment, you can import just the CSS part of the libraries or of the components.
Thank you.
So, and then you have just to replicate the thing you see before about the input field with the label, as many people already does with Bootstrap, I don't know, just grab the snippet of the already made HTML for the Node.js environments.
Thank you. Any other questions? Everyone's feeling a bit shy.
Don't be shy, you're gonna earn some points. Everybody
Can't
wants
win.
points.
No?
I think it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay. Well, we also have your Shruti Award. I'll grab that. Okay. Come here. Amazing. So thank you also for being such an amazing champion for open source and for coming here today and for dealing with the impromptu interview that you had. Thank you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Look at me, Ma. I won a prize.
Thank you. So, before introducing our next speaker, I want to ask you a question. Why two functions break out? Because they stop calling each other. Whoa, it's getting cold out here. By the way, this was stolen to Misko. Okay, so now that the temperature is freezing thanks to this fantastic dead joke, before introducing our next speaker, I would like to ask you a real question, actually. So, how many of you have handled an Arduino? Yeah, I can see. A lot of people, a lot of people. In my scenario, it was the reason why I started started my path as a software engineer and the beginning of my obsession with LEDs. So it's like give and taking. By the way, our next speaker is a firmware engineer for Arduino, so he is indirectly shaping the future of a lot of future software engineers. So let me introduce to you Leonardo.
Thanks for the great introduction.
No problem, man.
Okay, let's start. Okay, thanks to Schrödinger for inviting me to accept my talk, and thanks Nana Bianca for this cool location. Okay, the title of my presentation is Scaling IoT Development with Zephyr, an embedded system OS for the future. Okay, there are a lot of buzzword IoT, Zephyr, embedded system. I will explain all this stuff. Okay, let's start with me, some self-promotion, okay? I'm Leonardo Cavagnis, I'm a firmware engineer in Arduino. In Arduino, I develop library, core, and stuff related to IoT, connectivity stuff, Edge AI, and other cool stuff. And also, I have a passion for sharing knowledge to convert complex technology in something that is clear. Okay. I do that with writing. I have a Medium blog in which I write stuff about IoT firmware development. And I share content on my LinkedIn page, and I'm part of a community that is called Italian Embedded Community that connects experts in the embedded system field. And I love to share my knowledge through talks in conferences like this one. Okay. Okay, stop for self-promotion. Okay, now we can start with the interesting stuff. I will introduce what is an embedded system, then what are the approaches in the embedded firmware developer. Then I will explain what is an operating system in embedded, and last but not least, I will explain what is Zephyr. Okay, how many firmware engineer, embedded system engineer, embedded developer in this room? Wow. Okay. Okay, I start with a crash course in embedded system. Wow. Embedded system 101. Okay, let's start. What is an embedded system? How many of you do you know what is an embedded system? Okay, that's fine. Okay, an embedded system is a computer. It's a computer system designed for specific tasks. Okay, our laptop is a general purpose computer. Instead, embedded systems are special purpose computing systems that are built for specific tasks, like, for example, a camera, a washing machine, a drone, because they are systems designed to perform specific tasks, like, for example, washing clothes. The brain of an embedded system is microcontroller. Is the microcontroller unit. It's the brain of an embedded system. In an embedded system, you can find more than one microcontroller. But in general, you have a main microcontroller and then other microcontrollers. What is a microcontroller? Microcontroller is the brain, so it controls the hardware and processes the data. Okay, we can summarize an embedded system with three blocks: sensor, microcontroller, actuators. With the sensor, an embedded system senses the world, so capture data from the environment, from the user. The microcontroller elaborates this data, and then react in the real world through actuators. What are actuators? Like, for example, an actuator is a motor, a relay. So react in a real environment. So, okay. A microcontroller is a system inside a chip, because a microcontroller is composed by the central process unit, okay, the microprocessor, and then the memory, RAM, and peripherals. What are peripherals? Like, for example, the input-output peripheral, the digital analog converter, the analog to digital converter, so the peripherals. Okay, how can I talk with this microcontroller? How can I program this microcontroller? I program this microcontroller with firmware. Okay, I'm a firmware engineer, so I write what? Low-level software. What is a low-level software? A low-level software, a firmware, is a software that runs on a microcontroller, and then they directly control another device. Okay, you can program a microcontroller in two ways, with two approaches. The first approach is called bare metal. In a bare metal approach, you don't have an operating system. You control directly the hardware, so the register. So you write the bit. You write the most difficult stuff, so you write with the hardware. This approach is lightweight, it's fast and deterministic because you control directly the hardware. But it's complex because it requires manual management of resources, task and timing. There is another approach that is more simple and that abstract. There is an abstraction layer, and it's called an OS-based approach. So an embedded system for an operating system for embedded system. In embedded system, we call this OS RTOS, Real-Time Operating System. What is a real-time operating system? A real-time operating system is an operating system designed for embedded system, so it's designed to run on resource-constrained device. What are the main features of an RTOS? The scheduler. With the scheduler, you can run multiple tasks. Instead, in a bare metal approach, you run a single task, a single big program, a while true loop. In a real-time operating system, the real-time words means deterministic behavior, because each task in a RTOS has a predictable response time. It means that each task has a deadline, okay? Because we have tasks that do critical operation. In RTOS, we can use inter-task communication, like in other operating systems, like, for example, sharing mechanisms like multiplexes, semaphores, and other. And an operating system for embedded system has a good power management because it's optimized to run in a low power CPU. And an approach to okay. Sorry. Okay. In RTOS, when a task is not executed, is removed from the memory, and then you waste few memory, you waste few power. Okay. There are a lot of RTOS, like for example, there are open source RTOS and proprietary RTOS. The most famous RTOS is the free RTOS, developed by Amazon Web Service open source, and it's one of the most widely used RTOS. And then there is Zephyr. Zephyr is developed by the Linux Foundation, and it's gaining traction recently in various industries, like for example in the IoT context. There are also proprietary RTOS, like for example ThreadX by Microsoft, WixWorks by WinDeliver, and Neutrino by BlackBerry. Okay, Zephyr. Zephyr is the name of a spring wind. And it's a name of an open source and community-driven RTOS. It's a real-time operating system developed by Linux. So imagine how it's large, it's broad, the community. The promises of Zephyr is to be scalable, secure, and modular, because we have to use this operating system in a low-power system up to complex IoT gateway. And another promise of Zephyr is to be compatible with with a wide, broad hardware support, hardware range of microcontroller, from MCU to system on chip, multiple architecture, and more. Okay, what is Internet of Things? Internet of Things, it means that give internet, so give connectivity in general to devices. So why we have to choose Zephyr for IoT? We have to choose Zephyr for IoT because Zephyr implements a rich connectivity stack. It's a security-first approach OS. it's designed for modularity scalability, and in the next few slides I will explain what does it mean. And because there is a strong community support, because it's supported by the Linux Foundation. Okay, let's start with the rich connectivity stack. What does it mean? It means that Zephyr OS implement as a native support for IoT and communication, and implement the most common communication interfaces, like, for example, Bluetooth Low Energy, Wi-Fi, Thread, LoRa, and QTT. In general, in a bare metal approach or in other operating systems, you have to install external library. So you have to depend from external library to use Bluetooth Low Energy, Wi-Fi. Instead, Zephyr OS born with embedded connectivity. So just to enable or disable the connectivity you want. Another great feature of Zephyr is the advanced security model. So Zephyr implements encryption. Algorithm encryption is compatible with the most common encryption algorithm. So you don't have to install external libraries to use encryption algorithm. It implements a secure boot. It means that only authorized firmware can run on a device. It's possible to implement a strict access control to the system resources, and it's compatible with hardware-assisted security. What does it mean, hardware-assisted security? In most recent microcontroller, the vendor add a specific component to use to implement secure algorithm. Zephyr is compatible with this chip that implement hardware cryptographic accelerator, and not only. Okay, scalability and modularity. Zephyr is efficient and scalable. What does it mean? That it's possible to enable, disable feature based on your project need. So you can implement Zephyr in a low power MCU up to complex IoT gateway. Zephyr is also flexible. What does it mean? That implement an over-the-air update for remote management, so you can install remotely through connectivity the firmware. In a bare metal approach, you have to implement at your own the over-the-air update. It's not an easy task. And another great feature of Zephyr is that it's has a modular architecture, and it's based on a device tree structure. What is device tree? Device tree is a set of files that describe the hardware. It means that the code is the same, so it's possible to port. The code is portable. The Zephyr code is portable. You have only to change the device tree, so the hardware implementation. It's an important feature in firmware development and embedded system, because in general, with the bare metal approach, the firmware, the software, depends strictly from the hardware. Instead, with this approach, just to change the device tree, and then you can move your code from a microcontroller to another microcontroller. Another great feature is the built-in driver. So Zephyr OS includes the most common driver for sensor, motor, display, and more. And thanks to device tree and config, it's easy to add custom driver for a specific sensor. Last but not least, is the ecosystem and community. Zephyr is open source and is supported by Linux. So imagine how it's large, how it's wide, the community behind. There is an engaged community with forum support channel. You can find a lot of documentation and tutorial on how to run Zephyr on microcontroller, on electronic board. And last but not least, it's supported with the major tech company, embedded system tech company, like, for example, Intel, ST Microelectronics, and Arduino. Okay, but why Zephyr is so powerful? Because the kernel, it's a microkernel. What is a kernel? The kernel is the core component of RTOS that is responsible to manage tasks, resources, and services. Zephyr has a microkernel. It means that the microkernel implements only the essential stuff. And then if you want to add peripheral, and other stuff you have to add. So it's the modularity feature of Zephyr. Instead, like for example, the competitor, the FreeRTOS, has a monolithic kernel. So it's not possible to disable single feature, but you have to take the monolithic kernel and then install. So the size of the kernel don't change. Instead, in the microkernel, you can change the size of your OS depend from your system. These are other differences between Zephyr and FreeRTOS. In Zephyr, you have a direct modularity thanks to the microkernel. You have a more advanced scheduler. So Zephyr is more complex. Zephyr is more complex to manage tasks, but we have a more advanced scheduler, because in FreeRTOS you can manage only the priority of a task. Instead, in Zephyr, you can manage a lot of things in task management. Okay, what is Arduino? How many of you know what is Arduino and use Arduino? Wow, great. Okay, Arduino is an electronic board, right? Yes, it's an electronic board. No, not property. Okay, Arduino is an Italian company. It's a global leader in open source hardware and software. In Arduino, we don't create only electronic boards. We create a complete platform for making interactive project, not prototyping, but project in general. What is platform? We create a platform composed by hardware, software, integrated development environment, cloud. We have a lot of stuff to create project. What is an interactive project? An interactive project is a project in which you interact with mechanics, with electronics, with the real world, with the user. So you can create the thing you want. In Arduino, this platform is designed to be accessible to all. And there is a large and active community on Arduino. So there are over 30 million developers in the world that use Arduino. Okay, what is the mission of Arduino? The mission of Arduino is to enable anyone to innovate by making complex technology simple to use. But who is anyone? Anyone are student, maker, and business. We have a business unit that is called Arduino Education. This is intended for school and to teach electronic and programming language to students. Then we have the maker, so for nerd people, to create project to solve real world problem in your home or your company or what you want. And then we have a business unit that is called Arduino Pro, that we help businesses to solve business use case with our platform. Okay, how we implement Zephyr in Arduino? Zephyr has two approaches with Arduino. Zephyr OS has a native support for Arduino board, so you can use directly Zephyr directly to some of the Arduino board. But there is another approach. If you don't want to use directly Zephyr, you can use the Arduino Zephyr approach. What does it mean? That we have implemented Zephyr in the background in the board. So you use the classic Arduino Sketch experience, but Zephyr run in the background. So you write the typical setup loop function, and then you use the typical Arduino approach. How it works, Zephyr in Arduino? In Arduino, we have, okay, in Arduino board, the traditional flow is the Sketch. The Sketch is the Arduino program. You compile the Sketch in a standalone library with all the stuff inside, and then you load this Sketch, this program, on the microcontroller through the bootloader. The bootloader is a very, very, very simple and small program installed in the microcontroller that takes the Arduino Sketch and install the Sketch in the memory, and then run the program. With Zephyr, we have used a different approach. In the microcontroller, we have a Zephyr loader. The Zephyr loader is not a bootloader, it's a big program that embeds the OS, the kernel of Zephyr. When you compile the Sketch, you compile a very light program that embeds only the stuff you need, and then you send this program to the Zephyr loader. And then the Zephyr loader dynamically take the program and then run the program, implement all the, managing all the Zephyr TOS stuff. So you use Arduino, and you don't know that inside there is Zephyr, but you take advantages of the powerful of Zephyr. So the responsibility of Zephyr are managing the scratch and then handle the hardware stuff inside. So the Zephyr loader manages the device tree to talk with the hardware, to talk with the microcontroller. Okay. The takeaway, summary. So in embedded system, as in other field, we need a scalable solution. Because we need scalable solution, because we have low power MCU up to complex IoT gateway. And Zephyr is a powerless solution for IoT project because we have the flexibility of the bare metal approach, because you can enable and disable what you need. But we have the advantages of the TOS. If you are interested in working with Zephyr, you can go to the official documentation that is wide, simple to understand, and easy to learn. And if you want to contribute to our core, you can go to github.com Arduino core Zephyr, and then you can help to improve our Arduino core for Zephyr, because at the moment it is in the beta version, but it works. Okay, if you are interested in more about Zephyr OS in Arduino, I recently, yesterday night, I finished to write this article on my Medium page. Okay, these are my contacts. Grazie.
Thank you, Leonardo. You work in one of the coolest part of the industry, in my opinion, but just my opinion, I don't know if anyone thinks that I'm correct, but
yeah, so we have some time to take some questions for you. Before we do, don't forget that asking questions is part of the gamification process. And if you're wondering how to get involved, if you turn over your attendee badge, there's a QR code that you can scan, and that should help you to have access. So does anybody have any questions? Yep.
Don't be heavy.
We'll bring the microphone to you.
Okay, non-technical question, but I couldn't get any of the Zephyr maintainers to tell me the answer. Why is there a kite as the icon for Zephyr?
Because Zephyr is a wind, is a spring wind. So it means that there is a kite.
Okay, all right, cool.
Yeah, asking the important questions. Anybody else? Equally important questions. Yeah, we have one at the back. Long walk.
Not that I know much about embedded systems themselves, but I do have a question about the languages you use in Zephyr OS. Why do I ask? Because generally it is C, either C or some assembly language. But now there is Rust, Zig, all of those new languages. Is Zephyr OS also thinking about using those like Linux is already doing with Rust? Or are you sticking with C, for instance, or C++ for one
Zephyr at the moment is implemented in C and C++.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And do you have an idea on even considering one of the new languages, or you think that it doesn't make
I don't know. I don't know, but there is more interest in the embedded system world to use Rust. But at the moment, Rust is a very, very small part.
Yeah, like kind of like Linux, although they are trying to adopt it a little more. I get you. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the question.
I think we had a couple more down here. Long walk all the way back.
I'm going to do a marathon today.
Getting your steps in.
Question. If I have an old Arduino board, can I run Zephyr on it, or do I need to buy a new board because it's more heavy and I need a more powerful board?
No. At the moment, it's a beta version, and there are some boards compatible with Zephyr, but the willing is to be Zephyr compatible with all the Arduino boards, because Zephyr is modular, so it's light, So it's possible to install Zephyr in a low-power Arduino board. So just to install the Zephyr loader, you can go to the Arduino docs, and then you will find the documentation about how to install in your board Zephyr and use it. What board do you have?
Arduino One board.
Arduino Uno.
Sì,
Uno
no.
R1, R2, R4, R3, you don't know.
No, it's quite 5 years old, something like that.
Ah, okay, R2, R1, okay. At the moment it's not compatible, but in the future I will.
Okay, I will buy a new board. Thanks.
Amazing. Did I see another hand? Yeah, at the back here.
Hello, thank you for the talk. I would like to more details about how OTA security is implemented.
How security is implemented is the question.
For the OTA updates, OTA.
I don't get the question. So the question is technically how the security is implemented.
How the OTA updates for the how you verify updates for the modules over the year?
Ah, okay, how to verify. Okay, in Zephyr there is a secure boot, so you can create a cryptographic key, and then you can create an authorized Zephyr OS loader, and then when you create your firmware, you sign this firmware with your private key, and then you send this firmware to the Zephyr loader, and if the private key is correct, you can install the firmware. Otherwise, the Zephyr loader will refuse the firmware. Okay?
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Amazing. I think if anybody else has any questions, we do have time. No, I think that might be everyone. Okay, thank you again for the amazing talk. And the moment that you have been waiting for, we do have your Shreddy Award as well for contributions to open source and being here today.
Here are your trophies for being an open source champion.
Thank you.
Amazing. Good stuff. Okay, so you're going to be hearing from me relatively soon, so I'm going to run away.
Yeah. So, how's the day going? How are you? Are you enjoying this? Yeah. You're still sleeping? So, a little bit of voice, please. Okay, good. Not an awkward moment, totally. By the way, if you are staying on your chair for too long, just remember that you can take a walk during the pause to visit our sponsors and to grab some stickers, some useful information, and a lot of things. So, our next speaker is a couple. They are fighting a battle for our future in our industry, the one about sustainability. Valeria is, and I quote, a developer with too many interests, while Claire is a long-time advocate for marginalized community. We can say the voice of the voiceless. Today, they are going to share their knowledge and their experiences of their path from being a community member to being a community leader. So please, a round of applause for Valeria and Claire.
It's very technical. We have a clicker.
Yeah. please, will help us?
The hold music stopped.
No, can you please play it again?
Pop, pop. No, it's not the one.
Thank you. I think we can start?
Yeah.
Okay. So, thank you, Ricardo, for the introduction. Today, we will talk about community. We will talk about being leaders, hopefully. We will talk about open source, of course, and cats. I don't know if everyone can see the cat here, but basically, think about the cat as us, even though we have only one. Oh, it works. So, Ricardo's already introduced us, but I'm Valeria. By the day, I'm a full stack developer at Jointly. And when like the sun goes down, I try to follow my many interests, as Ricardo said. I define myself as an atypical dev because I really like people as much talking to computers, and cats will be very present in our presentation. If you know us, I think that you can already say that we are very passionate about sustainability. I'm the tech lead of one of the working group of the TAG Environmental Sustainability in the CNCF, and I'm really passionate about sustainability and accessibility.
Yeah, and I'm Claire. You've already heard from me earlier today. I also have far too many interests, and this is how I ended up as a site reliability engineer. I kind of found that as a software dev, I had a lot of other interests. I also started off as a chemist at university doing environmental science as well. So pulling all of that together brought me to the technical advisory group for environmental sustainability as part of the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, as run by the Linux Foundation. It's a very long name. I also have been running communities for quite a while, but I've been looking for, like a tech community I could help with. So I've said there I like to share knowledge and help others succeed and build friendly and diverse communities, and hopefully that's what we're going to talk about today.
Yeah. So we will divide our presentation into a couple of chapters, and the first one is basically having the confidence to say yes when you have the possibility and join a community. We will tell our stories. I will start with mine. This is how I thought I could be in the next 10 years. So like telling everything I knew about technology to cats. And this is because I'm a very introvert person, even though I'm on the stage and I can see all of you. And so in my mind, aside from the imposter syndrome that's always there, I just couldn't join a community as an introvert person, of course. And why? Because when you're an introvert, you think that when you tell your point of view, that point of view is not as smart as the others. And everyone else in the room can tell like something that's smarter or something that's more interesting for others. And when you join a community, you have to fight that thought. And this is basically what happened for me. I had a person that told me, just do it and go there. And when I started in joining a community, which was the TAG, I thought that, okay, when I talk to people, when I tell my idea, that idea is valued and people actually listen to me. And also, I just wanted to show this to you. I had a spoiler. I made a spoiler for me, but yeah. That person was like, do that. I think that you will be good joining a community. We'll have interesting things to say. So, yeah, do it. And when you join a community, you hopefully find a person of reference. We will talk a lot about mentors, because when you have a person of reference in a community, that person of reference is not just someone you can imitate, but it's also someone who you talk to when you have ideas and you're like, oh, I don't know how to say those ideas, so people find it interesting. And those people can give you a feedback, which is very, very important in a community. And I just had to learn to step out of my comfort zone. Don't think too much about things. People actually don't really care if you are saying like super things. Like people actually listen to you and maybe do not agree, but people usually in communities are very welcoming. And when you fight that fear of talking to people, actually, the other side is like some kind of a rainbow with birds and like the jingle that was played before. And cats, yeah. And also, one thing that I missed before is that for me, joining a community was like my way of contributing to open source. I've always had difficulties in contributing to open source in the more classical way, so like opening GitHub issues and writing code. Not that I'm like a bad developer, hopefully, but it wasn't just my way of contributing. I just wanted to talk to people and like organize events and make like more people things. So, and then when I joined the community, I found that contributing to open source became easier. So we actually opened so many GitHub issues. We will see later. And the last thing is that a community, when you join a community, you actually find a place that for you feels like a home. And like you find so many friends, like Claire, we found each other actually in the community, and now we're on the stage just like friends. Yeah. I think you can introduce yourself.
Yes. So my experience started off a bit more like this. 5 years ago when I was a graduate, stepping into, from a sciencey background into tech and just kind of going, do people actually know what they're doing? I'm not sure. I was really struggling with a lot of imposter syndrome. I think when you come from a different background, sometimes it can be very, I'm lacking that bit of information, and like finding people that will happily share that with you and teach is quite hard sometimes. I was also kind of lacking support, so I started to look for a community of more like-minded people. I think open source was where I gravitated to. People tend to be quite friendly. Communities really need contributors, which I think helps because people are really looking for somebody that's gonna, want to help out and be quite driven. I wasn't really looking to lead. As I said, I've done a lot of that elsewhere, but I had transitioned in those 5 years to somebody who was a bit more confident to say, yeah, why not? I'll have a go. So my takeaways and the ways that I got here are, firstly, I transitioned to being a site reliability engineer. I think that learning to fail is a massive principle of SRE. You take calculated risks. You spend your time figuring out how you can actually fail and learn from it, post-mortems. When you apply that to your everyday life, you start to be able to fail more easily. Because even if I mess up right here on this stage, next time I'll learn how not to do that. My next point was don't underestimate the value of conference networking. Great idea to talk to the people in this room. Lots of these people will have the key to your next opportunity or keynote earlier, come and speak, tell them things. This is really convenient for me and is how I got into the position I'm in now because I just took the opportunity to talk to somebody. And the folks in open source welcomed and guided me with enthusiasm. People added me to channels. They told me how I could get involved. I think that kind of openness really took me to somebody that's a bit more confident to stand here. I think 5 years ago, I would have cried if I had to do this. I also found a community of like-minded and friendly people, as Valeria has already said. And I found a really great mentor. I think that he took me from a position that was really dampening my confidence, somewhere where I wasn't able to freely be myself, and showed me how I could be. He kind of gave me the confidence to go and do other things and became a sounding board when I had new things I wanted to do and questions. I think he really is like a champion for me. And if you can find somebody like that when you're feeling a little unsure, they can be really beneficial. And they can also, as I said, take you out of situations where you're just not feeling as confident as you could be. And that kind of all led me to change in the 5 years to somebody that's a bit more able to say yes, fail, have a go. And I think that's what ends up being good leadership. some of the things and the why of why you might want to step up in a community. We as leaders have managed to do an environmental sustainability week with over 20 different countries participating. We have learned new skills, become speakers, meetup organizers. The tag also works really closely with a lot of CNCF projects trying to improve sustainability. And a lot of the big names are people that we end up working with and networking with, lots of people that care about sustainability. We also have people talking at conferences, we have huge meetups, we have people speaking on podcasts, and we have lots of meetups in person.
And please look at this slide. There's an Easter egg. We give you like 5 seconds, and later in the day you can tell us which is the Easter egg.
Yeah, if you look really closely, there's 2 things that are kind of a miss, and if you know how Paris looks, you'll know why.
Yeah, 5 seconds have passed, so.
Cool. So open source communities need proactivity. We've kind of given you the intro, what our situations were, but how can you get involved? Firstly, decide how you can help. How much time do you have to spend? Communities need people that can invest their time. If you don't have a ton, you can still help out by leading a small feature. You can pick up just anything that your skills and passions align with. If you're somebody who really knows how to build a community or write documentation, or you see an event that could happen, just step up and say, hey, I'd like to have a go. You can also mentor new people. So if you're somebody who is in a community where you need a new leader, but you don't have enough time, you can do it for a brief amount of time whilst you teach somebody else how they can take it on for you. There are also many different ways to lead. I think this one is a really key thing. It's very different in open source communities to maybe your typical career, where your role is very set in stone and you're trying to progress in your career. These are all volunteer-led positions generally, and that means that you're more leading and collaborating together. It's really important to remember that you can lead by example. You don't necessarily have to be the elected chair of this thing. You can just go out and start saying yes and showing other people and being an active contributor and making the community very friendly. I would say top tip, find a leader you're inspired by and figure out what they do well and how you might be able to emulate it. Perhaps they are somebody that just does that one thing really well and somebody else does that, and you can create your own leadership style from that. I wanted to earmark as well that this is why diversity is really important. We get a lot of benefit from a lot of different perspectives in leadership, but people often don't feel very willing to step up when they don't see somebody like them. So we're hoping, here today, maybe we can inspire a few more people. I would recommend if you have other people, again, be that mentor or champion for them, speak up for them. That's really beneficial. And the key thing is how you can find those leadership opportunities when you've decided what you want to do and how you're going to be able to do it. I would recommend starting with the unofficial, the leading by example. This is things like raising more PRs, or maybe you have an idea and you suggest it to somebody. Take ownership of it, finish that, show that you can complete something in your community. People will then be more willing, because you've already demonstrated how you're going to be a good leader, to accept you when opportunities come up in your community. And they will, because this is, again, mostly volunteer. People might have to move on. It's not like you sign up and that's it for life. So they might come up in your own community and you can kind of move on. Alternatively, if you're really looking for an opportunity and you can't find it, you can keep looking for communities that are starting to dwindle. Even if your community is very active, if a leader moves on and there's nobody else willing to step up, it can start to kind of dwindle. You can maybe take your expertise and passion and help somebody that needs it. Alternatively, and I wouldn't recommend doing this if you're just looking to be a leader, this isn't a great path, but if you haven't found your community yet, or where your passion sits, or maybe you found a space in open source that just is missing, you can be the person that creates that community and really leads it from the start and the ground up, and that is also a really good opportunity as well. So moving on from kind of like the how can we do this and the why can we do this, we're gonna pass the baton over to Valeria, who is going to introduce the what.
And of course, I'm Pikachu and you're Eevee.
I've been told this. I did not have a choice.
There's no choice, yeah. Okay, so Claire already introduced the fact that when you join a community, then at some point, maybe you become a leader of the community, just like how happened with us. And we wanted to give you a toolkit. Please, this is just our idea and just how we would describe a leader. We are, of course, open for other suggestions, and if you agree with us, then we can also discuss that. Yeah, I imagine a leader just like this cat. I don't know if everyone can see that, but yeah. So, leadership is not just about having more responsibilities than other people in the community. A leader is someone who inspires others, is someone who empowers the other people in the community, is also someone who guides the community and the path of the community itself, is someone who motivates. We've already said before, we talked about mentors and so on. Is someone who makes decisions because someone has to. Is someone who communicates effectively. When you're a leader, you have to tell people what are your thoughts and what you want the community to become. And so you have to communicate effectively for all the people that are already in the community and also to the other people that maybe will join the community. But mostly a leader is someone who cultivates an environment where others can grow. So leadership is not just about responsibility. We think that this is the most important point of being a leader, actually.
Yeah, I don't think either of us would be here without it.
No, yeah. But how you become a leader and what are your tasks as a leader? As a leader, we said before that you kind of become a pillar for the community, not because without you the community doesn't exist, but because you are like the point of reference for the other people. And what you can do to become a pillar for the community. We highlighted some examples of the things that we think that are very important for a leader to do. And so a leader has to make sure that everyone feels supported and has the opportunity to contribute. Is someone who creates a friendly and welcoming environment. Is also someone who ensures that the community stays true to its values and goals for people that are already in the community and for people who will maybe look for a community. But also is someone who has to understand that as a leader, you have to continue, even if things get slow. We talked about it before. Community activities are volunteer activities, not work, so things can become, can get slow. And for example, our community is actually experiencing restructuring, and this could be an opportunity where people stop doing things. But we actually think that it is an opportunity for our community to become maybe something else, maybe something more interesting for others. And so keep it up, even if things change or get slow. And we imagine leaders as this pillar with such fancy high heels. The second point we wanted to highlight was about your reflection on your skills. And so, you have to look at the mirror. We said before that we had added many cats, but we also like raccoons. So
I think I do this in the morning every day.
Yeah. And what do we mean with that? As a leader, leadership is not a destination. It's just the start of something new, and it is actually a continuous journey of improvement. So you have to ask for feedbacks for other people in the community or other mentors maybe, and you have to constantly ask yourself if you're doing things in a correct way, or if you can change something so the community gets better. You have to inspire future leaders because hopefully at some point, maybe if you have to step out of the community or if you have other things in your life that make you stop doing that leadership activities, hopefully someone else can get that position. So, and how you do that? You have to constantly create leadership opportunities so other people can try, and maybe they will like doing leadership activities. You have to also recognize and amplify emerging talent in the community. You have to constantly look at the other people in the community and understand what their skills are. So maybe they like more speaking to other people, or they like writing code more, or everything else. But also as a leader, you have to be transparent about the challenges you've overcome and communicate them to other people. Last but not least, you have to know how to collaborate and delegate. This is because as a leader, maybe we tend to think that we are the only people that can do that single thing because we have the responsibility. We are not alone as leaders. And as we've said before, community activities are volunteer, so please prevent burnout, both for yourself and for the other people in the community. And the last point is to aim for distributed responsibility, so you don't have a single point of failure in the community. Because even though one single person maybe cannot join the meeting doesn't have to stop, it have to continue. And so we've come to the end. So the thing that we want to say to you is that communities actually need every one of you, because everyone here can contribute in a way, which is talking to the other people, giving ideas, or writing even a support message.
Yeah. So this one's Valeria is the cat, and I'm the person saying please.
Yeah,
but my call to action for you is just to figure out what your community needs now and start there. There's no point in kind of doing something that isn't needed, and I'm sure there is something somewhere. I think that Jennifer Petoff, she wrote recently, she wrote the SRE handbook, if you don't know, but she wrote a really good article that was more career-based but very relevant here. And in that, she references a quote that says, "A door is never closed to those who know how to knock." I recommend that here, you're knowing how to knock is just having the confidence to say yes, and communities will disappear without you. True fact. We also have collated a couple of resources. The Jennifer Petoff thing that I mentioned is on here. And these have all been reviewed and approved by Valeria's cat Mochi, so you have to read them. And that's all, folks. We clearly had the same idea.
A lot of experiences shared with our guests. So, here I am to ask you if anyone has some question. Here I come.
How would you say joining a SIG or joining one of these technical communities, how did it change your approach to your technical contributions? How you choose them, how you discuss them, what you do before you make a commit?
Yeah, I think from joining the technical advisory group has kind of changed my perspective in the way that, like, I don't actually do a lot of the code-based commits. I kind of delegate those to other people. So for reference, I run the working group advocacy group, and then Valeria is my technical lead. So does a lot of the website-based things. I think compared to at work, it's a lot more community-led, so there'll be a lot more discussion. I think there's a lot more looking for information coming from the community and people who have more varied ideas than we do. I think it's a lot slower too in some ways, but more beneficial because we actually spend the time together to really think about it.
Yeah, we actually have many meetings in the community. Our working group meets every 2 weeks, and we have 30 minutes to talk about a list of tasks or a list of things that we want to do in the future and months, or if we have a big event such as KubeCon, we have basically a lot to discuss because we have booths and people that will talk about the topics and so on. So we actually write not much code, but we have to constantly update a website, the website of the community, and basically make sure that everyone is aligned to the activity of the community.
Yeah. I think also from like after joining the tag, my interactions with other communities maybe changed too. So knowing how much I'm just begging for anyone, literally, please help me, then I was more willing to be like, hey, I saw this bug, here's a PR, thanks. Because I have been that person that's just like, yes, please help.
So, any other question? Okay, so it's time for your trophies.
My turn now.
Get ready.
Do we have the jingle? I really like the jingle. Sorry. Oh, thank you.
Round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you for being an open source champion.
I have so many things to bring here.
Okay, now I'm going to remind you about the gamification part of the event. You can scan the QR code right on your neck, not the tattoo, the one pending. All right. So, while our next speaker is getting microphoned, I'm going to introduce him really slowly. I want to introduce him using 3 words that starts with letter C. Code, coffee, and cycling. Probably you already guessed who he is. His name is Maciek. He told me that this is the right pronunciation. Okay.
And I have the microphone already.
Hey, he has the microphone. So he is a security community manager.
Yeah.
Am I right? Okay. With a PHP background.
With a PHP background
and also host.
And I would even say with the WordPress background. I know that can be scary for some of people. I know. But it's not that bad, really.
He's also host of the Coffee and Code show. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So, you think your time? It's your time?
I think it's my time. Yeah.
Okay. So, round of applause.
So look, I have a very interesting story to share. Last year, we managed to remove 1,000 plugins from the official WordPress repository during 1 month. That's quite a lot, right? I'm sure that there are many frameworks that don't even have 1,000 additional assets, add-ons, or whatever. And WordPress had 1,000 vulnerable inside of their official repository. So this will be the story of how we did it, how it even happened, what were the consequences, and what you can learn from this. Because WordPress made some things bad, but I hope that all of you will learn and correct those mistakes in your project. So let's go. As already mentioned, I work at PatchStack as a security community manager. And finally, I will have a chance during this talk to explain what the security community manager does, because it's quite complicated, really. So, I will start with an unpopular opinion. I know that a second ago I said that we closed 1,000 plugins, but I still think that WordPress is very secure, seriously. We are talking about the CMS that powers over 40% of the internet. No other CMS is even near. I think that Shopify has around 6 or 7% of the market. So the difference in terms of the market share is huge. So this also means that every hacker every hacker's dream is to find a vulnerability inside of WordPress. But they aren't finding them, because last year, for example, we only found 7 vulnerabilities inside of WordPress core, and none of them were severe. Year earlier, also 6 or 7. And again, none of these were severe vulnerability. So I can really say WordPress is the safest open source CMS out there. But there is a small catch. You can't use any plugins, which is kind of the thing why most of us install WordPress, because it has this great and enormous ecosystem. And if we look at the numbers, we'll see that 96% of the vulnerabilities found in 2024 were caused by plugins. To be exact, 7,633 vulnerabilities were found in WordPress plugins. To compare, only 7 in core and only 346 inside of themes. So yeah, plugins are the biggest problem. This is also another interesting set of numbers. We can see that year after year in WordPress we are discovering more and more vulnerabilities. But that's a good thing, because it means that more companies are investing in WordPress security. We are able to detect more of those vulnerabilities, because it's not only us as PatchStack. There is also WordFence, there is also WP Scan, and altogether we will manage to find this almost 8,000 vulnerabilities this year, compared to only 4,000 in 2022. So the amount of vulnerabilities is growing. We can also see that we are finding more and more critical vulnerabilities. But that's a good thing, because if we can find them, developers can fix them. At least most of them, because 33% of vulnerabilities never get fixed, so that's kind of a problem. But most of it is. And let's remember, we have to know what the WordPress ecosystem is in general, because the core is just one part, and we already said that this is the safe one. The themes and plugins, those are the most vulnerable parts, and there's also the meta part that takes care of all the systems around WordPress, and it's relatively safe. I mentioned that we found them in the official repository. So I think I will start with what even is the official repository. So this is this very beautiful website where you can download all the plugins and themes, but also you will find it inside of every of your WordPress installation. Every time when you log in into your WP admin, go to add the plugin, add the theme, you will see a list from where you can install a third-party component with a one click. So it's very easy, it's very simple to use. It's much simpler to use than using any other marketplace or any other source of those components. That's why the official repository is the default choice when we are adding new components to WordPress. And right now it holds over 60,000 plugins. Quite a lot, right? But remember this number, because there is a small catch about this. Everything there has to be open source and has to be free. That's why there is also a lot of those freemium plugins that are only only a part of their functionality is for free, and for rest you will have to pay, but outside of the official repository. The official repository not only takes care of, it's not only a place from which you download the things, it's also the place that helps you update them, or sometimes even auto-update, because WordPress has this feature of auto-updating plugins and themes. And it's a public place, so after going through an initial review of your code, it will be published. But the problem is that this review happens only once. So if your initial version is secure, that's great. But if you will add, because of your mistake, a vulnerability inside of your update, this won't ever be reviewed, at least not by the official WordPress team. That's why all the, let's call it third-party researchers like PatchStack, like WP Scan, like WordFence are so important. At PatchStack, we run this regular bug bounty every month. It's very simple. You know, hackers report vulnerabilities. They get experience points for it. Based on the experience points, they take some place in the leaderboard, and they are awarded with money. And next month, they will do the same and the same and the same. It's pretty simple. Of course, if you know how to find vulnerabilities, because I can't. It's not that easy, you know? Back then, our bug bounty had two very important limitations. First of all, we only accepted reports for plugins or themes that had at least 1,000 installs. And also, they had to be updated during the last 3 years. And do you know how old is WordPress? Guess, how old it is? 25. I have a t-shirt when we celebrated 50 years. Yes, WordPress is that also. 3 years compared to this, it's nothing. I mean, one of the popularest plugins, Yoast SEO, is 15 years old. But probably Hello Dolly has 25 years at least. So these were huge limitations. In October, because you know, October is a cybersecurity month, and we decided, yeah, let's launch a special event. Let's make it fun. So we decided to remove those limitations. We treated low install plugins as ones that would have 1,000 installs. We removed the limitation of 3 years since last update. But there was an exception that the report for that the vulnerability had to have a score of 6.5 or bigger. So we were sure that those reports aren't kind of trashy. And, well, that's how the biggest bug bounty started, with removing of 2 rules. So on 1st of October, we started. I announced it on our Discord, and this is one of the things that I do. I announce things on Discord. Honestly, we didn't think that it would be something huge. We thought that, yeah, we will remove some old plugins from the repository, but that's it. On the 4th of October, we already got 90 reports, but we still didn't think anything huge will happen because some researchers are playing it more strategically, so if they know that during the previous month they won't advance much by reporting something, they leave some of the reports for the next month to have a head start. So the fact that we have 90 reports was, okay, probably nothing huge will happen. In the background, the whole Matt Mullenweg versus WP Engine debacle started, and we were a bit afraid that some researchers will be distracted by it. Also, we were kind of distracted by it because it was pure chaos. It still is. On 7th October, we saw that the amount of submission kind of plateaued, so we only get 123. So we were like, yeah, probably we will end up with around 500. And back then, our record for 1 month was more than 600 reports. So a week later, we saw that the amount of reports is growing. And at this point, we were almost certain that we will beat our previous record of this 632, if I remember. But the most important thing happened on 16th of October. Many researchers started saying on our Discord, yeah, we finally downloaded all the plugins that had from 1 to 999 installs. Why it's important? First of all, because of the previous rules, most of our researchers only worked with this part of the repository that was important from them, so with 100 installs plus. On the other hand, you know, if you take part in such an event, you don't analyze one plugin after another. You look for patterns. In short, you are regexping on gigabytes of files. You just look for patterns. And remember when I told you that the official repository consists of 60,000 plugins? Guess how many has less than 1,000 installs? I was surprised. I thought you were right because we started it with 50, but not percent, 50,000. 5/6 of WordPress repository consists of plugins that, compared to WordPress scale, no one almost uses. And also interesting fun fact, it weighed 72 gigabytes. So yeah, people were regexping on 62 gigabytes of data. It was really cool. I'm sure they had a lot of fun. And we started seeing the amount of reports growing. This was the first moment when our triage team started to have a bit of a problem with keeping up with triaging the stuff. But we decided to spice things up because, well, why not? So we added a new rule. If all of you discover 1,000 vulnerabilities, we'll pay extra $100 to everyone who submitted at least 10 reports. Because why not? Our triage team was already tired, so if they are already tired, it won't get any better, right? And then this is my second role as a security community manager. I'm a cheerleader on Discord. So I was cheering them up. Hey guys, it's only 31 reports per day. Go for it. You can do it. You'll make it. And at some point we were at something like this. Really, we posted on Twitter, hey guys, we have 600 reports. Then I press refresh, 679, and I'm, oh God. If we had at least a premium account, we could update the number, but we didn't. We had a free base. So yeah, it was getting really difficult to manage all of it. On 25th of October, we hit it, 1,000 valid reports. And a lot in the backlog, because like I said, our triage team, they were really tired. So on 29th, we started to joke around because we have 1,240 valid reports. So what is the funny number next? 100, 337, right? It was a joke. We thought it's a joke. In the meantime, on the 31st of October, some people started to realize that plugins are getting missing from the official repository. People thought that this is somehow connected with this whole Matt Mullenweg versus WP Engine thing happening. But no, it wasn't. It was just us and researchers. Also, it's not only we had a lot of work, not only our triage team, our researchers, but also the WordPress review teams. Because every time when we weren't able to contact the creator of a plugin, we had to reach out to the WordPress review team. So you can imagine that for almost a month, someone who managed the review email, when he woke up, opened their email, he just saw Darius from Patchstack, because Darius took care of it. He sent over 1,000 emails to them. We are really happy that they didn't block us, because we were really afraid that at some point they will say, we don't want to take care with Patchstack anymore. We're tired. No one pays us for this. On the 4th of November, there were still 4 reports to get reviewed. And you can see that Stealthcopter was leading by 1 point. But on the 5th, the final results were in. 1,570 valid reports. And Keynerds won by 2 experience points. On the last stretch during those 4 last reports. But honestly, I'm also really amazed what the guy, the SoproBro on the 3rd place did. Because if you can see, he submitted 534 reports. 1/3 of everything was submitted by one guy. I mean, that's crazy. Tell me, how many of you ever found 500 vulnerabilities inside of your entire career? And this guy did it in a month. Next month, he didn't want to report anything. He was tired. Keynote even mentioned that the last 24 hours, he just wasn't sleeping. He was just reporting stuff. Because you know, finding a vulnerability is one place, writing a report is another thing. And what's interesting, AI is quite useful for writing reports. So it's over. Quite an event, right? We found vulnerabilities in 1,536 plugins and 35 themes. More than 1,162, we had to report it to the WordPress review team, which almost means, and that's the sad part, that those plugins were abandoned because there were no one on the other side to respond to this. And now you can divide this amount by 30 days and see how much emails they got every day, and sometimes there was also a reply and something pure fun. 270 reports had a CVSS score of 8+. So we really did find a lot of dangerous stuff inside. And in the end, we were happy to pay $17,000 to all the researchers. So it turned out that some of the researchers, after being pinged by the WordPress review team, fixed their plugins. So in the end, only 946 plugins got removed permanently from the repository. And that's good, right? But there is a catch, and a sad one. WordPress has a great mechanism of informing you that there is an update for a plugin. But it doesn't have a mechanism informing you that the plugin got closed, or let me be more specific, that the plugin was closed because of security reasons, it's dangerous, you should remove it. And probably I should add a few swear words too to make it more, but it's recorded and I don't want YouTube to block you. We decided to change our rules a bit to make sure that every plugin, even those with lower install counts, will have a chance to get reviewed, because that's important. The fact that we found that many plugins in 1 month was also a consequence of the fact that all of the bounty programs in WordPress ecosystem kind of omitted those small and old ones. So we decided to change it because, you know, there's a lot of them. And there are 2 absolute favorites that we found during this bug hunt that were absolutely wow. You'll see. If you added ID equals 1 to the URL, you would get logged in as the person who has an ID number 1. Of course, if you would go with 2, 3, 4, at some point you would probably find this account. What's interesting, we didn't found 1 occurrence of this. We found 5 of them by different authors. And another one, more advanced, there was a registration endpoint. And if the user already existed, you got logged in as this user instead of... I knew that you would like it. I thought that you should, I don't know, write this username is taken. But they did a bit different approach. So Stylecotter had quite a lot of luck with finding those ones. Pure magic. Also, a month later, WordFans did a similar event. They got 700 reports. They didn't share how many of those got closed or anything more. But even if we assume that, let's say, additional 100 plugins got closed, that's amazing. It would mean that during 2 months, we remove really more than 1,000 plugins from the repository, vulnerable plugins. That's great. And I would like to ask you for a really short round of applause for those guys, because they did a really tremendous job. You know, some of them didn't sleep for a lot of time. But yeah, they did it. Also, huge thanks for WordPress review teams, because well, it was difficult for them too. Also for our triage team, for Darius, for Rafi, for Ananda, Kurshad, Chas, and Edward. I really can't imagine how difficult it was for them. Like I said, I was just a cheerleader on Discord, so I was just, hey, report more, we'll do it. And they were doing it. So to sum up, WordPress got safer, like ever before, so that's cool. But like I mentioned, the fact that we don't have notification, that's horrible. And you know what is funny? We have an API. We have an API for this. We do. It works. But it's still not implemented. And with all those changes, things happening right now in the WordPress ecosystem, because there was a project to introduce it inside of core, but probably it won't happen for at least a year. Well, it's not that important, it seems. Another thing that I think it's quite sad, that the security researcher work isn't seen as WordPress contribution. You know, because those are hackers, they are destroying stuff, right? They are even giving WordPress a bad name. And sadly, that's the thing. I do think that security researcher work should be considered equal as any other work that happens in the ecosystem. All of us work together to make this CMS working. Better or worse, but yeah, they are a very important part of it. Yeah, we need a better review mechanism, right? Because the thing that we have currently with just the initial review, it's bad. The truth is that most of reviewing is on the hands of third-party companies, like PatchStack, like WordFence, and like WPScan. The truth is that in most ecosystems, the creators of the plugins should take care of bounty programs, not third-party companies. But we are doing it the WordPress way, a bit different. And while WordPress security and review teams are amazing, they are doing a lot of great, amazing work, the truth is they are too small and they are underfunded. Because those are volunteers. And this means that they can only do reactive work. For example, during this month, they had really a lot of work by managing, closing, and contacting with the authors about those reports we got. But that's only reactive work. The truth is, it should happen a different way. WordPress should work in a more proactive way, but without any changes, this won't happen. So, it's time for your questions.
Round of applause for this amazing story. Thank you for sharing.
They asked me to come ask questions. Any questions from the crowd before we get started? Honestly, thank you for this, and not just the talk, the actual getting this done is incredible.
Like I said, I was just cheerleading.
Yeah.
and you know, I was cheerleading, and now I'm just going from conference to conference, and I say, look, we did it.
So has anyone here participated in a bug bounty before?
Yeah, I have a question here.
Oh, excellent.
In a previous slide, you showed that even 35 themes were with some vulnerabilities. Am I right?
Yeah.
I don't know much about plugins, but my question is, how come a theme that I'm expecting to be static content to actually have vulnerabilities? I don't know anything about that one. So how come?
So in short, theme can have functionality too. Themes aren't static.
Okay.
So you can put any PHP code inside of it. And if you can put any PHP content inside of it, this means you can put any vulnerability inside of it, and they do it. For example, very often they forget to sanitize stuff. So that's one of the most. I mean, cross-site scripting is the plague of WordPress. We see it, I think during this bug bounty we had 60% of the reports were related to cross-site scripting.
Okay, I gotcha. Thank you very much.
Any other questions on here? I've got two questions for you, actually. I found this really interesting. So around bug bounties, it's always extremely competitive, and I really liked adding the element of making it slightly cooperative, monetized cooperation. But what would you do to sort of improve that aspect of getting them to work together towards at least the goal of a number?
This is kind of the thing that we realized around a year ago, that this is a good idea, because that's the biggest problem with bug bounties. In a way, it's hard to make people help others because you are creating a competition for yourself. That's why, for us, it was so important to start with building a community. Our Discord server we're doing a lot to make it as active as possible. We see a lot of experienced researchers helping the ones who are just starting. So in general, the idea of putting that much work inside of the community, I mean, that's why kind of they hired me. Because we knew that the community around this is very important. And if we look what PatchStack in general is doing, we need to have those vulnerabilities so we can then provide our clients with information that, hey, there is a vulnerability inside of one of the plugins that you are using. And we can be the fastest ones because we will get those reports directly. Okay, we pay for those because that's kind of the weird thing of those WordPress bug bounties. We, WordFans, WP Scan, we pay for other plugin authors. So there are only 2 or 3 companies that pay for bug bounties out of their own pocket. Weird system, right?
Yeah, we can do security better. So I think, WordPress, Kubernetes, very, very different communities, but we've run bug bashes over CNCF for a couple of years. We've actually switched the model now to security slams, and if you're going to be at KubeCon EU like next week or so, go check that out. Where we're actually shifting to do like proactive security awareness. Do you think that's something that you would put in place here, or something that you might do for WordPress?
The problem is, problem with WordPress is that it's easier to start with. And the problem, why is a problem? It sounds like a good thing. But this means that we have a whole big range of types of developers that are creating those plugins. So we have some group of very experienced developers or companies who take security very seriously. And they are already on the proactive path.
Yeah.
Every time we talk with guys from WP Engine, when we talk with guys from Elementor, they are really taking it so seriously. It's amazing. On the other hand, right now with the whole vibe coding, yes, we will see a lot of plugins with vulnerabilities. And when we will ask authors, hey, fix it, we will probably get a response, yeah, but Cursor says it's okay. Oh yeah, sorry. You're right. Of course, Cursor is right. So yeah, and with those people, it will be hard to talk about any proactiveness if they don't entirely know what they are doing. Yeah. And of course, most of it is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
And we have a lot of companies that, even if they make mistakes, they learn from it. We had so many plugins when we saw how they change over the years, from ones that, yeah, we had a lot of vulnerabilities, to one that, okay, now it's nothing happening. But also, we have people who think that security researchers are the enemies. So that's a problem. And that's why I was saying that it would be very important for having them seen as equal contributors. Because right now, they're seen, as hackers. Those bad hackers in hoodies with green lights in the background, things like this, right? And they are not. It's something totally different. That's also why we're trying more to use the term security researcher. Because did you ever saw a bad security researcher on the TV show? But there was a lot of bad hackers, right?
Yeah, that's true. White hat, black hat.
A small thing, but it also adds up, especially when we look at the amount of people who don't have that much experience. So it's really important. Every word matters.
Yeah. Very, very cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maciek. Now it's time for the trophy.
My second one. I will have 2 of them at my home.
More than DiCaprio. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Maciek. Thank you, everyone.
If you want some really cool swag, I have something. I even have some cool tattoos.
Can I use windsurf for my security issues?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yes, yeah, okay. Can I trust AI?
I heard it's better than cursive.
Yes, it is better than cursive.
It is. Go
We
for
should
it.
always trust generative AI.
Of course.
Yes.
I mean, what can go wrong, right?
Right? Nothing at all. Thank you, Ricardo. Thank you very much. Stay on stage with me. Okay, so don't run away just yet. A reminder before we all go to lunch. Well, a few reminders. First one, we have 55 minutes to have lunch and be back here on time. Please, we beg you, please be back on time so that the speaker can have a full audience. Thank you very much. Second reminder, this year, if you want to have drinks on Schrödinger hat, you gotta play the gamification game, because otherwise, no drinking. So do the gamification app, do the plays, do the game, win the points, win the drink. Okay, and guess how you can win the drinks? By going to the sponsorship area, where you can talk with our wonderful sponsors and give feedback to our speakers, and so on and so forth. Another important point, we have also a few non-profit organizations in the sponsor area, which is also very important. One of them is about equal rights for pay and all of the other things between all genders. So that's pretty important. Please go and say hi to them as well. The name is very long, so I'm just going to call them M71A, which is like the official numbered name. Please go and say hi. And also, Nana Bianca is there as well with one of their booths. Say hi to them too. And for the rest, please remember to share your stories, give feedback, and I will see you here in 55 minutes. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful lunch. and tell us everything. Thank you very much. Edoardo. Thank you.
Hi. So, first thing, this thing is working, nice. Let me just... All right, great. So, first of all, thanks a lot for having me here. It's a pleasure to talk at Open Source Day. And this is what I'm going to talk about. It's not a specific topic, it's a bunch of topics that are related to my career as a musician, developer, and astrophysicist. So let me just start without further ado with the talk. So let me just give you a brief outline of what I'm going to talk, what this is going to be all about. So I'll start. I just want to tell you how I got into programming and software development. So I started as doing cosmological simulations, and how I switched to the world, so the observations of the world with machine learning and satellite data. And then I'll talk a little bit about Nanorow Steel. I don't know if anyone of you knows about my band, but this is also something I'm pretty proud of that I have achieved. And so I'm going to talk about a couple of songs that are related to astrophysics and programming. So it's going to be just a mixture of topics, and I hope you'll bear with me if it's going to be quick, but I hope at least it's going to be interesting. So let me start with the universe. So I started coding because I did a PhD in astrophysics, and it turns out that if you want to understand the universe, no one nowadays really, basically no one does things like with paper and pencil. They really need to know how to use computers and do calculation on a large scale. So if you want to understand how the universe from the initial stages of the Big Bang moved on and so this is, you see on the x-axis is time, and these are just slices that you find. On the y-axis, they are two-dimensional slices of the universe, so you see how from this point, from the Big Bang, things evolve and turn into galaxies, planets, and everything that are around us. It turns out that if you want to do this kind of, if you want to understand how these things are related, how the whole universe is moving from from point A to point B, you need to rely on computers and cosmological simulations. So these are all the scales that are involved. We start from the Earth, that lives within the solar system, lives within the solar interstellar neighborhood, within the Milky Way galaxy. So we are in this part here on a spiral arm of the Milky Way, which is part of a local galactic group, which is part of a supercluster of galaxies. So there's many tens of galaxies together, if not more, there's hundreds actually, that form the Virgo superclusters. This is part of another system that is part of the observable universe. So we want to understand basically how all these things are related. There's so many scales involved. And when you do this kind of thing, when you want to understand these kind of things, what you're doing is cosmological simulation in which you put a bunch of particles in a box and you trace, you write code that traces the gravitational evolution of these particles. How do they interact with each other in different stages? So you have these boxes full of particles. Let's say every particle is like a planet, a star, sort of, and they evolve. And you see that from very back in time, you move through different phases until you go to what you see today, which is this kind of filamentary structure in the universe where you have very high density regions. There are clusters of galaxies, and they are connected by these filaments. And there are large voids where nothing almost nothing is there. And this is just to show you what this thing looks like. It's a very... The music is not so nice, but the video is probably just to show you. As you see, you start from this very homogeneous distribution of particles, and eventually they collapse. And this is how you form stars. You form galaxy stars and clusters of galaxies. And so the bottom line is, to do all this, you need to write software. So most of the times this software is open source. There's many universities cooperate together. And part of my job was to write code for that. So let me just skip this one. And I have two open source projects that have pretty nice names. Probably, I hope you don't find them, the second one, offensive. But this is what this got viral on GitHub, and it's a legitimate scientific project. So first of all, it's merger trees on C++. This is merger tree. Let me start with the first one and tell you, this is the first software. It's basically a software that computes the ages with galaxies in a cosmological simulation forms, which is, for me, it's comparable to the time that the metro sea line in Rome formed, because it's taking basically billions of years, just like the formation of galaxies. That's where the inspiration came from. And then we have these Python routines for cosmology and data I/O, also known as PyRCode.io. Which is part, by the way, this is part of the Arctic Code Vault. So it was elected by GitHub. It's going to be there forever and ever until the end of time, and I'm pretty proud of this thing. There was a flame on GitHub. I don't know. Sometimes I get stopped by programmers at concerts and stuff that they ask me, "Oh, you're a hero. You did this thing," and because there was a fight. So I hope I'm not offending anyone, as I did on GitHub. No, actually, that's a separate. So I wrote a paper about God, but. Let's not delve into that. I got a paper, it's called The Foundations of Gauge Theology, that explain how particle physics explains God. Not really, but it's fun. But this one is for data analysis. So I'm taking this kind of software. It was made, it's open source. It's open source project. I use it on a bunch of papers to analyze cosmological simulation and produce nice scientific results that got on many papers, like this one. Sorry, these are just to show you the repos of PyRCode.io and Metro C++. And this is how I started to transition towards machine learning. So at some point, I basically used machine learning tools to analyze cosmological simulations. PyRCode.io was part of my tools box in this process. But the idea is that I started studying cosmological simulation, so extracting information. I was training machine learning models on synthetic data from simulation, and then applying it to observation to get real results. So the idea is that with machine learning, so with synthetic data, of course, you have all the variables. They're under control. You know everything about, if you have a galaxy, see a simulated galaxy, you know everything about that galaxy, because, of course, you're putting that in your computer. And so the idea is that you want to extract some feature, the ones that you normally observe. Of course, you cannot observe everything about other galaxies in the universe. And so you just take the observable features and try to train machine learning models that allow you to extract unobservable features from the observable ones. In our case, it was the mass of the local group of galaxies, which is the Milky Way and Andromeda. So it turns out these masses are not very well known, despite the fact that we are very close. We cannot measure them directly, but we can measure, for example, the number of stars. We can measure the velocity of stars in the galaxies. And so we can connect those kind of features with machine learning to the mass of the galaxy. So this brought me to a career switch, which is, so what happens if you point the direction of the telescope to the Earth? Instead of to the stars. So what if you want to study the Earth instead of studying the stars? And this is what I'm doing right now. I'm doing machine learning for satellite observations of the Earth. And this is a pretty cool project, first of all, because most of the data, there's lots of data that are open source from ESA and NASA. There's the Sentinel missions, for example, and the Landsat missions that provide free and open data of the Earth. So you have these satellites that orbit around the Earth, and they take pictures of the Earth at constant frequencies. So every 5 days, for example, is the frequency of Sentinel-2. And the nice thing about these pictures is that you don't have just the RGB image, but you get also information about other frequencies, not visible by the human eye, but you can detect them with the proper instruments that are put on board of these satellites. And so you have information about ultraviolet, for example, near infrared, shortwave infrared, which means that you can monitor and gather information about a bunch of very interesting phenomena on Earth. And so let me move forward with this. This is, for example, if you take a picture of Venice, this is how it looks in RGB, but this is the infrared picture. So if you want to have information about any place on Earth on non-observable frequencies, you have a good chance to use these missions, and you can do a lot of cool stuff with this. And let me just show you one application. As I said, this is open access. So there's Copernicus portal, but there's also Google Earth Engine. There's a bunch of portals that you can access freely, and you can get images from dating back from the 80s of the Earth. So you can trace and monitor the surface of the Earth at different stages. And the thing is that one important variable, and just to quote one practical example on how you can use this data in practice, is that the chlorophyll is very sensitive to the near infrared. So if you take pictures in the near infrared, you can build this NDVI, it's normalized difference of vegetation index, which is constructed in this way. So you have the near infrared value of the picture, you get the red value of the picture, and this is related to the health of the plant. So it's related to the, you see it's linearly related to the chlorophyll. This is the chlorophyll and this is the NDVI value. And so from space you can basically monitor the status of, the state of health of vegetation, which is a pretty nice thing. For example, if you want to know if you can make this kind of classification, you can also do this kind of classification with machine learning and segmentation models, which I'm not delving into, I'm just quoting it here, but I just want to tell you that the main goal of this thing is, of course, to be able to monitor the changes, for example, in land soil application, or simply to find out whether some areas are in danger for, in the sense that the chlorophyll value is very low and it's getting degraded, for example. And one, the last application that I'm going to mention, so this is, so I apologize for making this a serious part of my talk, but this is going to be the last part. And I'm going to mention one project that we are working on is this daily fire hazard index, which is this weird number here that you get, but the main idea of this daily fire hazard index is that you can monitor from space the state of health of the vegetation. And so once you know whether the vegetation is dry or not, you also, and you combine that with meteorological data coming from, for example, there's lots of open source meteor stations that provide open access data. You can build, you can monitor basically the risk, the likelihood of fire ignition, of wildfire ignition due to the presence of dry vegetation and adverse meteorological conditions such as very high temperatures or winds and stuff. So this is one of the kind of the maps that you can produce. For example, for Sardinia, you can see these are the very high risk areas that are, and you can make this kind of plots on basically near real time. And so it's useful because you don't need to monitor every point in every forest on Earth, but you can use these pictures from space to analyze them and have almost near real-time update on the state of health and so the risk of fire. So let me get to the interesting part of the talk. What about Uranus Hello World.java? So I don't know how many people know Nanorow of Steel. I just want to spend a few words about my band because it's basically the most important thing I achieved in my life. So we are active since 20 years. Actually more, we celebrated 20 years 1.5 years ago in Milan, in Alcatraz. This is me with you can recognize me because of the orange wig. We just came back. I came back 5 days ago from this nice European tour. We did this Dynasty from Sweden. So it was very, very cool tour. Lots of concerts, a lot of fun. These are some pictures taken from this last live, from this last tour that we had. So this is just to show off and show you that we are actually doing stuff with this band. It's not like a garage band that plays in local venues. So we had the idea to do with Nanorow of Steel to put all this science and programming into songs. And the first thing we did was this Uranus song. It's double meaning. I'm not explaining too much, but I think if you're fluent enough with English, you might understand what it's all about. We shot it at an observatory in Campo Imperatore, which now I can say at the time then the director of the observatory didn't really understand the joke. He understood it when it was too late, when he already shot the video. So at that point he complained for being too explicit, but it is what it is. So we went to this observatory and shoot the video with a bunch of dancers. And I want to show you just a little video. Well, so this was a piece of the song, but the whole song, as you can see, it's about science and astronomy. Astronomy with 2 S, so it's astronomy. So this is one of the things we did, but in recent times, like in December, we released this song which almost went viral on YouTube and on Instagram. We got a few million views scattered along the different social medias. And we made a repository of the song. It's helloworld.java, so it's the dumbest piece of code you can think of, but we made an epic song out of it. And actually, this is a screenshot from a few weeks ago, but it had like 1.7K stars. There's lots of forks. We got a lot of pull requests, and you can check it out. We made the nanowar of steel on GitHub. We made our project repository, and this is one of those. Then we're gonna add stuff because I think we are the first band that now we are being endorsed by JetBrains with their IDE. We seriously get endorsed by that. We are making merchandise. We have projects about songs and others. So it's gonna be. We already released something. I'll show you what we did. But for those who don't know, this is the video. I'll just show a part of it. It's available on YouTube, but now it's... Thank you. It's probably too long to show the whole video. I don't know, we already started late, but you can watch it and it goes on. The funny thing, the important thing about this video, it ends with a no pointer exception. Very sadly, yeah. The song gets disrupted by a no pointer exception. And then we got contacted by JetBrains, and they say, okay, well, you can use the IntelliJ IDEA to fix this bug. The bug was actually, we set this Boolean metal variable to false, and so now it should be set to true. That's the way, then, if it's set to true, then the code runs, because we play true metal. That's a joke. But I will show you how we fix this. Then we release the patch of the song, and we released, and this is actually the actual video patch. The exception part, so. Thank you. Thanks to JetBrains, we made the code work. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to change the value of that variable from false to true. And anyway, so that's. I think that's it. Close on these funny notes. And thanks a lot for listening and watching my talk. Thank you.
What a journey from geospatial data to a song based on Java. Wow, that was amazing. Huge fan, personally. I think there are a lot of fun right here of the hour. And if anyone has got any question, don't be shy. Oh, okay.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations for everything, for your work in every area, in every different area. That was genius. I loved it so much. I was fascinating about the analysis of the vegetation. And I have a quite curious question. How is the analysis built? You said that you can check the health of plants, but how does it do that? I mean, is the whole area, is per plant? How much is specific, let's say?
So, I didn't say that. It's a good question, because it depends on the resolution of the satellite mission that you're using. So there's different satellite missions, and the best resolution that is freely available now, it's Sentinel, and it takes pixels that are 10 meters of size, which means there's a bunch of trees. So I don't know how many now. There's a number of trees within a single pixel. And this pixel, you can get the value, of course, the infrared value and the red value. And if you do this combination, algebraic combination of the two bands, then you can get, it's a proxy. It tells you basically how much chlorophyll you have in that area. And so the chlorophyll, of course, is related to the status of health of the vegetation. And the thing is that, of course, if you have a historical series, you can get images from the 80s in some missions, but usually for Sentinel-2, it's 2016. But if you're happy with data ranging from 2016 onwards, you can get, if it's changing, like if it's sloping downwards, if it's going upwards, if it's greening, if it's not greening, you can get this kind of trends. And again, Sentinel is 10 meters. There's missions that go to 20 centimeters, half a meter. There's also models that we are trying to use that do super resolution, so you can get a 10-meter image, but then you can improve the resolution. It's sort of, you increase it with some kind of, there's the UNets.
So if you want, you could check every plant.
Yes, I mean, that's actually, we're working on a project where we're doing sort of that. So we're mixing data from private missions, which usually are on a per pay basis. There's Airbus missions, for example, the Pleiades. I think they go to half a meter resolution, so you can really see like the plant. But then you can use the free data plus these resolution enhancing models that are pretty good. They are surprisingly good. And then you can really check the state for single trees, yes.
Beautiful. Yeah. Good luck with your job.
So, someone want to earn some points with another question? Gonna be there soon.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering if you are going to release any other songs, maybe in helloworld.js or PHP for those who doesn't understand Java.
So we wanted to do a Python cover of the song, but then we would like to do something different. So now we are thinking about making maybe a full album on a repository. So you make the Docker file, you can, like all these kind of aspects. We are thinking about different, we have many ideas in mind with JetBrains. We are actually really working with JetBrains. We are making songs about, this is like a spoiler, but we are working on a song about Kotlin. So, and the next step, I want to do, I mean, I'm a C++, Python guy, so I have some ideas for C++ and Python. The problem is that with the band, we have so many things going on at the same time, and it's, but we'll add something. We'll add everything to this repository that we have, so.
Yeah, cool, wonderful.
Yeah, thank you.
Just one thing. Why don't you do a cover of Do Hast and Do Rust?
You want the honest answer?
Any other question? Okay, so round of applause. Oh, sorry.
Sorry? We don't know Rust.
Yet. Round of applause.
Thank you.
I was forgetting something. The troll.
Yeah, happy to do it.
Yeah. I'm back on the stage, but with a very, very different role. From the backstage, they said that I have to introduce the next speaker. We basically don't need to introduce him because if anyone here doesn't know Giorgio Boa, well, okay. But yeah, Giorgio is a Microsoft MVP. He does so many things. He's an international speaker and likes to talk to people and engaging in audiences worldwide and contributing to the global tech community. I think that you can come to the stage.
Yeah,
Test. Settings. Mirror. There we go. Okay, nice. So hello everybody, welcome to this talk. I'm so happy to be here in this conference and talking about open source. And my talk is about open source and try to use it for your goal, your next company, for your resume. So I'm introducing myself. I'm Giorgio Boa. I'm a senior software engineer at eGen. On my daily work, I'm doing Python with AI, but my comfort zone is about front-end. So in my spare time, I'm doing open source. And here there are 3 projects I'm following and maintaining. So I'm a core team member of a Quick Framework. It's a new framework. I'm the author of Module Federation Vite. It's a plugin for Vite for doing module federation with the modern applications. And the third one, since a few months, I joined the managing of a famous ORM. It's called Type ORM. It's quite popular. We have more than 2 million of downloads weekly. So it's a good challenging also for me to learn something and improve myself. So like in the working career, we start from junior to become senior. And this is my first pull request. It's 7 years ago, quite a long time. And you can go in first pull request and check the first pull request of every user, basically. This is mine. It's pretty trivial. So I updated a fav icon of a software. So the maintainer assigned a good first issue label to the issue. And I decided to jump on board and figure out how to contribute, because at that time, I didn't know anything about open source, how to create a pull request, so on and so forth. So I took the possibility and I created my PR. PR, as you can see, really simple with a bunch of PNGs and a fav icon. And fortunately, the maintainer merged my PR, so I was really, really happy about that. So this change was pretty trivial, but usually I'm struggling a lot with different things, issues, bugs, new features. And usually we are spending time inside of a project to figure out how to implement things all together and improving the code base and the project and going in the same direction. I spend, as I mentioned, part of my free time for the open source, and I'm not paying by anyone, only the value to give back to the community, to give back with popular projects. It gives me the power to do that. So instead of playing or using social media with a phone or watching TV series, I'm spending part of my evening obviously with the family. I became father 10 months ago, so it's quite hard right now, but I'm trying to be committed to spend a couple of evenings every week to the open source. So what is open source really? So open source can be a possibility to escape from the routine of the day-to-day work. So maybe you are using, and I used to work with a legacy project. With open source, you can find a new project, a new tool. You can find your comfort zone, or maybe you can learn something with the latest technology. So you can use different tools than work, or you can use the same technology. For example, you are using Java at work, you can contribute in a Java project, and then you can grab ideas and bring them to work, to share the knowledge from the working project and also with the open source one. It's a kind of a visibility and recognition, because everything is public, everything is visible. So you can find passionate developers. You can have the possibility to be contacted for job opportunities and maybe mentors. And last but not least, you can learn from wizards. So in big projects, there are big developers as well. So you can learn from them a lot, and you can grow your experience on the day by day. So how open source can transform your career? This is the main topic of this talk. So a lot of advantages. So open source promote transparency, because the code is public, so everyone can see what you've done. You probably will work on something that has a fast development cycle and innovation with the latest technology. Because at work, usually business needs to be sure that refactoring gives a return of investment. So usually you are working on the legacy stuff, and it's hard to bump the libraries without justifying them. You can find a community of developers and users, passionate developers. You can also create some friendship. And contributors, this is the most important stuff. No matter who you are, the important stuff is the quality of the code you've done. So we are not judging you for who you are, but only for the quality of your code. And also for the reviews. Nobody blame you for who you are, but only for your code. So this is important things for the open source. You probably, and I did the same, when I wrote my resume, spent a lot of time on it to find the right way to describe my experience, and I filled my resume with a lot of buzzwords to try to get the attention of the companies. But there is another way with the open source to fill your resume in a better way. So I took this PR. I took this PR from a repository, and this PR is improving with this change, 55 file change, is improving the speed of the project. So this PR is quite simple. It's going through all the for loops and other stuff, and it's trying to, with a little changes, is improving the code base. So you can grab this work and try to fill your resume. You can try to transport the work you've done here in your resume. So you can create a description like that. Optimize TypeScript by refactoring critical code, leading to estimated 5% performance gain in intensive tasks, contributing to a more efficient and cost-effective operation. So you can see that here it's clear that you are able to refactor TypeScript, and also this is the important part. You need to specify numbers in your resume, and also this is the benefit. So the company that will hire you know that you are a master in TypeScript, you are able to do this kind of refactoring, and also I pitched the fact that the cost-effective operation, because usually business is looking for the money, so this is good as well. An important fact is that I linked also the code, because as we mentioned before, the code is public, so everyone can see the code, and the interviewer, maybe not the HR, but maybe the tech lead, can click on the link and look at your code, how you can improve the code base, how you are coding and working with the other team members. And in this specific case, the maintainer of the project pitched also the PR. This is a small part of the long message he wrote, but basically pitched the guy. So there is also the possibility to be pitched on social media and have public recognition. So this is another part of the benefit of doing open source. How many of you ever contribute on open source project? Okay, few. Okay, great. So contribute in open source project is not only about code. You can identify bugs and report them to the repository. You can contribute to the docs. Maybe you are downloading for the first time the project, you are trying to use it, and there is a bug or there is something to fix up in the documentation. You can do it as well. It's also kind of open source work. It's part of the open source ecosystem. For sure, you can submit code patches, features, and fixes. And participating in online communities is open source as well for me. You can join Discord servers, Slack servers, and help others to improve. And you can learn by helping the other person, other people. Because for example, a guy need help for deploying a website on Netlify. You are helping him with Netlify. You are improving your skill as well, because maybe you don't know anything about Netlify, but as soon as you figure out how to solve the problem, you are learning as well. Keep in mind to do strategic contribution. So think about your career goals. You would like to be an expert or improve your skills in AI. Try to find an AI project. Before, you need to build your confidence, maybe with a small project, because are easier to tackle. And then you can go with AI project if you are interested in AI. Try to find a project that is actively maintained, because if you are creating a PR and you submit it, if after 1 week nobody care about it, it's a shame, because you invested your free time in it, and without any answer, it's really a pity. And try to find a positive and supported community. As mentioned before, in many big projects as Discord right now or Slack, and you can try to feel the vibe of the community. If there are any bad signs, you can try to find another project. Okay, I would like to do a demo about contribution. So basically, yesterday I would like to create this slide with this tool, Slide Dev, and I didn't know anything about this tool. This tool is able to create the slide and deploy it on the cloud, so you can share them with the audience and other stuff. So seems really cool. But I decided to use this specific theme, and I found this link is broken. So there is a 404 in this README. So I checked the other themes, for example, this one, and this one, the link it's okay. So I can literally grab the correct link. I can go into the repository that is not working. Let me check. I think it's this one. Okay, so this one is not working, and I would like to contribute in the project to solve this problem. So basically, I can click. I can do all this process with a UI, but usually you are using a terminal. But I'm changing a README, so I can use the UI. So first thing first, you need to fork the repository, because you can't write on the other, you don't have the permission to write on the other repository. So you need to fork it. And in this way, you are cloning the project under your user. Okay, so now it's cloned under joboa / and the name of the project. I can try to find this is the link. So I can paste the correct URL. Okay, and I commit my change, so maybe. Okay, thanks. Double, okay, thanks. Let me check the preview. Okay, let me check. Oh, yes, you're right. Okay. This one is much better. Okay, let me check the preview. Maybe like this. Well, perfect. Okay, so now I can commit my change. For example, fix up broken link. Nice. I propose the change, so I'm doing a commit, and this commit is under my user. so I'm able to do it. But right now I'm proposing the change to the main repository, so I'm creating a pull request. So I'm clicking create a pull request, and under the hood, Git is creating a new branch called patch-1. And I create this one, fix up a broken link, and here I would like to add a good description. So thanks for your theme. I tried to use it, but I found a broken link. Here is the fix. Have a nice one. Okay. So I'm creating the pull request. As you can see, we are under the main repository, and here is the pull request. Great. I didn't check, honestly, in the pull request, in the issue, if someone was blaming or yelling about this broken link, but usually you should check it to avoid duplications. Okay, let's jump back to the slide. Okay, best practices and takeaways about open source. So issues and PR, use the issue templates. Maintainers and in a big project, you can find the templates. You should fill all the information that the maintainers want, like reproduction repo, the system information, the steps to reproduce an issue. So you should follow the templates. Provide titles and clear description. And update the status of the issue itself. So if you find a workaround, you should update the status in the GitHub, and if you find a fix for it as well. And check for similar issues to avoid duplication. So if you find something that is already in an issue or in a PR, you should check before creating a duplication, because from maintainer side, it's really a problem to have a lot of issues that are duplicated. So please check it before. Because open source is about people. So you are a contributor, but on the other side, there are maintainers, there are people as well. Maybe in a different time zone, they have their own life. Maybe when you open the PR, right now I open the PR, maybe the maintainer of that team is going outside or with a dog, I don't know, in the supermarket. So I'm not expecting an answer right now. Maybe in a few days, that's okay. I'm trying to answer in the project that I'm maintaining in almost 5 hours, but that's my way to do maintainer in the open source. And I'm not blaming anyone if I'm waiting for a week or two for an answer. That's totally fine, because open source, it's free, and I know that it's hard to manage all these kind of things. So you need to be patient. Responses might not be immediate. Search, as mentioned. You can search also in the Discord, in community areas, in Slack, to find any other problem similar to yours. Be respectful and empathic, and provide context and step to reproduce. And for this specific case, I created 2 slides. This one is the first one. So a bad approach is this code is broken, fix it, I need now. A better way to approach the open source and be respectful is I'm experiencing in an issue where the application crashed when I click the save button. Here the step to reproduce the issue. I'm using this version with this system. Let me know if you need further information. So this is the best way to do things. And this is another bad phrase I received few times, honestly, in my project. Why this feature is not implemented yet? You can try to be more positive. I was wondering about the status of the feature. I would be really helpful for me for my workflow. Is there a planned time for implementation or any way I can contribute? This is really great because it's trying to help a lot. Well-organized GitHub profile. So as mentioned, GitHub give you the possibility to be public and visible. So create a good README in your GitHub profile. It's really important. You can check awesome GitHub profile repository. These are a few examples on the possibility that GitHub gives you to pitch yourself and highlight your skills and what you've done in the past and you would like to do in the future. So you can check this repository and try to create something awesome for you as well, because you never know, your public face, someone could maybe see your profile and try to contact you for a new job. I'm creating a platform called Learn by Doing, and I create a course, Git and GitHub Fundamentals. This course is free for you with this QR code for the weekend with the code OSDay2025. So you can scan the QR code, register yourself into the platform. It's totally free, and you will learn how to use Git and GitHub, and you are able to do your PR as well and your contribution. So find your project you love and start your open source journey. This is my final call, and thank you for listening.
All right. Any questions?
It was hard to compete with Rockstar, but I tried my best.
No one? Nope. Nope. Here? No. We don't have
Okay.
questions.
Okay.
Oh.
So, first of all, when do you think one becomes an open source, I don't want to say master, but, professional open source person?
Well,
Like someone that is actually, looked upon kind of as a mentor figure.
a mentor about the open source
Yeah,
or mentor
yeah.
in general?
Yeah, mentor in open source, more
Mentor
vertical.
in open source. This is a great question because you never end to learn, basically. But if you are able to pay your bills with open source, this is a great achievement. Even if you are maintaining a big project, you have a story to tell, because you are facing a lot of different issues and scenarios. So paid with open source is the dream of everyone. But a mentor could be also a guy that is spending free time with a project.
Thank you, Giorgio. Any more questions? No? Okay, so.
Yeah, we just give you the trophy now.
Yeah.
We can use these ones. So we have.
Okay.
No. There you go. With the
Can
jingle.
we take a selfie?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Giorgio.
Enjoy the conference.
Take your time.
Okay.
Okay, okay, okay. Wow. So, I think that we can start introducing. No? We wait 2 minutes. Okay, 2 minutes. We need 2 minutes. Anyone who wants to tell a joke? No? Not anyone? Sal, you can tell a joke. Come on.
Do I have a joke?
Yeah, a joke.
I can think of?
Yeah.
I've got some mean ones, but they're mostly just like languages, some language jokes. But
you can ask him if.
Yeah. Do you have
okay.
any? Here, give us a joke. Yeah. Yes. Especially if they're sponsors. Actually, I really, really appreciated the last talk, and I get messages all the time from strangers on the internet asking me how to get it started in open source, and I just send them back the statistic that 84% of the first-time contributions to open source are quite literally just fixing typos in READMEs. It is the most likely way that you're going to start contributing to open source. So I do, actually. Well, okay, I can tell y'all a story about how I didn't understand open source for a while. So when I was back in my NeuroDebian days, it was like transferring between Python 2 and Python 3. So I was using a bunch of people's scripts. And then, so I switched over to Python 3, and I made the mistake of like emailing this guy. So I was researching at MIT, and I sent someone an email of my script, and they found that so offensive that they walked all the way down the hall, and they said, "Do you not have a GitHub?" And yeah, because like in the NeuroDebian, like I was just living in my like little localized world. And then the second I got a GitHub, I learned about a thing called brain hacks, which is where all of the computational neuroscience people get together for an entire week online, and we like try to fix things and like do a massive hack. And I thought, wow, that's so much more efficient than what I was doing before. And I never went back because the power of the commons is just too powerful.
I think that's a really cool story. And so, because I just put you under the train, I can introduce the next speaker. So, I have a fun introduction. I have a fun fact to share with you. And with this fun fact, I quote a person that I think that is here, which is Gabriele Santomaggio. Gabriele called the next speaker Santissima Sensini, protector of everything related to code. Serena has worn many, many hats. She does so many things. During the daylight, she's an enterprise architect. I think I probably misspelled the word, but that's okay. At night, she's one of the leading figures in tech, writing through her blog, The Red Code. And today she is going to talk about the cost-related challenges of AI. So a big applause for Serena.
Let me add the slides. Let me see if anything happens. Okay. Okay. We've got a little delay. Let me see. Okay, great. So, thanks for joining this session. I see that some of you are like shy or maybe getting into this thing a little bit slowly. So I'd like to warm up a little bit the public, because this topic is going to be a little dark, okay? So if you think that working in the tech area is challenging, but it also worth to be work in here, I'd like to clap your hands. Okay. Okay, great. A little bit of enthusiasm. So let's try to dive in this topic. So first of all, this topic came to me in November 2022. Does someone of you remember what happened in this date? Great. Okay. So when I first looked for the news about ChatGPT in this date, the first news was this one. So WhatsApp released this wonderful feature about the possibility to message yourself. So basically, every time you find an interesting link, you can send it yourself. But not only this, this guy was right. On November 2022, OpenAI released the ChatGPT first version. So they claimed to build a model called ChatGPT. That is quite wrong. It's not a model, it's an agent, which interacts in a conversational way, okay? So it's something, okay, that it's pretty similar to a human conversation in terms of similarity, in terms of the output text. But with this kind of release, okay, a lot of concerns are raised. So for example, someone was asking, ChatGPT is a GPT-3 chatbot from OpenAI. What could I ask? And some people started to ask this kind of question. Are you sentient? Do you think? Do you have a conscience? Okay, are you conscious? And I think the kind of answer that you can find from this kind of models, I'm using GPT-3, but you can test it on whatever model you want. It's kind of funny because it says basically, I'm not capable of sentience or consciousness, I'm just a large language model. That's the truth, okay? And the truth behind these kind of models is that they don't reason at all. They just use statistics to find the next word on your answer, basically, as your Swift key keyboard on your smartphone, okay? It's pretty the same thing. Okay, but the consequences or the reactions, let's say, to this news. On the same day this news happened, GPT-3 is making even more art obsolete, okay? Why? Because basically, GPT-3 represents the beginning of the Gen AI models in terms of generation of synthetic data, synthetic content, okay? But what I found interesting was this kind of publication that uses a very difficult sentence. We need to talk. This is the most difficult sentence you can ever heard from a person. We need to talk about ChatGPT. Okay, without going deeper in the publication, I think the whole image represents the publication because it says ChatGPT potential impact on teaching, papers, and whatever, regulation also. And when I was reading this publication, I focused on one word. The word was impact, which is the impact of this kind of tools, okay? Impact means the reaction to a certain action. So which will be the consequences if we want to? Each impact has a cost, okay? Cost not only in financial terms, but also in human cost, okay? And each cost has to correspond to sustainability. So basically, how do we make sustainable the thing we use? So going into these three words, basically, I'd like to take to this journey, okay, when I basically spent the last 2 years investigating on what these kind of models have done in these years. So first of all, let me ask you a question. You can raise your hand, okay? How many of you use ChatGPT, Perplexity, whatever you like, for question answering? So you pose a question, I don't know, I've never used Jira. What is Jira, for example? Let me summarize Jira. Raise your hand. Okay. I've done some estimation, okay? I estimate that the 70% of you could answer yes, okay? And I was pretty close, maybe something more. What about code development? No, no, just my brain. Okay, code development. Raise your hand. I haven't seen you. Okay. Okay. So pretty close. Okay. Maybe something more. Just for fun, just to, I don't know, just to test it, to see are you conscious, which is your name, or maybe doing something like a jailbreaking, because I know that maybe some of you have tried this. Raise your hand. Don't be shy. Okay. Okay. This is the result I expected. Half of you. Okay, great. Keep this number in your mind, because they will be useful later. So, talking about sustainability, we have to look at 4 kind of areas, okay? One is financial, okay, because sustainability is not environmental sustainability. Then we have social sustainability, which is the human cost. Then we have, for sure, the environmental aspect, but also the life cycle, so the sustainability from a software point of view, okay? Let's start with the financial. So, I will be maybe unfair, maybe unpolitically correct, saying that some of the most recent LLMs have claimed to spend less than they really spend to training. Okay, for example, I'm talking to DeepSeek. DeepSeek company claimed to spend 6 million on their training. That wasn't exactly the same amount of dollars they spent on the training, especially because they've used chips that weren't declared as a real and active cost during the training. Some chips from NVIDIA that cost like 10 times the cost they declared. So the real cost was around 1.3 billion, so around 10 times, 10 times more, even 20. This is a table representing the estimated cost of some of the most common open source model. We have DeepSeek, we have Llama. Maybe you've used Llama for a different kind of reason. It's very popular. It claimed to had 50 to 100 million cost, but only for the model, the two with 70 billion parameter. Okay, for the most recent one, where we have 400 billion parameter, the cost haven't been declared, for example. What about Mistral? Mistral is one of the most cheapest, but only per CPU, okay? Imagine you need at least 20 CPU to train that kind of model from scratch. So the cost is pretty, it's not so pretty cheap. About Granite, how many of you do they know Granite? Okay, they came from IBM. Okay, it's a family of open source model from IBM. They do a lot of advertisement about what they are doing in terms of green economics and green sustainability, but and also about ethical concerns, but they haven't declared anything about how do they have trained the model, how do they have measured their accuracy, their performances, and so on. So, I was thinking about the concept of open source. So open source basically means the free exchange of knowledge and ideas. Are we sure that these kind of models are really open source or are really following the philosophy of open source? This is an open question. Let me go with the social sustainability, okay? So, first of all, in terms of social sustainability, we have observed in the last 5 years new words coming out. Words we know that represent the world we live, so the society, okay? So if I get you in the word digital labor, okay, this is a word representing the workforce that makes us able to work, to use the tools we use, to have Gen AI tools, to have also social media, for example. And with the word digital labor, we came with click farms, data labeler, and free labor. Okay, I don't know if you know data labor as a job position, but it's a very known position in some countries. So, for example, starting with this Forbes investigation, this is not so recent, but there is a most recent version I couldn't find, unluckily, where Google and Microsoft were claimed to use Kenyan workforce to basically train their data, okay? How do they do that? So basically, to train a model, we need data. That's clear. Where do we take this data, and how do we classify that data? We do it using people, okay? In this publication, this investigation said that they were using, obviously, some of the poorest villages and tech laborers in Kenya, since AI is nothing without human labeling, okay? This is not the saddest part, luckily, because with an investigation of the Times, they discovered that OpenAI was using Kenyan workers paid less than $2 per hour to make ChatGPT less toxic. What does it mean? We have said that to train a model, we need data. How do we avoid that that model says unintended things, for example? Okay, now we are building the so-called guardrails, okay, to avoid this kind of behaviors. But the reality is that we need to train, we need to teach those models which is good and what is bad, okay? This investigation said that the premise was simple, fed an AI with labeled examples of violence, hate speech, sexual abuse, all in text form. They took from the darkest places in the internet, all this text related to this kind of situation, fed it into a model, and let some human moderators to be sure that the content was real. I couldn't find a reference, but I remember, so I won't use numbers, okay? But I know that on this kind of groups in Kenyan, they were mostly 1,000 people. 300 of them have went under serious psychological traumas and after that, okay? So the question was, okay, using ChatGPT, using these kind of tools, I'm not blaming ChatGPT in specific, okay, represent a great economic opportunity for different reasons, but which is the human cost? First of all, working condition. They work, obviously, under serious conditions. The skill development, because if we take training data regarding technical topics, we need technical people to verify that content, okay? So we need people that is technically prepared. It's obvious we need to worry about ethical concerns. Do we really need to do something to get to this goal? So my open question was, human labor is really a necessary evil to get an artificial intelligence system, generally speaking, successful. Don't we have any other way? Then let's go with environmental, okay? I quoted Valeria Salis in this aspect because she's more expert than me, so I decided to copy her meme because I'm not so good at meme. So when we talk about environmental, we have to distinguish between the training phase and the inference phase because each one of them has a different impact. So the training phase is when you train the model. You teach the model what to do in a certain situation, okay? The inference phase is related when the user uses the model. So when you ask something to ChatGPT, for example. Let's go with some numbers. So 500 tons and so on of CO2 per training, okay? Maybe, I don't know if some of you can make a comparison of consuming that amount of CO2, but just for the sake of this talk, That same amount is the fuel necessary for a car to get twice the distance between Earth and the Moon, just to say. And then we have, for example, 2.5 grams, more or less, of CO2 per query, okay? And you may wonder, what does it mean? Half of the charge of your phone. Okay, so each time you use ChatGPT and you ask the most stupid question, if you charge your phone half full, it's the same amount of CO2. Okay? Last but not least, the life cycle, because you can see that more or less every 2 weeks a new release of an LLM is being released. So I was wondering, do we need this model to be released so fast? Which are the real advantage of seeing all these models coming to our environment? So the life cycle is not so easy because if we think of retraining or training from scratch a model, we need to think of data. This MIT article that's very interesting, for all the articles I left the references, said that basically we are running out of data. Okay, all the models we have so far have used all the data we have available, even if we produce tons and tons of billions of data every day by using just the social media, for example. Why this is the title, so clickbait? Because basically it says we have to find more data to train our model. And how do we find new data? So basically, when a new model is trained, they have to distinguish between low-quality data and high-quality data. There's like a threshold, okay, that says this is good for training, this is not good, okay. The person who conducted this investigation, Pablo Villalobos, said the line between these two categories can be fuzzy, okay? It's not equal for everyone. So the question is, when we are going to review this kind of threshold and make it lower to be sure that we have more data on where to train our model, okay? This is my open question. I don't have an answer really, but it's something I'm a bit worried because the result that came from some models is not so accurate, and maybe the quality is going lower and lower during time. So the consideration was one way to overcome these data constraints would be to reassess what's defined as low and high, because that's really relative, okay? And that's the kind of reflection I was making by myself. That being said, so what should and could I do, okay, to be better in using this kind of tools? Because honestly speaking, we won't be stopping using them, okay? It's the truth, okay? So, like in the best beer advisor, okay, the first thing I will say on usage, please act responsibly, okay? So, you may ask yourself, for example, do I need to use that specific model? So, is it necessary to use the best model, the most performant model to just know what Jira is? Maybe I do not need that. Is this model using green energy? There are models using green energy you may try to use as an alternative, for example. Is the only way I can get my answer, okay? I can reach my goal, for example. Because sometimes we use ChatGPT or Perplexity just to get an answer, for example. So we need to be better in using such tools because we have to know their value but also their impact, as I said at the beginning. And then on the training, if we need to train a new model, because some of you may need to do it, do you really need to reinvent the wheel? I don't know, but many of you may know, for example, Hugging Face. Hugging Face is one of the most known repository to publish your model. And there are already tons of models trained on different kind of domains. So for example, medical domains, regulatory, economics. So do we need to do something from scratch, or can we use someone work to make it better? Also, there are a lot of open source small language models that have the same performances of the large language model, but on a smaller domain. And also the LLMs 1-bit, and also the quantum LLMs, I haven't mentioned them, that can be the future of training, okay? In this table, I've tried to recap all the open source models I think they are valuable in this moment, especially from Mistral AI and Bloom. Okay, Bloom is very interesting because it's a project maintained also by Hugging Face and Big Science that's maintained by Google, basically, okay? But Google and Microsoft, but as academic investment, okay? They have published all the training phase, all the data, all the phases related to what they have done in terms of training. So it's a very interesting use case also for academic purposes. That being said, if in the next months we try to reduce the usage of this kind of purposes from using LLMs, we could find alternatives that are more than obvious. So for example, question answering. Do I need to use ChatGPT? No, I can use a simple search engine, collect the information I need, and then make it, summarize it to ChatGPT, okay? But I first find the relevant content, okay? Because remember, the so-called references reported by Perplexity, for example, are not only verified references. So it's up to you to find real, actual content. Code development. This is something real personal, but I honestly don't like to let these kind of tools develop my code, because I want first to understand the problem and then try to explain it and then try to write the code. I think this is the right approach. So maybe your problem hasn't to be solved by ChatGPT. Maybe you need to take notes of your problem, try to describe it, and then remember that we grow thanks to Stack Overflow, okay? And if you use it just for fun, just join more tech events. They are funny also, okay? So, if you think AI will replace your job, please remember that won't do it unless we want to, okay? Just a ego slide, I'm Serena Sensini, I'm an innovation architect leader in Daedalus. I'm the founder of this blog, and I'm the author of 5 tech books. And I really like to thank you for joining this session.
Wow, that's there's a dark side.
It's a dark conversation.
Yeah, but it's got to be had.
We're both wearing like dark clothes, so
yeah.
Yeah.
I am certain there's going to be some really interesting questions from that. Does anyone have questions that they want to jump into?
From a dark.
When speaking about the environmental impact,
yeah.
You pointed out 550 tons of CO2 per training.
Yeah.
What do you mean by training? Training from scratch?
Just one training phase.
From scratch?
Yeah, but one iteration. So if you need to retrain the model just for feature engineering, that's another training.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. I want to ask you a question. Right now, there is a challenge for our as coders that we need to improve our ROI.
Okay.
I don't know how to say. So I understand that right now we have a cost, environment, social, etc. But how we can balance between the fact that we need to produce more, because right now will be start a fight between us, because every time what I think is that more jobs will be lost because AI will take place. So how can I balance between try to be ecological, try to be aware, and maintain my job and food for the next day?
It's a wonderful question, and I think every one of us has its own opinion. So I will give you mine, but I'm sure that some of you may think differently, okay? So first of all, for me, it's not about having a race, but having a fair game, okay? So if these are the costs, for me, it's worth evaluating alternatives. And I'm talking as an innovation leader that works mostly with artificial intelligence in the healthcare sector. So it's an impact that has huge commitment in terms of every one of us, okay? I know that's difficult. I don't think at all that AI will replace us totally, but will change the way we work today.
Oh, yes, is the fact that non so come si dice egoista in inglese?
Selfish.
Selfish, but if I need to achieve something and be better than the other people, to avoid to lose my job or to avoid to in the future, I can be selfish and say, okay, I don't care, I will use O3 mini I 2 times only to be sure that that response is okay, because even if I use another models that are more less expensive in energy, but are not good for my job, is a waste of time for me.
Yeah, again, I think it's a good question. I think we are posing the focus on the wrong thing, because you are demanding the model to make you better. But what can make you better as a professionist? So I think the real problem is, and I know that none of you may think the same, is to learn to improve ourselves. Because we demand these kind of tools how to do our work. I made a lot of tech interviews. I see that people, when I try to propose them a code challenge, they use ChatGPT, they copy and paste the code, and they are not able to explain the code. So I won't blame people using ChatGPT to code, but I will blame them to not using them to learn something they don't know.
Okay.
So that's basically use them as a support tool to grow yourself, not give them the power to replace you, because it's you giving power to them to replace you.
Oh, okay.
It's a kind different of perspective for myself.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. Maybe you won't agree. It's as I said, it's kind of subjective.
Okay.
Here.
I said that it's a hard topic.
On the same line, more or less.
Okay.
So if you are in a situation where your job is demanding and you have life commitment, family, so you don't really have that much time to improve yourself in even starting to really use AI so much. So you risk to stay a little bit behind.
Yeah.
Other than start to take a lot of your time off and learn. What's your suggestion, points of view?
Well, that's a tough question. I can say that I'll do a lot of things, really a lot of things, and I use this kind of tool to increase my productivity. I can measure it, honestly, but I know that since using Perplexity or whatever, my productivity has increased a lot. But I'm trying to understand where I really need to use these kind of tools and when I need to step back and think, that I need my critical thinking, because sometimes I get bored and I demand the tool to do my work. And that's not the kind of thing I want. But it's kind of hard, I think.
Okay, we have another question there.
Just very quick question. Because last month I was at a conference in Stockholm, and they were talking about similar aspects such as yours. And one thing that one sentence that they said was AI will not take jobs; it will take tasks. So I was wondering what you think about this. It's a take that I personally like, and so I don't know what's your idea about that. If it's something that.
Yeah. Once I read this quote, I don't know if I will translate it correctly, but the quote was, artificial intelligence is not smart unless you can explain which is a smart thing to do. So basically, when we are able to translate the tasks we do every day, they stop to be something intelligent. When we developed, for example, GitHub Actions, so we thought that doing certain kind of things were not only related to sysadmin people, but also to developers. So we changed the mood we see these kind of tools. Why don't we do that the same with artificial intelligence? Just because we have this kind of anthropomorphic fear that an agent that has the same way we talk can represent something dangerous. It's not dangerous, it's a statistical moment. I really insist on that, because asking for consciousness is stupid. Maybe someday we reply, yeah, I have a conscience. It's not the same, because we neither can answer if we have a conscience and what is really. So I think the balance is in this. The task is something we can explain. The job is something that collects a lot of tasks, but also a lot of critical thinking.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And I would say another round of applause for Serena, please. And this is yours. There. So if you can go back home. Oh yeah. This one?
Yeah.
So if you have a car that has the number is GS900VX. This is the ticket. They're not gonna leave. They will stay here. Okay. I think that the next speaker is ready. Probably is ready, yeah. So I have a couple of notes because I don't have a good memory. The next speaker will try to answer to a question, which is to be or not to be, or to flee or to flight, or to fight, sorry. Matteo Valentini, which is already here, is a developer, works mainly on the distribution of NetServer Linux, which is an open source operating system. And during his journey, he has had to answer to the question that I've said before many, many times. So, Matteo, The floor is yours. A round of applause for him.
Okay. Let's start our journey in the most classical way. Once upon a time, there was a Linux distribution with a clear mission and a clear vision. The vision was to make the life of sysadministrator easier with open source. And the mission was to leverage the the power of Linux without complexity. To fulfill this vision and mission, the Linux distribution that was called NetServer have three main key features. The first is that it's an only one paradigm. So with one instance, you can install all the software, the service that you need. It's simple, so it's simple to configure, simple to operate, simple to manage. And at the same time must be customizable, so you can customize based on your needs. The technical stack that was chosen for build this distribution was to use CentOS as base. Then, on top of CentOS, there is Smith. Smith is an automatic provision layer that is responsible for the configuration of the service, for example, for the expansion of the configuration files, based on some template engine and some value. Then, on top of that, there is a web guide that was made with Cockpit, that is a Red Hat project, with some custom module created by the NetServer distribution. So you can easily manage your system via a simplified web guide. This is an overview of the stack of the configuration. We have the CentOS as base, then the layer of the NetServer distribution, and on top of that, we have our service that we want to offer. But all is easily managed by a simple web guide. The vision of NetServer also extends to the community, because NetServer have beyond that a large community of users that is composed mainly by around 5,000 members, around 100 of active users for months, 1,000 of posts for months, and is mainly composed by hobbyists, so people that want to run his own home server at home, sysadmin of small, medium business, most of the part, so someone with also enterprise business, and developer that want to build his own product, his own software based on NetServer. And also is an international community because it's composed of people from around 122 countries spread across all the countries, all the continents. This vision also guides a company, because behind NetServer there is Netedis. Netedis is an open source company. It's the creator and main maintainer of the NetServer distribution. Netedis use NetServer as base for their product. And an important thing is that the core business of Netedis is the selling of the support to a wide network of resellers. So we don't, our direct customer is not the final user, but another company that sell our product, and we need to make support to them. So, why the vision of NetServer is so important for Netedis, the company? Because one of the strengths of NetServer is that it is simple and powerful for our developers. So we can easily develop on top of that our product, our service. Because it's simple, it's also simple to use to our reseller. And most important, is simple for our support team to support our reseller. All this was the situation around 2018. Then something started to change. At the horizon, new trees start to appear. First of all, there is the lost and old friends. Because with CentOS 7 was put in end of life by Red Hat, we know that we can't count anymore on a base, a stable base. We evaluate the porting of the NS server to the next version of CentOS 8, but at the time, because CentOS 8 was very different compared to CentOS 7, the porting was too complicated, so we decided to take a pause. Don't migrate, don't jump the bridge. Another thing that happened around the end of 2020 it was that with CentOS Stream, Red Hat decided to put the CentOS distribution not anymore as a downstream of Red Hat Enterprise Linux, but as upstream of Red Hat Enterprise Linux. So CentOS switched from a stable, battle-tested solution to a more unstable solution, more testing. So we can't rely anymore on that. And when this thing happened, we started to evaluate our next steps. Right now, you can have mainly three choices. One choice is to do nothing, remain as you are, don't evolve, and most likely extinguish yourself. Or you can react to the change. And for reacting, you can, oh, sorry. I jump in directly in another slide. By the way, another thing that happened at the time that it was very important is that the world is changing. And at the time, another thing that changed was that we now are in a hybrid scenario. It's more common. So the company and the project want to be run on cloud or on-premise. There is a multi-node, the solution must be multi-node, so you can run your solution in multiple nodes. And another thing that changed in the period that right now the world is full of container. We recognize the power of power container paradigm, but at the time, the NetServer 7 distribution don't support natively the container. So this also the loss of CentOS 7. There is also this challenge that we have to face. Told you before, you can choose to, for example, buy something, so adopt something in or flight, or you can fight for it, so maybe make it something new. Let's see what are the advances and disadvantages of the two choices. For example, if we decide to make something, we can adapt Kubernetes. We can decide to base the next version of NetServer on Kubernetes. And the pro of this choice is that Kubernetes is a standard de facto. Everybody uses it, basically. It's always proved as a good solution for the containerization workflow, multi-node hybrid scenario. Have a rich ecosystem, if you think about all the CNF landscape. And the market declared as the winner of the orchestration war. The cons of NetServer is that it's complex, it's more complex compared to a classic Linux distribution. It's more resource hungry than a classic Linux distribution. And another more important thing that if we choose to adopt Kubernetes, maybe we can lose the uniqueness of our solution and become another project based on Kubernetes. What are the pros and cons of the make choice? So maybe you can choose to make something new. one thing is that can be simple, because you can make only what you need. You can tailor your solution on your user and on user case. And also, in this case, you can preserve your uniqueness in the ecosystem. The cons of this approach is that you are your first user. At least in the first time, you are only user of your system, so you can search for help outside. Also, you have to start from scratch. There isn't an ecosystem around your product. And last, most important cons, in my point of view, is the not invented error syndrome. So you can end up to reinvent the well every time, and it's very frustrating, it's very insidious cons. So at the end of the pros and cons, we, as the NetServer project, start to think what to do, how we can evolve, how we can evolve. Then the choice was to make it. We decided to make something new because we value more the needs of our user than the trends of the moment. Our users are, most of them are sysadmin, maybe someone old school, and we think that the switching to something like Kubernetes were too high cognitive load. Also for our support can be too high. And another thing that we are community first, so we value more the nature of our community that are, as I told you before, hobbyists, sysadmin. And before make this choice, we ask to our community, what do you think we can do next? Also, we know that our community supports us for the uniqueness of our solution. Another important aspect is that we can do it because we are a team of very skilled people. We are ready to create something complex. We are ready to maintain a Linux distribution. And also, we already did it because NetServer Linux distribution was born in 2011 as a fork of SmashServer, another distribution. So, from the fight, NetServer 8 was born. Let's see what we have made. We switched from an RPM to a modular architecture. We switched from only one paradigm to a multi-node scalability. From a vertical solution distribution to a versatile application platform. And then we are going to see each of one. First of all, as I told you before, in Server 8, there is the module. The module is the fundamental brick of NetServer. It's basically composed of one Unix user with some systemd service user that launch some rootless Podman container and a web UI. So every module has its own web UI for the configuration. And then there are the actions. The actions are a set of scripts that govern the interact with the system. So basically, if it's a module that can define, for example, the configure module action, will have a directory in their home user with a series of scripts that govern how the module can be configured. Another feature of the module is that it's self-contained and isolated. It's self-contained because in the module there is all what an application needs to work. For example, if you have a module of Nextcloud, there will be the service with the container of the Nextcloud application and maybe the container with the database. It's isolated because every module is a separate Unix user. And because it's self-contained and isolated, you can instantiate the module multiple times. So you can have multiple instances of the Nextcloud module in the same node. It's not important. But each instance can be configured with a separate name, host name. I told you before, we have multiple nodes, so there is one leader node and multiple worker nodes. The nodes can be bar cloud, sorry, bare metal, or in the cloud, virtual, it's not important. All the nodes are connected via a FireGuard VPN. So for the application platform part, we have one API server and multiple agents, one for module. The communication between the API server and the agents in the module are made by the Redis database. And the module agents execute the action they are called by the API server. So, for example, if we want to configure one module in one node, the API server will send an action to the Redis database, to the module, for example, Nextcloud, then with the action called configure module, and an JSON object with all the data for the configuration. Then the agent in the module will take the JSON object and execute all the script in the configure module directory, passing that JSON object as input. And at the end will be also a JSON object as output. The application platform also serves some core service, like for example, the installation and update of a module. So the application platform is responsible for the placement of the module in the cluster. You can clone and move a module from a node to another easily. And another thing that the application platform offers is some primitive for the backup and restore of a module. In this way, a developer don't have to implement all the logic for the backup or restore, but can rely on some primitive. As I told you before, every module has its own UI, so we have multiple modules, but one unified UI. At the end, we switch from a vertical integrated solution to a multi-node modular solution, and we don't rely anymore on a specific distribution, but we have made an application platform that can run on multiple distributions. For example, right now we support Rocky Linux and Debian. But all the classes can be managed, configured by one simple UI. So, at the end, what is the impact of the journey, or this migration, or this evolution of the NetServer project? After nearly 3 years of development, we finally landed with the stable version on the February of the 2024. Then, the same year, the summer, we started a commercial support of the NetServer 8, so our seller can install the cluster of NetServer 8 to their customer and ask us for the support. Another thing that we are creating 60 modules and officially supported by Netedis. For example, we have the NetVoice, that is our solution for the unified communication, or NetService, there is the groupware part of the NetServer, like server mail, chat, we use Mattermost, groupware. But all the modules, most important, are open source. Right now we have 1,300 active cluster. I checked this data last day. Another important thing that we have more than 100 applications, modules created by our community, not by us. But not everything feel this excitement, because someone is expressed their at least frustration because he feel left behind, because the change was too much for him, and he feels the fatigue of the missing feature, because right now we don't have the complete feature parity of the new solution compared to the previous solution. This is something that we also can feel in our support, in our development. We have some work to do. But another big win for us was that for the first time, some member of our community, independently for us, sent a proposal for a talk to the FOSDEM conference, and it was accepted. So, for the first time, someone talked about the NetServer project at FOSDEM, but it wasn't us. And for us, this was a big win. It's a convalidation on the value of our community. Another thing that happened with this evolution was because NetServer 8 was, we decided to more focus on the cloud part, on the cloud paradigm, the service. We decided to take the security firewall low-level part outside. Before we built it on NetServer 7. So, for fulfill this whole, we created the NetSecurity. NetSecurity is a fully featured firewall, fully featured Linux firewall, use a modern web interface, more modern than one in the NetServer 8, in my opinion, and it's based on OpenVRT. So, in this case, we choose to be vertical on one solution. So, at the end, what we can learn from the journey of NetServer 8? First of all, one thing that you can create, you have to create a clear vision and mission for your project. This will be very important when you face a challenge. With your clear vision and mission, you can choose what path to follow. Another important thing that I think is important to learn, that help us, is to understand your strength and leverage on them. In our case, our strength was that we are skilled people, we can do it, and we have a supportive community that we know that we will support our choice, but we also, before make some change, we ask to our community what they think about that. And even if you decide to make it, be pragmatic, because sometimes it's better to buy. In our case, for example, we don't have to rewrite everything from scratch, but in example, for the centralized login system, we adopted Grafana Loki, or other components, we take the existing project and adapt for our solution. So, before end, because right now I'm only an humble ambassador, let me give a thanks to all the Netherlands development team and our community. Without that, NetServer 8 will be not possible. And please, if you want to know more, maybe try NetServer 8, be involved in the community, join our community, maybe also contribute to NetServer 8, scan this QR code that will be all the information you need. And this is all for the journey of NetServer. I hope that you enjoy the tale of NetServer. And I'm Matteo Valentini, a software developer for the open source company called Netedis, and thank you for being here.
Thank you, thank you. So, someone want to say something? Coming?
Just a curiosity over a tiny detail you mentioned during the module intercommunication.
Yes.
You mentioned that you used Redis for implementing message passing.
Yes.
My question is, have you used the pub sub feature, or have you used something like an inbox outbox by using the key value store only?
If I remember correctly, for the communication we use the pub sub.
Okay.
system.
So at that point, what happens if one of the modules is not able to receive the message? Because at that point, with pops up, you will lose the message, right?
Okay. If I remember correctly, there is a replica on each node.
Gotcha.
If the loss of connectivity, and I think that the message rests in the queue until the agent take it. So if the agent is not ready, we'll be take the message after.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
No, if you add something, okay, I thought you
No,
were...
it's not my specific
Oh, okay, no
the
worries.
system. So I think that it's like that.
Okay, thank you.
Question?
Hi. One question is about why you choose to use Redis as a queue and why not use other things, and which advantage do you take from Redis?
Okay. For the part of why we choose Redis, I'm not the person to ask. There is other people that choose. But another thing that we use Redis for the key value store, for example. And some part of the configuration of the system are stored in Redis. And we basically use as Kubernetes uses etcd for the storage of configuration, the sharing of some information between nodes for this for these things.
Other questions? No? Okay, so I'm gonna give you the trophy. And another round of applause.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're back on stage, and I have shirts. As you know, there is a gamification process that needs to be respected, so we will be showing a brief history of what it looks like for awards at some point. Maybe. Start mirroring. At some point. Yes, there it is. So who is Federico Benedetti? Is Federico Benedetti here? Come on stage. And applause for him spending all the money. Congratulations, Federico. You win a beautiful t-shirt for just being alive.
Which I already bought like 5 minutes
Allah, give it back. No, go and exchange a size. Do whatever you want. You want it. Thank you very much. No, thank you. Then we have, and hopefully I'm saying it right, Hélène Di Chiappari. O Chiappari, non lo so. My friend over here. Allora, so you take a 2024 edition. It's L. Is that okay? Or XL? Which one do you prefer? L? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. And another round of applause for my friend Alain. And then, well, you see it for yourself. We have our friend Martinas Sklitsmantas, I hope I said it right. Is Martinas here? Yes, we have him. There you go. You also have a wonderful t-shirt. And, well, that's it. Free t-shirts are gone. Now you have to actually play to get them. I know. Fantastic. We're going to have another talk now. Then after this talk that is coming on stage now, we will have a 10-something minutes break. Right? 10 minutes? Yeah. And then we will continue with the last 3 talks of the day. So that's it. Let me welcome on stage our wonderful friend, please. And a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me? Great. So, let me start at first saying a big thank you to all of you that came here today to join this beautiful experience. At least it's a beautiful experience for me, so I hope it is the same for you. And a big thank you to the organizers, because they did a great job here today. And we came here yesterday in the evening just to say hello, and saw how them were preparing everything with passion, and it's that passion that is beautiful, because you see the passion that the people working in and for the open source movements should always have when doing something, doing anything in their lives, especially in the open source field. So let me start introducing myself. My name is Stefano Marinelli. I solve problems, which actually is a slogan, a quote from a movie, but it's a slogan I used in the last presentation in Dublin at EuroBSD conference. And small spoiler, it will be the same slogan I will use in Canada in June, presenting another talk about the BSDs, of course. So I am founder and barista of the BSD Cafe, which is you know, an open and welcoming community about people passionate about the BSD systems, or just passionate about open source systems, so be it BSDs, Linux, or any other kind of operating system, especially if it's in the open source field. Devs, we have all kinds of users coming from all around the world, and it's a place that I like to, you know, to be the barista of, because the people at BSD Cafe are positive and have a positive attitude towards all the open source solutions. So something to grow up, not to fight or just have a bad exchange of ideas. I work in my company. My company is called Prodotto in Rete. It's a container of ideas and solutions. Why ideas and solutions? It reminds the part of the I solve problems. I don't sell boxes. I don't sell specific tools or specific software pieces. I don't like being tied to any kind of solution, so I'm always trying to use the best tool, the best technology to solve a specific problem. That could be my problem or our clients' problems. And that's, I think, the best way to embrace open source, because open source is about open mind at first. So we should have an open mind, open ideas about what the world is presenting and the communities are creating and giving us the opportunity to work with. Of course, I'm passionate about technology and computing, and so it was quite straightforward to make my passion my profession. So I'm one of the lucky persons that every morning I wake up and say, oh, great, today I'm going to do great things. And after so many years, it's a privilege for me. So I'm quite happy to be here and tell you about this. Let me start from the early days. I had the first meeting with Linux in 1996 with this CD box. I wasn't still 17 years old. And it was love at first shell. I mean, I felt I had the power to do anything I wanted with that shell. And I was right, as the bash is Turing complete. But at that time, I had to rely on those cranky modems, slow modems. So I could only use the CD-ROMs to download, install, and use the Linux systems. Despite all of this, in 1997, Linux became my everyday system. So I started using only Linux, except a small Windows partition for some gaming, as Linux wasn't great at those times. Fast forward to 2002, I had my first encounter with the BSD systems, FreeBSD to be more precise. And I understood that the open source wasn't only providing Linux or other similar solutions, but there was an entire world I could experiment with, and I could contribute to, and a lot of great people I could interact with. Same mind, same mindset. So I wasn't a strange one advocating for something different compared to the typical solutions you could find at those times. But there were lots of people that love to do what I love to do. So that was absolutely great. So let's get back to those years. What was open source 20 or 30 years ago, so somewhat 30 years ago, I'm getting old, was all about thinking differently. I mean, it wasn't something like, okay, it's open source, it's free, I do not have to pay anything, great, let's embrace it. No, it was just a different mindset, a different way of thinking. It was mainly about being free. And free is something we're losing today, and that's why I'm here to tell you about the BSDs. At those times, people I was talking to were just saying that open source tools, operating systems, programs, were just toys for universities. The real world is powered by other systems, you know, commercial system, Unixes, Windows, and so on. I'm proud to say that we won the war. We won this war, because if we are here today, look around you, all these people passionate about open source, working with open source daily, on a day-to-day basis, it means we have won. But the problem is that today, the open source is becoming, you know, mainstream. I mean, it's creating monocultures. Even today, I heard beautiful presentations, but there have been words that have been hammering my head. Kubernetes, Linux, Kubernetes, GitHub. Yeah, of course, great solutions, great websites, great services. But open source is not just Linux. It's not just about Kubernetes, Docker, containers, Docker files. So that's the point. We have focused our attention from technologies, from the underlying technologies. I want to embrace this technology to solve this specific problem, to the specific tools. And this could bring some problems in time, because innovation should be something that will preserve our freedom to choose, not just something we have to rush behind to reach the brand new shiny technology that has been presented, maybe even unstable. So we're not focused anymore on solving problems, but just in presenting, selling the latest technology, the latest buzzword. And so 20 years ago, 15 years ago, open source meant creative alternatives. Oh, we have Windows. We want different operating system. We have the commercial Unixes. We want different Unix-like operating systems. And this is why we have today Linux or other systems like those. And we weren't doing it because it was simple. It wasn't simple at all. Today it's much simpler to deploy an open source technology than 20 years ago. And not because it was free, as a free beer, because clients were complaining if things weren't working, and the fault was always, you didn't use Windows, that's your fault. But we wanted to be free from impositions and technological and ideological constraints. So what we have today is that we have a world dominated by cyber threats. And this is a big problem today, and everything is connected. We are totally dependent on technology. We can do anything with it. We have to do anything with the technology. But we have lost the value of the stability. We just rush to create something new. Anything must be changed for the sake of changing, not because it will solve an old problem. Sometimes newer solutions create more problems than the ones they are supposed to solve. This is not always true, of course, but this happens. And we lost a bit the concept of continuity, upgradability, and complete system visibility. DevOps, I'm talking to you. You just fire up Docker containers in the cloud, you lost completely, sometimes, of course, not always, the idea of what you have there. Then maybe a wrong line will produce a terabyte of log in 2 hours, and the company will have to pay for all those useless logs just because just putting up all those workloads in the cloud created a complete blind point about that problem. So, just to go on, the hype cycle problem we have today. The important is that something is new, Not better, not more secure, not more stable, but new. There's a new kid in town, let's all become friends with him. Another typical sentence I hear from devs is, it will be fixed in the next version, but the next version will never be released. Probably will be another software with in another new language, in another stack, and so on. Another thing that I see from time to time, we need automatic restarts when the software crashes. My reply is, we don't want software that crashes, because a crash actually is a problem. And restarting a crashed software doesn't mean we have solved the problem. It means we have a serious problem, because a crashing software is a software that could spit out any kind of output. It could even, segfaulting for example, it could even spit out a specific area of memory which could contain data that should not be printed at all. So we don't need to have systemd or Kubernetes that are fast in restarting. We need stable software. We need software that won't crash. And the typical sentence I hear, and I always joke in my presentations about it, oh, your software is slow. Then you see there's recursion over recursion over recursion. The typical response is, we need more power. Maybe you're just presenting a static website using 128 gigabytes of RAM because you created tons of stacks just to do that. So, this could be a bit. Rust. Personally, I like Rust. And I'm absolutely positive towards writing things in Rust. We should use modern and more secure and efficient languages to implement new stuff. I'm totally positive. But when I see a software which is maybe 20 years old but still maintained in C, and then I see rewriting Rust, and that becomes stable, and then you see that software in Rust segfaulting, the question I ask myself is, it shouldn't segfault. It's not supposed to segfault. You contact the devs, and they say, oh, well, yeah, we had to take some shortcuts, so we bypassed all the protections because we had to go on with the release. So what's the advantage of using this, consider that the older release, the previous implementation was safer? Let's just finish with the implementation and then replace it. So I think that stability matters more than implementation language. As I said, I'm totally positive in using those modern languages, but let's not rush to put them everywhere just for the sake of being modern or trendy. Another reply I usually get is, okay, let's add some pieces to make it more secure. And that's totally opposite to my point of view. We're not putting pieces to make things more secure. We're not putting weight on a car to make it faster or consume less. So it's almost the same situation. So the question is, where did that freedom go? That freedom that we were advocating about, that we have pushed for so many years. I mean, Linux, Docker, Kubernetes are great tools. I'm totally positive towards them. Don't get me wrong. Many of my servers are still powered by Linux and will surely be, because Linux, for those specific problems, is the best solution. But that's not the only solution we can use to solve those problems. And using those open solutions, okay, but always the same set of solutions, will make all our freedom die. Because freedom dies when we all decide to use the same tools. At BSD Cafe, all the services for the users are on open and, when possible, federated protocols. Because open and federated protocols and solutions will mean the data will always be available, even when the software won't be available at all. I'm not sure about the Discord, Slack, and so on data, because I've seen so many things that were supposed to stay forever close from one day to another. So we should stop using solutions just because everybody's doing that. The only supported way of installing this program is by Docker. Then you open the Docker file and see from Debian 9. As a system administrator, I'm shocked by that. So one of the reasons why I'm here to talk to tell you about the BSDs is be free and evaluate alternatives. Because the cost of monoculture is existential for open source. Remember, embrace and extinguish is something that we were saying 20 years ago, but it's still relevant today. So if 20 years ago we were using what everyone else was using, we would have no Linux, no BSDs, no LibreOffice, no Nextcloud, no Kubernetes, nothing, no Docker, nothing that you're using today. Just Windows variations in different prices and expensive Unix systems. We would all be bound to licenses and vendors and totally stuck with closed solutions. So, the BSDs. How many of you have always used one of the BSDs? Okay, okay, great, more than expected. The BSDs are a family of operating systems, and please do not mix them with the Linux distributions. Those are totally different things. The BSDs are different operating systems that are all coming from an original operating system called BSD that was created at Berkeley University in the 70s, so many years ago. A long time before Linux was even conceived. And it was a mature operating system, so mature and professional that when Minix was created by Professor Tannenbaum, he created Minix as an educational tool because he was sure that the BSD would be the operating system, what Linux is today, for example. But there was, as often happens when an open source product becomes popular, there was a legal case that stalled for some years the advantages of the BSDs because people were scared and stopped adopting the BSDs. Despite of that, in 1993, from the original BSD, NetBSD and then FreeBSD were created. OpenBSD forked from NetBSD later, then Dragonfly BSD from NetBSD, and so on. And the point is, sorry? Linus Torvalds himself said that he could have never written Linux if, at that time, the BSD could be used without any specific problem. So, consider that they have an important ancestor. And they all have, so the different BSDs, despite being different operating systems, they have some things in common. And the things they have in common is that the kernel and userland are made and maintained by the same team. So they completely glued together and released together. So it won't be like Linux where you have a new release of the kernel, but the distribution will support only previous releases of the kernel itself and so. And this means that the userland tools are totally taking advantage of any advancement in the kernel. So when, for example, there is a new feature that has been added in the kernel, the userland will, of course, present it immediately in the next release, of course, and try to make it usable and effective for users. Another thing that is common to all the BSDs is the consistency in tools and updates. All the BSDs have a good way to update the operating system, and they will give you a working and reliable operating system after the update. You won't find yourself in a boot loop or something like that. Another thing that people usually do not consider, but it's important, is the documentation. All the BSDs have excellent documentation. They have full and complete man pages, and this is especially true for OpenBSD, where the problem in documentation, a lack in documentation or something wrong, is a serious bug that could even block a release cycle. So the documentation is especially important for the BSD systems. So you can use the main pages and you find examples, any kind of explanation, anything in the man pages, because the idea behind the BSDs is that we have to continue with an evolution, not a revolution, at every release. It's quite likely that if you have a FreeBSD server, for example, that has been there for 10 years and you upgrade it to the current release, it will keep working without specific. You won't notice any difference, because if it was working 10 years ago, it will be working today. You won't find IF config that disappears, then you have to reinstall. You know what I mean. So, just for a short idea of the BSDs. I'm not coming here to tell you technical stuff about the BSDs. You're all tech people. If you're interested, you'll be absolutely able to search for information and find them. But the point is that FreeBSD is a generalist system. It's focused on stability and performance. And for example, performance means that Netflix is pushing their contents using FreeBSD servers, and they're going to conferences to explain how and why they're doing that, because they found it to be more suitable and better than Linux for this. There's also a fork called Hardened BSD, which is also focusing on hardening the base operating system of FreeBSD. FreeBSD has ZFS as a native file system, and this means that FreeBSD will also have boot environments. You upgrade, the system automatically creates a snapshot, the boot environment is created, you reboot, anything will be fine, but in case that anything should go wrong, you can just say, okay, let's boot with the previous boot environment, and you'll be back to the previous system before upgrading. And also because there is a complete separation between the OS and packages. All the FreeBSD packages will be installed in use local, while the base system will use the typical path that you can also find on Linux. And this is great because you can remove the use local and you'll find an clean but working FreeBSD installation as if you had immediately just installed it. FreeBSD has containerization since the year 2000. It's called jails. They're mature, they're secure, they're stable, and the entire operating system is jail aware. So it's not something that has been put over the operating system like C groups to implement it. The base operating system is already a jail, so this is positive. We have Beehive. Beehive is the virtualization platform which, according to my tests, and not only mine, of course, outperforms KVM on Linux, and for some workloads even by a big factor. OpenSense and pfSense are based on FreeBSD, because PF is a great firewall, so those products are based on the steady foundations of the FreeBSD. It's the operating system of the PlayStation consoles. So every time you play with your PlayStation, you're using FreeBSD. So the question I asked, how many of you? I'd expect now to see more residents after this information. And macOS, iOS, Apple operating system contain some of the FreeBSD code, actually some of the generic BSD code. OpenBSD, I'm getting short of time, so is more focused on security and code correctness. The code is constantly audited and simplified. The idea of the OpenBSD devs is, let's clean up what we can clean up, and let's try to understand what could happen if, and put all the bad things that could happen to your system. So they also implemented security mechanisms like pledge and unveil. Yeah, we have similar things in Linux nowadays, but this is strictly and deeply integrated in the system. And many things that you daily use, like OpenSSH, are created and maintained by the OpenBSD team. So, you know, the security standards. Another funny thing about, but interesting, the OpenBSD team will never care about the market, the users. They just implement the way and what they think is worthy. So don't just go there and ask, I need this. They will probably not listen to you. They will just go on, and if it's okay for you, great. But otherwise, they don't care. And it's ideal for routers, firewalls, security-critical systems. It's fine when I call clients and say, yeah, have you seen that vulnerability? Yeah, well, the OpenBSD team has solved it 20 years ago. So, NetBSD, it's the most portable of those operating systems, of those BSDs. There was a slogan that was, of course, it runs NetBSD. It supports over 50 architectures. Its development cycles is slower, just to be conservative, and the code quality is a necessity because to support a 20 years old, 30 years old architecture mean you have to be careful of the modifications you're going to perform. And I'm using that, not only me, of course, for embedded systems or in general systems that will need to be supported for a long time, or just that it's better not to stay there and upgrade continuously just because a new release with new features. So, I'll be short. Real-world benefits I've experienced. I've migrated many of my workloads and my clients' workloads from Proxmox, Linux, you know what, from Linux to the BSDs. And what I've been experiencing, and this is the talk I presented in Dublin, is general better stability and security, less problems, less security problems, less stability problems. Upgrading is a joy, so I would never say something like, I can't upgrade that server because everything will be broken as the PHP version, this, that, etc. Consistency, less vulnerable to common attacks, as I told you before. Consistency, IX0 will remain IX0, won't be renamed from that to that just after a reboot. I don't know why this happens in Proxmox, for example. And I found that FreeBSD has a great, handles better I/O when under pressure. When you see a Linux system with high I/O weight, it becomes extremely sluggish and unpredictable. Virtual machines start to hang, and this doesn't happen with FreeBSD. So users are happy because the system is more responsive, so they don't notice if there are problems like performance problems. And NetBSD, why? Because I could say your platform will be supported for many, many years. So don't worry, you won't have to change your hardware just because of this. So why choose the BSDs in 2025? Many reasons. By security in an increasingly hostile environment. I have documented it in a blog post, a situation where one of those crypto miners had been injected in a WordPress plugin and was continuously firing up, auto-scaling was continuously firing up cloud instances, containers, and it wasn't working on FreeBSD, so problem solved, before upgrading, of course. Stability. Performance, not creating new pieces to put inside the operating system, but removing the unnecessary complexity. Freedom. Please, don't be fooled by monoculture. This will mean we will lose everything in not a long time. Just following one single path will mean the destruction of the open source world. And it's too important for all of us. Systems are designed with coherent philosophy. Once you understand their frame of mind, you will be able to understand everything about that operating system. So don't be afraid to try the BSD systems. Despite Beastie, which is the mascot of the BSDs, they don't hurt. They can serve you well, and more than untamable beasts, just consider them like nice pets, that will serve you well and will be nice for you. So, thank you for your attention. I'm happy to be here. And I'd be glad to see you at BSD Cafe.
Thank you. Thank you, Stefano. Really a philosophical lesson, like what is open source, how to maintain it using BSD. It's I really like this philosophical lesson.
Thank you. I have experienced so many phases of the open source world, starting from the early days where we looked like just a bunch of nerds saying strange things, up to today where I'm assisting to the big companies, big tech, embracing open source, but just leading it where they want to, not where you want to. And that's the reason why I decided to give this kind of direction.
Your passion is contagious, I can say.
I hope so. That's my idea.
Just time for one question. Okay. so I can give you the trophy and thank you for everything you do in the OS world. Now it's time for the break.
since you are in Florence, if you're not leaving Florence within the next few hours,
just saying,
there are 2 wonderful gelaterias, ragazzi, in Florence. Florence has 2 wonderful award-winning awards gelaterias. So if you want, sì, queste qui sul Lungarno.
Ah, è Carrara allora.
Queste qui. So if you want to try award-winning gelato ice cream, you should try it.
But most importantly, if you want to offer some gelato to the organizers,
please.
2 euros.
Yes. Wonderful gelato,
What
by the
are
way.
2 euros in this inflation world?
High inflation. No. Are you guys enjoying the conference? It's a long day. We are aware it's a long day. Last year it was 2 days, 2 tracks. We're trying different things every year to see what works best. Next year might be different. Who knows? You know, we learn from everything we try to do. By the way, while we're waiting, if you guys want to have and try the experience of organizing workshops, meetups, conferences in Italian or English or Deutsch or French as well. You are Spanish as well.
Esperanto.
Yes. Esperanto. Okay, Esperanto as well. You are very welcome to join us. We are always looking for new volunteers. It's of course, it's not a job. So if you have like 30 minutes every 3 months, that's good. If you have 3 hours every week, that's good. If you have 8 hours every day, you need to find a job. But meanwhile, that's still good. Okay, so if you want to try something with Shirley in your head, I think we will be very happy to welcome you on board, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And the gamification app needs to be productionized and rewritten from scratch.
Are you using the gamification app? Yes or no?
Who has tried the gamification app? Can you put your hand up?
So why Federico is winning? Like, come on. Like, do you know there are prizes for the top 3 and like, and all their stuff?
Have you made enough points to get your drinks for tonight?
How many of you got the drink card? No one. Just
no
Federico.
drinking. Did you guys all?
Just one.
Coca-Cola is drinking as well, by the way.
3.
I'm just saying. You know, it's not doesn't need to be alcohol. No drinking at all.
I thought that Open Source Day was
it's insane.
Was just drinking, and actually is the opposite.
I mean, last year we had open bar, and people actually started doing violence outside the bar for the amount of drinking that they had. It was insane.
They changed.
They punched each other in the face last year. Yes. This year, no drink. Maybe it's because they saw that scene, and now no one wants to try that. Don't try this at home. Don't drink.
Maybe
be safe.
The cursor is drinking tonight. AI is drinking tonight.
We will be drinking tonight.
Oh, for sure.
That's good. Coca-Cola. But without further ado, we have an archetto, we have a speaker, he has a beard. So I think it's due time that we welcome on stage our wonderful dragon on stage. Thank you very much. Applause.
USB-C.
We will find it for you. USB-C.
USB-C.
It's all about the right port. Oh, do you know? Look, I just found out that here we add additional security because last year, Sal, if you remember correctly, not once, but 2 times, you almost died on this stage.
I noticed that, but I was very careful this time.
You know, we iterate our errors and look at us.
Oh, by the way, before our friend Gaetano starts, if you have like a talk that you would like to propose, it doesn't need to be at a conference. It could be a meetup. It could be anything. If you want to try to be a speaker or an MC, which is the presenters, or you want to try something about, meetups in general, let us know. We'll organize it together, okay? And now, Dungeons and Developers, all yours. Cheers.
Hi there. I'm really excited because this is my first real talk in public. Also, I'm not very used to speaking English in front of an audience. So I ask you to be kind and forgive my terrible accent and pronunciation. My name is Pier Domenico, but everyone calls me Mino. There are more people that knows me in this room. I work as a front-end developer, but I do a lot of other things too. I love telling stories just as much listening to what people have to say. I'm going to introduce you 4 characters from the world of development, reimagined in the Dungeons & Dragons style. So, put your hands up if does anyone here know what Dungeons & Dragons? Okay. Has anyone never played it? And is there anyone who has no idea of what is it? Fine. For you, and just for you, Dungeons & Dragons is a role-playing game that combines storytelling, strategy, and improvisation. Dungeons & Dragons fosters creativity, teamwork, and problem-solving in a fantasy world, limited by only the imagination. So, let's begin our epic adventure. I'm going to tell you a story set in a world built by the ancient architects. Cities were created using the sacred scrolls of objects. These cities lived in harmony, independent yet connected. Their streets changed and adapted, always guiding travelers, even in darkest hours, with a reliable glow. As we walk through one of these streets, we see a slightly open door, with warm lights and cheerful voices coming from inside. Inside, adventurers of all kinds are drinking, laughing, and chatting. A classic tavern scene. We enter, and right in front of us on a small stage, a charismatic elf is telling a story. He speaks with passion, describing the legendary first war of the product. Speaking with an energetic voice, he grabs the audience's attention. Let's discover our first character. The front-end developer, the bard, travels through the world's taverns under the name of Gridolf Brightscroll. He is the minstrel of the user experience. His mission? To make the quality assurance team cry, but tears of joy. He constantly battles with designers and creates CSS animations that deserve a standing ovation. He fights to prove the world that he's not a simple graphic designer, but a true developer. So, let's see that he never embarks on a quest without CSS Grid's sword. This enchanted blade slices through chaotic layout with ease. It can arrange any layout instantly, even seconds before the final production deploy. Shield of Responsiveness, forged in the fires of adaptability, protects UI from any screen size issue, whether on an ultra-wide monitor or your grandma's old smartphone. Lute of SVG runes, an instrument of pure digital magic. The sound generates vector graphics that replace updated PNG files and making them dance fluidly in the UI. He also has magic powers, like Pixel Perfect Shine. This radiant spell illuminates misaligned elements, allowing for quick corrections and preventing attacks from designers and clients. Debugging Song, a mystical tune echoes through the console, making hidden bugs appear from the depths of the Shadow Dome. Call of the Third Dimension. Summons a 3D opal made using 3JS, mesmerizing users that without even realizing it, clicks on subscribe to newsletter. So, back to our tavern. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupts the conversations. A grumpy dwarf enters, sits heavily at the table, and places his battle-worn axe beside him. he asks for beer and food. Now, let's take a look to our second character, the warrior DevOps. He is known in the wastelands as Ragnar Ironhost, the colossus of disrupting automation, a developer determined to control the chaos of platforms. He believes everything must be containerized. He deploys without fear, adds monitoring everywhere, and dreams to defeat Friday evening deployment forever. No quest is too great when is armed with Scalability Axe. This mighty axe cleaves through bottlenecks, reduces provisioning times from hours to seconds, together with Battle Cry. Logging Hammer, a tool of great power and occasional frustration, forces every system to produce logs that hopefully make sense. Terraform Robe, his fabric is woven with pure optical fiber. With a single command, he controls cloud infrastructures. But wearing it required sacrificing part of the team's budget for events and conferences. Not even the quality assurance team is safe from deployment explosion. A sudden chaotic release shakes the battlefield, deploying multiple times without warning, causing panic among clients. Rage production incident. When disaster strikes, he enters in a furious berserker mode, fixing everything while cursing legacy code. Extreme refactoring storm. Spins his axe wildly, destroying infrastructures and rebuilding them from scratch, whether the team was ready or not. Now, at a table near us, we notice a middle-aged man in a dark corner, a sign at the scene. He returns to reading his book and smoking his pipe. The smoke is whirling in the air. Let's find out who the third character of our adventure is. The wizard, backend developer, the one who gained great fame in the academies of magic, Severus Elgorion, the archmage of invisible architecture, a master of system architecture. He uses powerful design patterns. He fights latency with arcane techniques while trying to convince the world that real power is in the invisible and in unit tests, obviously. Forged in the depths of production hell, his weapons include Business Logic's Tome, an ancient manuscript containing the sacred laws of processes and workflows. Modifying it without unit tests may trigger a curse. A Restful Invocation Sphere, a mystical orb capable of summoning solid, scalable APIs. However, each use requires at least 3 hours of debugging as a sacrifice. Redis Cursed Dagger, a swift and deadly blade that speeds up responses using cache, but sometimes forgets to update, causing chaos and outdated values. Ancient spells whispered in forgotten Jira tickets. Magic Firewall Shield, a protective barrier that blocks suspicious requests but sometimes lock out teammates asking for two-factor authentication. Supreme Authentication Seal, a powerful enchantment that secures access using OAuth and JWT, creating security barriers that only he understands. Luminescent Logs, this arcane spell illuminates system mystery with extremely detailed logs. Sometimes it seems he is recording every your movement in the office. Now, let's back to the tavern another time. I think this is the last time we get back to our tavern. Nearby, a group of gnomes is discussing complex theological matters while eating a vegan soup. Among them sits our next character, the cleric Scrum Master, respected among the faithful, Chrono Task Weaver, the guardian of the agile flow. A relentless optimist. He turns every conversation into a retrospective and fights against chaotic task boards. He leads the team toward sprint nirvana and battles the dark forces of waterfall methodology. These powerful artifacts aid him in every sprint. Stand-up stuff and mystical stuff that emits a bit more clarity, keeping meetings within 15 minutes. Burnout Blocker Shield, a protective barrier against excessive workloads and last-minute requests, not very effective against the product owner. Enchanted Board Amulet. This amulet keeps the project board updated, but beware. The accidental work window refresh and everything may vanish into the void. His spells keep the workflow smooth most of the time. Remove impediments, a powerful incantation that clears obstacles, slowing down the team until the next meeting. Summon Pair Programming Spirit, calls forth an ethereal entity appears to help teammate with coding and code reviews. Agile Manifesto Prayer, a sacred chant that inspires the team by singing working software over documentation, not effective against project managers. So, a strange feeling spreads through the tavern. Despite the happy mood, an invisible tension lingers. Something dark is approaching, hidden in the shadows, ready to reveal itself. Is the dreaded Demogorgon, an ancient evil. He takes many forms, like stakeholder, client, or project manager. His goal is to overwhelm developers with unclear requirements, impossible deadlines, and unrealistic expectations. But who will have the courage to resist his power? The team sharpens their IDE like a sword, packages dependencies like shimmering armor, and prepares for the dawn of a new epic adventure. The journey that will take them beyond every bug, against every deadline, and toward the glory of a better software. So, let's get serious for a moment. Our epic story is finished. And let's reflect on the topic. Role-playing games offer a range of benefits that extend far beyond mere entertainment. Role-playing games enhance psychological well-being by fostering empathy, managing emotions, and processing trauma. There are a lot of papers and studies about this topic. Role-playing games promote personal growth, socialization, and creativity, helping to overcome daily challenges in an innovative way. And obviously, can be used to improve your skill in a workplace. The Italian Justice Minister not according with that. He demonized role-playing games as a cause of suicide among young people in his reply to the chamber on January 22. But let's close this unfortunate chapter and return to the real magic of role-playing. At the first glance, Dungeons & Dragons seems like a game of epic battles and treasure hunts. But beyond the dice rolls, it offers a valuable toolset for professional growth. In Dungeons & Dragons, teamwork is key. Whether you're convincing your party to take a risk or haggling with the merchant, how you communicate makes all the difference. Just like explaining a battle plan before fighting a dragon, pitching an idea needs confidence and clarity. Ignoring the dungeon master's clues can lead to disaster, just like missing key details in a meeting. You wouldn't talk to a noble the same way as a goblin king. Adjusting your message is key. Imagine how these skills could translate to leading a team meeting, pitching a new idea, or resolving workplace misunderstandings. Dungeons & Dragons is full of choices. There is not a single right answer. Players face all sorts of challenges, like figuring out mysterious clues or tricking a rival. Thinking outside the box is the key to success. When your plan to defeat guards fails, and probably it will, you learn to think fast and adjust, just like at work. When your first plan fails, and most likely it will, Dungeons & Dragons teaches you to adapt and pivot, a skill highly valued in dynamic work environments. Every decision in Dungeons & Dragons has consequences, helping you get better at weighing options and making the right choice under pressure, like me in this moment. So, if you ever convince the dragon to become your ally instead of your enemy, you know how valuable creative thinking can be. Dungeons & Dragons requires players to manage their resources, like spell slots and gold, and plan their actions. These skills are directly transferable to the workplace. Deciding whether to use your last healing potion now or save it for later mirrors how you allocate times and resources at work. Keeping track of quests, maps, and NPCs teaches you how to stay organized and on top of multiple tasks. Scheduling regular game sessions with a busy group of people is a great practice for managing complex schedules. There are many ways that you can use for introduce role-playing culture in your team. Character sheets can help to understand your team's strengths and skills, customize them, and use them to build stronger connections. Role-playing means stepping into someone else's shoes. Try switching roles with a colleague. You might learn more about their daily challenges. Mastering the skills can make you more efficient and reliable at work. For the concept of the idea of dungeons and developers, I've got inspired from this blog post titled How Dungeons and Dragons Can Make Me Better at My Job by Tom Watkin. I recommend this blog to anyone who is not familiar to RPG world. It's a great resource to understand the reason why I've started this project. Now, you can ask, and what these have to do with open source? Together with a small group of crazy people, basically like a party, we started writing a role-playing manual set in the world of software development. Our goal is to help teams focus on collaboration dynamics following the first rule of role-playing games. Have fun. The manual is open source, so you are welcome to join. We want this project to be community-driven, allowing anyone who wants to contribute to do so. Only through this, we believe, we can create something truly epic. The manual is a work in progress. We are waiting for stars and pull requests, hopefully. And this, you can find a link to the repository. Yes. Tick-tock, tick-tock. So we don't just want to write a manual, we want to bring it to life. We aim to use the manual for team building events, training, and fun activities that foster collaboration and problem solving in a creative way. Because work shouldn't always feel like work, we want to host events where devs, designers, and tech enthusiasts can meet, play, and explore the power of storytelling in tech teams. We want to inspire the next generation by using role-playing games to make coding more fun and accessible, sparking curiosity and easing the learning process for newcomers to software development. So, just one last disclaimer. These slides were created purely for fun and irony. So, no one should feel offended. So, no project managers, no product owners. So, thanks. Here you can find the slides if you're interested in.
Great talk. Great argument.
Thanks, thanks.
As a D&D player, I really like it.
I know.
So, question?
Wonderful. That was,
I think that it's full of stakeholders.
yeah,
Be careful.
full of demogorgons.
Yeah. So, I'm going to give you the trophy. And another round of applause. Yeah. Okay, so with no further ado, I'm going to introduce the next speaker, who I think has stolen a time turner from Harry Potter because he does so many things. He is a Microsoft MVP, a GitHub star, a full stack developer, a DevRel, a YouTuber, and also a fancy cocktail expert. Please, let me introduce Leonardo Montini. I forgot to mention, he's also an open source maintainer.
Also, yeah.
How many hours in the day you got? So you live in a 36-hour shift?
Yeah. That's the only way to be really active in the open source, like having more than 24 hours during the day. So I'm used to that.
So, last round of applause, and I will leave the floor to you.
Thank you. So, let me introduce you to a little story. Everything started because I wanted to write a session with this title. Really, that's where everything has begun. I wanted to call it Learning Web Development for Open Source, and there's a reason beyond that. And the story is inspired a little bit about my career. That's why web development. But then I said, it's not exactly just about me, so I put web in brackets. And the more I was thinking about it, I was trying to picture in my mind how I wanted to deliver this session. I said, well, learning is actually the key, but not learning in a conventional way, not by reading books, not by watching courses, but learning by helping other people. And that's an unconventional way, but trust me, it works. The thing is, I realized during my career that the more you help others, the more you get. But it's not that easy. There's a tiny catch, and the more you help others, the more you get, only if you don't expect anything in return. That's the only way to make sure that this rule actually works. But trust me, this rule works. And that's why today's session is going to be split into two different sections. The first one is pretty much a few practical examples of how I was just trying to be helpful. I didn't have any second goal, but this actually shaped my life and made me the person I am today. And the second part of the session will be mostly about you, how you can apply that same rule of trying to be helpful. And you're going to notice that into the open source ecosystem, by how it is designed, being helpful is so obvious, so natural. And to do that, we're going to do a little time travel, and we're going to begin in 2007. At the time, I was really active into forum free and forum community. Just out of curiosity, does anyone know what is this about? Oh yeah, a few hands, awesome. So, I really loved forums. And just for the one who don't know what I'm talking about, that's a network where you could create an account and then be active into a lot of forums. And obviously, with that exact same account, you was able to create your own forum. So I started with a question. Can I help? I was really active, really involved in those kind of forums. And this is basically the scenario. I was 12 years old. I was having fun creating graphics for those forums, making friends, talking about Pokemons. And all forums, pretty much all forums, had this thing on the top. That's a board with some links, some important news. But there's a thing that makes this board special. Well, it is special now to me. And it's an HTML table. So what's special in an HTML table? Well, I just learned, kind of, web development because I was just trying to help into making the graphics for this forum. So yeah, making graphics for a Pokemon forum made me see what HTML was, mostly links and images and nothing else. The second story is on 2016. Now we're going to talk about gaming. Yeah. And, well, not a super exciting game, but the slide is. It's Grepolis, the game, the browser game set in the ancient Greece. But I don't care about the game, that's not special. The thing is, I also was the most active user answering questions to the players. And why is this relevant? It's no longer forum free or forum community. But the thing is, I tried my best every single time I could to help the other players to find the answer to their questions, by looking to the wiki, by trying to do that thing in the game so that I could give them the best and more accurate answer I could give them. And this obviously gave me a huge game advantage. I literally know everything about the game. But also, at some point while I was answering questions to the player, I got an email. And the email was from InnoGames. And they offered me a community management position because I was kind of helpful to the player. Now, this is me visiting the offices in Hamburg, Germany. And by the way, if you watch me on YouTube, I've got a model of that exact same statue on the background. Anyway, since I was there, that's a software house, they're making games, and I'm a software engineering student, so I was at the time, I was just telling the developers, just so you know, I like community management, but maybe game development. And that's exactly what happened a few years later. Long story short, I was answering questions, helping the players, and a few years later, I got a game development job. Completely unexpected, but it just happened. Moving on, 2021. As I said, I like to answer questions. I am now a developer, so answering questions, development, the answer is obviously Stack Overflow. Yeah, I had my face on Stack Overflow. But I'll be honest, it was mostly for the gamification. I like all the points, scoring and stuff, and that was really fun to me. But the thing is, at that point, I started recognizing a pattern. So the more I was helpful to the people, the more I was getting, even if that wasn't the goal. So if you move on to 2024, that's where open source comes in. I got another email from Corbin, and I got invited to be a maintainer in the Tanstack organization. Just let me spend a minute to talk about Tanstack for those of you who don't know what it is. Basically, we're doing libraries, mostly for the front-end ecosystem, that have some characteristics in common. First of all, they're all written in TypeScript. So everything is type safe. You don't have to write types. You pass the object you have to pass, and then everything is fully inferred. They're headless, which means even though there are libraries for the front end, we do not give you the UI. We give you the logic so that you can bring your own UI and they work with whatever UI tool, library, thing you want to use. And since the core is in TypeScript, by itself is also framework agnostic, which means those libraries do not work on one framework. The core is in TypeScript, we write a tiny adapter on top, and the libraries works on kind of all possible JavaScript frameworks. Just to name a few, if you're into the React ecosystem, you probably know React Query, that is rebranded as Tanstack React Query. But we also have Tanstack Start, that is an actual framework for React, but since it has a framework agnostic core, now also works on Solid. And there are many other libraries. I want to mention one in particular. It is Tanstack Farm. Yoo-hoo! We released Tanstack Farm version 1, like 3 weeks ago. So if you want to try a new experience building forms, not in React, but in React, Vue, Angular, Solid, and Lit, I think. Well, oh, there's also the list over there. And yeah, just you may want to give it a try. Moving on. Why did they pick me as a maintainer? I'm not special. Pretty much like everyone, I just started with writing documentation, trying to fix some little bugs, adding some features. The usual way we always recommend people to get started to open source. But apart from that, I was also trying to be helpful to people, because that's something I like to do and something that is always rewarding me every single time. But this time, well, I had to do that on Discord. That's the closest thing I can find now to forums. Forums are unfortunately a thing of the past, but so we have Discord. It is what it is. But try to help people, especially in the development world, give me a lot of immediate benefits. See, when someone has a problem and they ask a question, the first thing you get is that you immediately kind of steal their knowledge and learn what other usages are possible about a technology or a library. And then if you try to understand what they're doing, you also learn a new approach. If you try to see, okay, they did this because they wanted that, and you can take that approach and take it for you. And also, you learn new solutions. If you help that developer finding a solution for their problem, now you also know that solution. Which means if not today, not tomorrow, but 3 years' time, you have a similar problem, well, you might already know the solution. You're a step ahead. And offering support, well, you're actually helping people. That should be what all the thing is about. You should help people. The thing is, there are so many ways you can help people and contribute to project. We always talk about the most common, but there are a few more. Like doing triage your issues. This, as a maintainer, is really important. And if you're a maintainer, it's kind of easy because you have a lot of context, even though it's time-consuming. If you're not a maintainer, nothing stops you from answering on new issues, telling who created that maybe it is a duplicate and there's another issue about the same thing. Maybe there's already a pull request open, so they don't need a new issue, Or maybe they need more clarity, you can ask a question, making the life of maintainers way easier. Speaking of making the life of maintainer easier, reproduce bugs. That is slightly different than reporting bugs. A simple example, in TimeStack, we do libraries for the front end. They run on JavaScript. Something that helps a lot as maintainers is having a stacked bits link or code sandbox or a snippet of code that exactly reproduces that issue. So if someone reports a bug without the live reproduction, just add a comment and add the link with the reproduction. This also saves maintainers a lot of time. Another one outside of GitHub is writing tutorials, articles, and technical content. The thing is, when you're trying to learn something new, a new library, a new language, you hope that there's some kind of guidance. And on the other side, if you know how to use a library, how to do something with a language, be that guy writing a tutorial or a technical content. This also helps a lot open source libraries, as you're helping people getting onboarded, you're raising awareness to the project. And if you don't want to do step-by-step instructions on how to do something, just share that piece of code. Hit publish, and make sure that your work, if there's not a reason to keep it private, is available for everyone, for the same reason. When you're trying to do something, you hope that there are some examples online to take and use. So just share that. And these were just a few, let's say, unconventional examples. So you can just pick one or more, or do whatever you like, and find your own spot in the community. There's not just one thing you have to do to participate in open source. You can just do whatever you find that is helpful. And also, you don't need to be the smartest person in the room. Oh, I see all those maintainers, they are so smart, I will never reach their level. Who cares? That's not the goal. Just do whatever you can, whatever you feel doing, whatever you feel comfortable doing, and you're going to have an impact in the community, a positive impact if you're not doing anything against the law or something like that. And something I like to do is making YouTube videos. And yeah, that's where the learning web development for open source comes from. It's in my banner since a couple of years now, so I wanted to create a session on that. And tutorials is the kind of content I bring the most on my channel. And here's the reason. Recording a tutorial is one of my favorite motivations to dig deeper into a topic. Sometimes you have a problem, you may spend an entire day to fix it and think, okay, I want to dig deeper and better understand what is going on so that it doesn't happen again. Creating a tutorial has pretty much the same thought process to me. In order to be able to explain maybe something that is complicated in a simple way to make it easy for others to understand, well, that is my motivation of understanding even better that particular topic or library or whatever it is. And as I said, talking about open source libraries also helps raising awareness and definitely counts as contributing to a library, even though you don't get the green square on GitHub. I really, really love the idea that my videos could help someone. As I say, being helpful is always the best thing to do. And in particular, before starting talking about open source libraries, I was just trying to learn a little thing and try to share it so that other people having the same problem had an easy solution. And I'm really proud that, okay, I'm not a super famous YouTuber, but my silly video about resolving a merge conflict in VS Code with the built-in tools, the three-way merge, well, I got 100,000 views. So I want to believe that I helped someone. I hope so. And for sure, creating content or tutorials or helping people is helping the community, but also helps myself. As I said, every time I try to help other people, I realize that I'm also getting something back. But the thing is, I'm doing this alone. There's nothing wrong in that, and you can create tutorials with other people, you can collaborate with other people, but the range of people you can get is kind of small doing this activity, as it takes time to write something in a detailed way. So this served me as a transition to say, what about a collaborative activity where we're learning together using open source as a medium? And this is kind of an idea that is in my mind. And we're going to get there. But first, a few questions so that you can raise your hands. I want to see if you're sleeping or if you're awake. First of all, how many of you have ever created a playground project, a side project, something to a POC? I expect to see all hands up. If you're all developers, you're doing that. OK, thank you. You're still awake. Next question. How many of you have also hit the publish button? OK, all of you pretty much. And now that's the third question. How many of you have contributors on those projects? Like 8 hands. Why not? What's the problem? Well, it's not a problem. Sometimes you might not care. It was a throwaway project. You just wanted to experiment one feature. You just wanted to see if that thing was possible. Who cares about having other people playing around in your project? But why? Why would you want other developers in your learning playground? Well, that's an easy question, and I've got a few answers. First of all, you're not alone on this journey. There's no reason why you should try to learn something by yourself. I mean, sure, sometimes you can do that, but doing that together unlocks a lot of possibilities. For example, you can practice collaboration. And this is a really important aspect that you take from open source. By being a team player on open source, you get a lot. Just let me make a simple example. It's easy to be, sometimes, it's easy to be collaborative and be a team player with people physically sitting next to you in your office. Not always easy, but should be easier. Then with full remote, we managed to also be able to collaborate with colleagues, but spread across Italy, spread across the world, but still they're colleagues. In open source, you happen to collaborate with people you never met, you have no idea who they are, they might have a different language, different time zone, a different cultural background, and sometimes it might not be that easy to collaborate with people having a mind completely different than yours. And that's the added value. If you get a good team player in open source, when you get back to work, you're way better than usual. Another reason why you might want to have other people in your learning playground is to exchange ideas. You might want to study some aspects of a language, of a library. Someone else might want to focus on other aspects. You can merge that together and learn even more together. And also, this helps remaining motivated. You know, side projects usually fail because you just start following the next shiny thing. You get bored, you no longer care about that thing. But it's a shame. Sometimes, maybe you had a good idea. Why abandon it for no reason? And if there's someone else playing with you, learning with you, this might help remaining motivated. And, well, things might get serious. That side project that started to learn a technology, it was maybe a silly idea, maybe a product that is already existing, but you had some friends, you made some new friends, you started adding features, it even might become the next popular open source libraries. You don't really know. So I really see that as a win-win scenario. There's no loss in that. And I try to give that a name, but it doesn't really matter. I don't even know if there's something similar already existing. And I call that open side project. The idea is pretty much like building public. You know, building public is just sharing what you're doing so that maybe someone might get interested. But with collaboration in the mix, you already know that you want your side project to be a collaborative side project. So here's the idea. Make it easy for anyone to get involved in that side project. And just a few examples. Use the README to explain the project is something you might say, yeah, it's obvious. I know I have to write a README in my project. But as obvious as it might seem, it's not easy to write a proper README, the right size, with the right amount of information so that anyone can start and get on board. Same goes for have a clear setup and contributing instructions. Again, I focus on web development, on front end, so most of the applications, most of the libraries are just you clone the project, run npm install, and bam, it works. But sometimes you might have an environment variable, and you can add that on .m, .example, or whatever. But where does that variable come from? Maybe it's an API key, and in order to get that API key, you have to sign up to another external service, and maybe you have a Docker container to spin and some extra you should make it easy for everyone to contribute on that, writing instructions. And in your local machine, it works because you just spin up the project. But imagine someone else cloning the project from scratch. It might not be that simple. And with that, also having a high-level plan or a roadmap. Again, this is helpful for everyone who wants to join the project, but also works awesome for you. Like, one of the other reasons why side project often fails is because you just start excited about implementing a feature, about creating a new tiny product, but then you lose motivation because you don't know how to keep growing the project. If you write a roadmap, then it's also for you as a motivation, and also for some other people as, hey, I like that feature you suggested, I want to implement that. Which means, get ready to discuss issues and pull requests. Again, it might not be easy sometimes. Really, people with different background might have different ways of asking questions and requests. So in open source, you should get ready to also handle that. And yeah, we're almost there. What I want to be the key takeaways of me rambling for 25 minutes. Number one, help without expecting anything in return. As I mentioned, I realized it worked really well for me. And I think it's something all of you can take home. Just help people for the pure joy of helping people. It's the right thing to do. And you'll also get something back. Get involved in the communities by doing what you like. Again, getting involved in communities is awesome. But sometimes you might hit some barriers. Maybe there are some rules you don't like, some practices you don't agree. Find another community. Find a place where you feel welcomed and where you can do whatever you like doing to help them. That's really important. And there are so many communities out there that you can really find your home where you can have fun, enjoy, and contribute to whatever cause they're pursuing. And the last one, be open to collaboration. Again, you're not alone in this journey. We're all developers here, pretty much. So we're all trying to get better at our job. We're all trying to build good products. We're all trying to make the difference. And there's no reason to do that alone. So this is probably the perfect recipe of learning web development through open source while trying to be helpful and making the world a better place for everyone. Thank you. And that was me. Just in case you're curious, I'm a front-end developer at Clarinet. I've got a YouTube channel, and that is my name. And if you want to connect on LinkedIn, I will really appreciate that. I'm happy to chat on LinkedIn, so there it is.
Do we have some question? Oh, one over there. I'm coming.
What tool did you use for the slides?
Ah, you like the slides, yes. So the thing is, this wasn't a technical session, and they said I want to do something with the slides. And it's just Keynote, Apple Keynote.
I just wanted to thank you so much for sort of bringing up this part of open source. It's a thing at Gadfly that we do. In order for you to come into Gadfly, you have to tell me what your passion project is, and you have to work on it for 3 to 6 months. But one of the things that I think is really key here is whenever you first join, you then have to go look at somebody else's previous passion project, and you have to work on their README and their documentation from scratch, right?
Mm.
And I think one of the things that you sort of pointed to here, since we've all mostly gone remote, there's not so much like paired or peered programming, and that's really an element here where you're helping us and showing us how to do that digitally. Do you have any recommendations, or do you like working or like recording peer sessions, or do you prefer to do it like the polished version?
Good question. Actually, never recorded a session about that, to be honest. But yeah, the thing is, when I launched OpenSide project, the idea I had was to actually also create a platform to make this a thing, a habit for people, like making a platform where you can meet demand and offer. So people trying to find, not mentors, people trying to find ways of collaboration with other people having the same interest, so that they can find themselves and start doing that consistently on projects. So that's the kind of idea I had. I never really put that into practice, but that's something I would really like to see in the future. So helping people being helpful to other people. That's pretty much the goal.
Someone else? Okay, so from Forum Free to the trophy.
Yes. I wanted the trophy. That's why I'm here. Yes.
The main reason.
Yes.
And this is for you.
Yes!
Oh, thank you. Now get off the stage. Now,
Yes.
or you will be arrested.
Sorry.
For trespassing. Oh, great talk. Now, while we wait, Riccardo, how are you? Are you having a good day?
Yeah.
Yes?
Very good day.
Let me see the hat.
Yeah, do you like
Here's
it?
a Schrödinger hat, a real
yeah,
one. Okay,
let's
that's
do
good.
this.
That's good.
Okay?
Yeah, very nice.
Actually,
Very good.
someone asked me where I purchased it, and it was from the website, not
It was.
here, but...
Yeah, that's true. We got a store. If you like our merch and you don't find something outside, like you would really like a yellow T-shirt, but we don't have it here, you can find it on the store of our merch. We've also got flip-flops, you know, the one that you can take by the seaside. Yeah, summer is coming, and we've got flip-flops for you. Mattia, do you have the flip-flops with you right now? Ce l'avete dietro? No, we cannot show you the flip-flops then. But they do exist, and they're very nice. I will buy them myself, because they look lovely. Really nice talks today, I would say. Did you appreciate any particularly? Personal preference. Everyone was great, of course.
Yeah, everyone was great.
But someone also has like a favorite child, right? I mean, it would be a lie.
Where there are a lot of talks that I really liked. Maybe the one that I liked more was the one about dungeons and developers.
Okay. So the
yeah, that's
previous last
because one part of my art belongs to Mino.
Okay.
And
yeah,
to
fair
D&D.
enough. Fair enough.
Also, the talk of Edoardo Carlesi was really fun to watch, and it has a lot of message inside it.
Yeah, it did. It was a really good one. Yeah, I
By
guess,
the way, all the talks were really high level.
Yeah. I guess one thing that I would like to take away from today, probably. And to everyone, its own read, right? Everyone has their own ideas. Fairly enough, right? Is that open source requires, needs champions, right? As anything, it's a cause. Without someone championing open source is nothing. It's just thin air. It just exists. But then if it's unused, it's like the old story of the tree going down in the forest somewhere far away. Do you really hear it? I don't know. I don't study psychology, but whatever the answer is to that, either it exists or it doesn't. And in this case, it's very against anything Schrödinger, but open source needs to exist. We need to champion it. We need to champion the ideas of open source, the philosophy, and everything that it stands for, so that we can continue, to have a job as well. Because, React is open source, right? And we need front-end developers. And also Node.js is open source, and we need back-end developers as well. So that is pretty important. But without any further ado, we want to give out prizes for things. So do we have a computer? Let's get a computer. What are we giving out? What are we giving out?
We're giving out T-shirts.
T-shirts. For what? What is the reason? She doesn't want to. An adapter. Please. Maledetti adattatori.
Who wants to win a T-shirt?
Thank you.
Okay, I can see some hands over there.
But actually, the dice is rolled, so we made the choice.
Les jeux sont faits.
Les jeux sont faits, mes amis.
Almost there. Very close. Yes.
Technology.
Yes.
So hard.
Next year we're gonna have a magnet.
Are your side projects more front-end oriented or back-end oriented? The ones you have on GitHub on your private repo, front-end oriented? Back-end oriented? The ones that didn't raise their hands, are you not doing open source? And why are you here today? That's the question.
There are project managers who want to...
Oh, yeah, PMs, right. Guido Penta will be very happy to know about everything about your GitHub's accounts. And do we see stuff? We don't yet. Can we do it with the mobile phone instead of the... I'll just read them through, but we need the images. Damn it.
But you know what? We are going to improvise a bit because
we need some time.
Yeah, we need some time.
Okay.
To change a few things.
Okay, well, you change a few things, I'll just do other things. So, has any one of you actually been a speaker before? Not today, of course. Today doesn't count because that's, point in time. From yesterday before that. Anyone's been a speaker before? Can you raise your hand? Well, you've been today and in time, of course. But anyone with any speaker experience? That's all. You have. Then what we got? Fiorucci. Then Spinelli. You have been a speaker. Why are you not raising your hand? Do you want me to get there? No, don't treat Mino like this. Mino, you need to be respected. Okay.
Bring the diary. We're gonna sign a note to your parents.
So while we wait, well, it's about open source and disclosing love for communities. So Spinelli, why don't you get on stage and you talk about Firenze.dev? Come, Spinelli, come. Join us on stage. An applause for
Round
Spinelli.
of applause.
Thank you, Spinelli. Thank you. Bravo, Spinelli. Tell us about Firenze.dev.
I'm really embarrassed, but you see the T-shirt, and I want to please raise your hand if you ever attend a Firenze.dev event. And you see there are quite a lot of people. Thank you guys, you are the best one. And we really enjoyed today. It was wonderful. Really, you did a really good job. So congratulations to you, to all the organization, and that's it. What I have to say. Oh, so Firenze Dev is a community based here in Florence, of course, and we are a community of developers. We organize meetups, maybe once, I don't know, once a month, maybe once in 2 months. And we invite you to join us, of course. And thank you, Lorenzo.
Thank you, Spinelli. Thank you for coming on stage. You were very welcome. By the way, today we also had a high school joining us. There were 20 people, 20 youngsters from a high school joining us today, and hopefully they had a wonderful experience. Is the high school still here? Probably not. They got the train back home, I guess. Probably. Yes, train back home. Which is too bad, because I wanted to ask them if they enjoyed the event, because when I was in high school, I definitely didn't get a chance to do this kind of thing. And I think it's really interesting. You know, one might like, one might not like what they see. That is personal subject. But in general, you know, the opportunity, I think it's very interesting that you get an opportunity to kind of join a live event led by professionals from the whole world, really, which is really good, for free, which is always good. In this case. So yeah, I would have loved to ask them a question, but now I can stop talking shit, which is great. Do we have images? Yeah, we have images. Yes, okay. Should I click on... We don't have images. We have images, okay. So what am I seeing? Let's see. So this is what, third? Third place. Third place for best picture. So the people in this picture, Sara Battilotti, I don't know if they're in the sponsor area. Is Sara Battilotti in the sponsor area still? Patrick, hermano, go and fetch people, please. My best hermano. Oh, yes, of course. There was, well, through the gamification and the social media things that are going around, we try to kind of build momentum, of course, for the conference. And we have prizes to give out for this kind of challenges where you had to take a picture of yourself in the moment of Open Source Day to prove that you were here first, because AI is a very difficult moment right now. And second, to kind of enjoy the spirit of Open Source Day. So, Sara Battilotti and our other friend, Maria Pina, are here somewhere, but they are not. So I should throw things. Okay. So they have won the opportunity to get it next year. What is the next person on the list? Let me... Okay, let's see. Okay, Nethesis. Are people from Nethesis still here? Yeah, who's coming on stage? Nicola, come on stage. Come and get the T-shirt. Thank you to everyone in Nethesis. Beautiful picture, beautiful people. Thank you. Thank you very much. There you go, free T-shirt. Thank you very much. That only costed 1,000 euros. Great. I mean, best deal ever, if you ask me. Thank you for the sponsorship, though. Thank you, guys. Then who's the next in line?
Then we have the first place.
Who is it? Well, sexy, I would say. Who is it? Bernardo Gameiro. Who is Bernardo Gameiro? There is no Bernardo Gameiro. Bernardo, you had first place.
I am Bernardo Gameiro.
You are Bernardo Gameiro.
Maybe.
Maybe. You don't have the shirt. It's not you. So, well, they had the opportunity to throw stuff, but they lost it. So, one of those. Well, L. Okay. So, who wants to have the opportunity to throw this? You don't get it. You throw it. In the spirit of open source, you gotta give it away.
It was a trick question.
It was. No one wants a shirt. Who wants to throw violently the shirt? Do you want to throw it or do you want it? Different. Well, come throw it. Welcome on stage, our best thrower.
Now I expect something like a quarterback from NFL.
Yes. Let's see if I were you, I would loop it on myself, but it's up to you. You have free choice there. Just saying. Well, it's your choice. Defend your eyes, please. Not you, you're the one throwing. They have to defend their eyes.
Hey!
Who is it? Nice. Okay, lovely. Who's winning next? What are we winning? Best meme. Okay, let's see what we
best
got.
meme. Which category?
When you are at Open Source Day 2025 and you get scammed because you're fourth at... Okay, sure, fair enough. Yeah. Okay, who is Di Martino N? Is there Nice. Welcome, thank you.
Totally deserved it.
Well, to be fair, Martina's already won the shirt, so, you know, a few hours ago. So thank you, thank you. You can decide whether you want to throw it or own it. Well, fair enough. Yeah. Closed source, everyone. Round of applause. Fair enough. What's next? Serena Sensini, where is Serena? Okay, Valeria, come and get the shirt. Thank you, Valeria. Oh, right. This is me when everyone says that AI is going to steal my job. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, Valeria. And thank you, Serena. Let me send her a Telegram message real quick. Thank you. Thank you. Great. So we've got another one. Yeah. Okay, serious code based on revolutionary projects, Metal Music Scream Hello World. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, that's a fair first place. Okay, who won it? Simone Andreotti. Come on, Simone. Let me see. Lautrec, no, you can go back to, yeah, please. No, you won. It's fair. It's only fair. Okay, thank you, everyone. Well, that's it. Yeah? Okay, lovely. So, hope you're having a wonderful day. Yep. We now have the last talk. There's been love, there's been hate. It's about TypeScript. It's about changes in TypeScript. It's about someone who's done these changes in TypeScript. And it's also the story about someone who tormented the changes in TypeScript and then didn't show up for the rounds, right? So we are safe, no violence. No violence. Damn it. So let's welcome on stage our friend, Marco Ippolito. Thank you.
Test. Okay. Hello. I know it's quite late and I'm tired and I know you're tired too, so let's try to make this as pleasant as possible. So today I will talk about, we talk about a lot of open source and I'm an open source maintainer and I happen to maintain a little project called Node.js. I don't know if you ever heard about it. And today I will talk a bit on how I integrated native TypeScript support in Node.js. So, my name is Marco Ippolito. I'm a member of the Node.js Technical Steering Committee. I also do a lot of releases for Node. So if you're using Node 20, it's probably released by me. And I also do, I'm also a security engineer at Hero Devs. So, let's talk a little bit about the history. So why TypeScript is relevant, why do we care about TypeScript, and like why. So this is a little, it's quite fun because this is the State of JS survey from 2016. This represents a snapshot of what the JavaScript ecosystem looked like in 2016. So we can see things like CoffeeScript, Elm, and ClojureScript, things that have disappeared. And there was TypeScript. In 2016, looked very differently and had like very small adoption. For example, in this case, it had like 21% of people said that they've used it, and the majority of people, they haven't used it or they were not interested in using it. This has changed dramatically in the next 10 years. In fact, in this screenshot, we can see that in Stack Overflow Survey 2023, it was the 5th most popular programming language of all. And these are the download stats for TypeScript. It's per day, so it's 12 million downloads per day, which is insane. It's one of the most downloaded packages. So yeah, TypeScript is popular, and we cannot deny it. How many of you are JavaScript developers? Okay, a lot. And how many of you use TypeScript? Yeah, so TypeScript has become a standard in terms of usage, but not a standard in terms of language, and I will talk a little bit about that. Like, it's a standard to use that language, but it's a language without standards. But the issue was that on Node.js, we were getting a lot of issues and feature requests. Please run TypeScript. We want to, like, users just want to run node file.ts. That's, like, they don't care about loaders. They don't care about features that Node gave them to be able to run TypeScript. They just want it natively. And I understand that because it's a big improvement in terms of DX, but it comes with some drawbacks because of how TypeScript is supported. But one day, last year in July, I woke up and I decided to do this work. So the reasons why it didn't happen before, it's because it's very hard to get consensus on stuff. Like Node.js is open governance. It's run by volunteers like me who are, like, they do the work not because they get paid or there is a, like, there is a backlog, there are managers. No, just for the vibes. So it's very hard to get consensus because people have different opinions on how to do things. There are very different stability guarantees between Node and TypeScript. So Node has a 3 years long-term support. So for example, Node 22 is now the active LTS. It will be maintained until April 2027. So as you can imagine, it's a big commitment. Well, TypeScript is very different because it does not follow Semver. So they can perform breaking changes on every minor upgrade. And embedding TypeScript into Node.js, it's not possible because it would mean to lock a TypeScript version for nearly 3 years. And that's not acceptable because the language changes so fast, and that the TypeScript that you run today is very different from the TypeScript you ran 3 years ago. TypeScript requires a config file. Node does not have a config file, does not want support config files in like other config files. This is not true because I've been working lately on creating a Node config file, JSON, so stay tuned. One big issue is that, okay, we cannot use TypeScript as a library. What do we use? And people had different opinions. Let's use ESBuild, let's use SWC, let's use Babel, let's use, I don't know, there are a million tools that do the same things. Each of them has different kind of pros and cons, so it's hard to just pick one that works. There were a lot of issues in terms of CommonJS CSM interoperability. This has been fixed very recently, like last week. We released Node 20.19, which make all the Node.js release lines fully interoperable. There is the full interoperability between CommonJS CSM. So there's a problem that it got fixed very recently. Also, source maps. When you transpile TypeScript, you need source maps to be able to reconstruct the location inside a file. And this is a big overhead. And it's not something that we wanted users to, like, okay, we run TypeScript, but at what cost? That you don't know, like, that you need source maps or you cannot debug your code. And finally, no champion. Like, nobody wanted to do this work because it requires to like talk with people and make all these things happen at the same time. And this was like very hard job. But I woke up one day randomly and I said, I'm going to integrate TypeScript in Node.js. And I opened a PR and it happened in 20 days. So I've been working since July of last year to improve TypeScript. So this is going to be a very long commitment, but it's crazy that it happened for no reason, just for the vibes. So my proposal was something called type stripping. So we take TypeScript and we remove everything that is not that can be erasable because it does not affect the runtime execution of the code. In this case, we have an interface. An interface is something that does not exist in JavaScript and does not affect the runtime, so we can just delete it, right? We can ignore it, basically. Then we have this type here, that it's labeled value. It's the interface that we used before. We can just remove it because it does not affect runtime. So we end up with this. This is valid JavaScript. We can execute it. Cool. So we can do that. And it's crazy that nobody, yes, the other runtimes were doing, but nobody thought about something that I will tell you now. So this is the end result. But as you can see, the location inside the file has changed because we have removed pieces of code, so now our file looks different. But is there a way we can try to preserve the location inside the file? Yes, we just put blank space instead of the syntax we have removed. And this is something that sounds stupid, but it actually works. So you don't need source maps because the location inside the file is exactly the same. And so this is why this approach worked in terms of source maps. So crazy. Also, we cannot perform type checking. The reason why is that TypeScript does not have a spec. So the implementation of TypeScript is the spec itself. So nothing else can do type checking other than TypeScript itself. And as I said, there is no compatibility in terms of stability, so we cannot embed TypeScript, and therefore we cannot perform type checking. Other runtimes can afford to embed TypeScript. For example, Dino has a Dino.check, and they embed TypeScript. The reason why is they don't offer stability guarantees as long as Node. Node has 3 years. Dino, they just released a stable release, but I don't know how long that's going to be supported. And Ban has, I don't know, -1 stability. So not YesConfig, you don't need YesConfig to strip the types. We are not going to support all the kinds of different flavors of TypeScript. There are going to be limitations, I'll show you later, but the fact that we don't need a YesConfig is great. So we just removed inline types. Everything that is not an inline type cannot be removed. I will throw an error, and we will see that later. No source maps, great. And this is stable. So this was joint effort, because as soon as I opened the PR, people swarmed, and they put me in contact with the TypeScript team. So we organized a venue where we could talk and see how we can talk to each other and work on this together. So that's what we did. And they gave us the assurance that the transpilation part is going to be stable, so they're not going to break Node, and therefore we can safely perform this type stripping. We used SWC. So the reason why we use SWC is a library that is widespread inside the ecosystem. We use custom versions that the creators of SWC implemented for Node. It's in WebAssembly. The reason why we could not use Rust or Go is because Node.js is a C++ project, and we build Node on platform like SmartOS and PowerPC, BM proprietary stuff, and Rust does not support all the platforms that we use, so we cannot use Rust, or I don't know if Go does, but that was out of the question. It is battle tested. It is used in a different form by Dino. It's used by RSPAC. It's very popular. SWC, it's a very popular package. They gave us type stripping support. The maintainer actually implemented the type stripping with a blank space in like 1 week. And so that allowed us to go very fast on the Node.js implementation. It is performant, it's very fast compared to Node.js with external loaders. We got like a very nice support from maintainers. SWC is a project maintained by Vercel, so they decided to help us with this work. So I took SWC and wrapped it inside the package called Amaro because of how bitter the whole thing was. And so we took this, we wrapped SWC. The reason why is that we wanted our users to be able to upgrade the TypeScript transpiler version independently. So you can use Amaro as an external loader, and is it also used inside Node Core. So if TypeScript releases a new fancy major upgrade, you can just release you can update Amaro, and you don't need to update your Node version. Another cool thing is that with Amaro, it enables to use TypeScript inside the browser. Because Amaro is WebAssembly, it performs type stripping. So there is this package called ModuleShims2 that allows you to use TypeScript inside the browser. So very cool stuff. This enabled a lot of things moving the ecosystem. Cool stuff. So last year we released this new flag in Node 22.6 called experimental strip types. It does exactly what I explained to you. So it strips the types, and you can execute TypeScript files if they follow a certain subset of syntax available. It has some limitations because there are some TypeScript features that are not erasable. They cannot be stripped. They require transformation or, as I said, code generation. The most common one are enums, TypeScript enums, and some kinds of namespaces. They require the transpiler to create some JavaScript code because they do affect the runtime. Like enums are not erasable. They have a value at runtime, so you cannot erase them. And when they are transpiled, they become JavaScript. And this is what it looks like. Honestly, it's gross, and if you use enums, you should go away. But yeah, so a lot of people use this kind of features. So we also gave a chance to users to support these features. A cool thing is that not all, for example, namespaces, some of them are supported, some of them are not, because if namespaces export types only, they are supported because types are erasable. If they export values, they are not erasable, and they will throw an error. So from Node 23.8, type-only namespaces are supported. But we created this flag called experimental transform types, which will transpile enums, which will transpile namespaces, will support everything, but it enables source maps, which means performance overhead and like use strip types, which is better. No downleveling. So downleveling means features that are yet to come in the TypeScript language, but are already supported by TypeScript. A common example is the using keyword, also called explicit resource management. This is a TC39 proposal in stage 3. So this is coming to the JavaScript language, but it is already supported by TypeScript. And another example are decorators, which are going to become part of the language, but are now transpiled by TypeScript. So TypeScript does polyfill these features. We don't want to polyfill because if our implementation is slightly different from the spec, and it's going to give breaking changes to our users, and we don't want breaking changes. So we just ignore decorators, so we don't transpile them. If they are supported by the JavaScript engine, good. If not, they will throw a syntax error, and they will be supported in the future. Another limitation is that historically, TypeScript forced us to use JavaScript imports, even if the file was a TypeScript file. This is because TypeScript thinks as, like it's easier for TypeScript not to check if the file is going to be a JavaScript or whatever. So they, when bundled, when transpiled, the file is going to be JavaScript, so they just use JavaScript. At runtime, the file, it's TypeScript file, so we need the right extension for the right file. An example is when you import foo from foo.ts, you need to explicitly say .ts. Because at runtime, that is a TypeScript file, and if you put JS, it will look for a JavaScript file. TypeScript allow this with allow importing TS extensions flag, but that did not allow emitting code or transpiling. So in TypeScript 5.7, they created a new flag that supported specifically our use case. So it's called rewrite relative import extensions. So now you can use the .ts extension, and when you transpile, it will change it to a .js extension. So finally, that's something that should have been there forever, in my opinion. But also, another limitation is that when you import a type, you need to use the type keyword. Otherwise, Node.js is not going to strip that kind of syntax, and it will fail at runtime. An example is if you specify that it's a type, Node will know it's a type, so it can be erased and will erase it. If not, it will be left there, and since in the file where it is exported, it is a type, so it will be removed. It will not find the export and will throw a runtime error. The final limitation is that you cannot run TypeScript node modules. The reason why is that TypeScript team told us not to. So if you try to, it will throw an error, error unsupported on modules type stripping. Like they want to discourage maintainers to publish TypeScript in their libraries. The reasons why is that VS Code is it's not going to like TypeScript files inside the node module, so because it's going to perform type checking. So if you have like 1 GB node modules with TypeScript files, it will go and look inside them, and this will have like very bad consequences. So they told us not to. And there are also some compatibility issue with like the TypeScript version that you use as a producer and the consumer. So in general, it's a bad idea. I'm working towards a future where we can publish TypeScript code, and we will be there probably next year, I hope. So Node 23 enables this by default, so you can just run node file.ts and it works. Nice. It's still experimental, so don't use it in production, but it's a huge step ahead, and this will become stable, hopefully, in Node 24. So all the headaches of setting up TypeScript, gone. This is funny, because we also support syntax detection in Node. So this is some TypeScript code, because it has the foo.string, and it's also ESM. So like Node.js, to understand this is a TypeScript ESM code, it has to do a lot of things. So what it does is try to compile it not run it, compile it, so to check if it's valid syntax. It's not, because it's ESM and it's TypeScript, so it doesn't work. If it fails, it will try again as an ESM module, which is not, because it's TypeScript ESM, and it will fail again. If it fails again, it will strip the types, okay? It will remove the TypeScript, so it will be something like this with a hole in the middle, because that was the type. And then it will try again as a common JS module, okay? And that is not a common JS module, it's a ESM module. It will fail, and it will try again an ESM module, and now we finally got it. So this has a massive performance overhead, because as you can see, it has to compile a script for 4 times. Not nice. So you can skip all of this syntax detection by passing the input type flag and tell Node that it's a module TypeScript or it's common JS TypeScript. So this will like skip all the steps and just go in the right direction. Okay, so raise your hand if you think this is TypeScript. No hands? This is not TypeScript? This is TypeScript. Yes, this is a type, okay? This is TypeScript. But this is also JavaScript. And if you run it as JavaScript, it will output false. If you don't believe me, do this in a browser. It outputs false because the angulars in JavaScript are lesser and greater. So this means there is, well, if you try to run this inside TypeScript Playground, it will output this, which is a fetch, because it will remove the types. So there is a difference, there is a syntax ambiguity between JavaScript and TypeScript. So that's the reason why you will never see TypeScript in the browser. And you will never see TypeScript standardized because of syntax ambiguity. They cannot coexist because they have different runtime behaviors. For example, in Node, if you specify the input type, it will execute the fetch. So it's fetching. But if you don't specify that it's TypeScript, it will return false. And this is fun. Very fun. So all of this to say that this is a big problem for the JavaScript, for the TypeScript adoption as a standard, because it like TypeScript is not really a superset of JavaScript for this reason, and it cannot be. So unless we remove all the generics, it's never gonna match. So TypeScript 5.8, they released an amazing flag called erasable syntax only. So now if you use this flag, TypeScript will will squiggle when you use syntax that is not supported by Node. And so you can say goodbye to enums, namespaces, modules, imports, all this stuff that should not be in the language because it affects the runtime. And this is the TypeScript, the tsconf that we suggest you to use for modern projects. So all the flags that we saw before. So what are the next steps? Keep working on this, make it faster, unflag it in .22. There are some things that are breaking because monkey patching in user libraries like tsnode and some other libraries that do nasty stuff. Also, we want to make it stable, so I hope that in Node 24 this will become stable. Please give it a try. If you want to get involved, we have bi-weekly meetings with the TypeScript team. So we talk to each other, try not to step on each other's foot. And we have a repository where we talk about this TypeScript integration. Fun fact, this was all volunteer work. So like when we talk about open source, this was a very long commitment and a lot of work. And the fun fact is that, as you can imagine, this is something quite big for the industry because it removes a lot of friction. And like I got a whopping $300 in donations. So that is a big incentive for a maintainer to work. I'm joking, like as I said, we don't do it for the money, we do it for the vibes, but supporting maintainers is something that companies should actively look into, because if there are no maintainers, there is no, like work is not free, it comes with a cost. So companies send money to projects. And thanks for listening.
Nice throw, nice throw. So, anyone want to say something? Over there. You are a newbie on open source, is that right?
I have a question for Marco. So last week, Microsoft announced TypeScript Go compiler. Does this change something to your roadmap?
So,
Thanks.
I wish it did. The problem is that the erasable syntax only flag is only for type checking and not for emitting. If it was for emitting, we could drop SWC and integrate the new TypeScript compiler. But until they give us like blank spacing and all of these features that we need, we cannot migrate. Hopefully, I opened an issue on the TypeScript repository, and we will talk about this next week. So stay tuned. But yeah, high hopes.
Else? No, so I can give you the last trophy of the day. So, this is for you for being an open source champion.
Thank you to the both of you, you wonderful people. So I'm going back on stage. This marks the end of Open Source Day 2025. So thank you everyone for being here with us, for believing in this project, for making sure that you are able to give this to you, and we also cherish all the love that we get back from the community and from everyone joining us on these wonderful days. We try to do better every year. Sometimes we make mistakes. Sometimes we do actually better. You know, it's evolution in a way. If you have any feedback that you would like to give, please do, because that's the only way that we can grow as an organization. And you got a free keyring with you. Michelino gave you a keyring, right? So that's actually an NFC. Well, it is a wonderful token, but it's also an NFC. So if you scan it with your phone, it actually takes you to one of our pages where you can do many things. One of them is, of course, help us by buying merchandise that we will use to bring more events like this. Then you can actually activate a membership to become a member of the non-profit organization that we have. It costs a lot of money because bureaucracy costs lots of money to keep things open. So please help us. And yeah, that's it for the money. So the rest is love, actually, right? Again, an invitation to everyone to participate to open source projects, because money is helpful to keep the non-profit organization alive, but being together as individuals, forming the community, that's the most essential part, because a non-profit organization is a piece of paper with lots of values, but it is a piece of paper at the end of the day. What matters is people here today as they were yesterday and as they will be tomorrow. So these are dark times. I don't want to get into politics. Everyone has their own views. These are dark times, though. And I think we can all agree that we could do a lot with a little more light. So please do shine that light in your life, first of all, in everyone's life, and just remember that you are wonderful individuals, and you can make even the world even better, more wonderful. And you can also do that with programming, as one might not think it possible, but it is. Actually, open source can help a lot with that, so please do continue doing so. And to everyone of all the wonderful organizers that I will call on stage now, thank you everyone, and a big round of applause for everyone that made this day special and possible. Thank you. So join me on stage and let's take a picture, right? So for the speakers, the organizers, the volunteers, the people stealing t-shirts, think that I will not see them, please join me on stage and let's take a picture. Thank you very much. Thank you again. And you're free to go, do whatever you want. Don't drink while not drinking. I don't know, it is up to you. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day.
Oddio, quanto caspiamo. È che danno. Keep close.
Thank you again, everyone. Grazie a tutti, davvero, di cuore. Grazie.